Peace, what's going on? Long time no engage. Right, what's been happening? What is up? What's going on here, son? All right, we're going to talk about something, a couple of things, just real swift things. Some of the things that I notice, as always, in this day and age, about the state of consciousness, things we have to get straight, of course, as always. To really define where we're not going and not going nowhere, and to put a lot of things in a context to keep those who are seeking consciousness on track. Those who are bullshitting, carry on. But those who are seeking consciousness, we always have to seek to keep us on the straight and narrow, keep us looking at information and ways of looking at information that truly enlighten us. We have to grow the fuck up. We have to grow the fuck up. So I grabbed a handful of random books that I had. Let's say these books, right? Because I'm going to show you how deep and stuck you niggas really are. I know it because I already went through it. I already went through this information thoroughly. So I can see when I see those who are trying to learn it, their mentality towards the information is what will keep them stuck. And there are some who are absolutely sincere about moving on, transforming, and taking this thing as far as it can go. And I'm there to offer help as a person who walked that path, who a person who is also helped along that path. I want to do the same. But you microwave conscious niggas are failing. You're failing because you're from an era where they took detailed lectures, detailed, thorough information that was brought as a presentation, take samples of it, my work and others, take samples of it and put those samples up. So you microwave niggas hear a sample of a lecture, even if that sample is 20 minutes from a lecture that I do at least 5 hours, or perhaps from someone else who's 2 hours, or even 1 hour. If you listen to 20 minutes, listen to the other 40, so that person's point is thoroughly examined, made, and dispensed properly, holistically. If you take a section that sounds fire and hot, and you take all the fire and hot sounds, and that becomes the bulk of your study, all you have is a lot of taglines, a lot of shit that doesn't get into the in-depth of yourself that you need to probe. This shit is called know thyself. Like, you say these words, melanin consciousness, know thyself, but you don't know what the fuck it means. You know enough to be able to say it and use it properly in a sentence amongst your peers, but you do not know what it internally means when you sit by yourself. When you are by yourself and you're not speaking, or you're not dropping it, or you're not in a social situation where you get to wave your locks, eat your fucking kale wrap, or whatever the fuck it is you do, when you're not in that situation, is what you come to terms with by yourself. And which the real question becomes, what am I? We have all the clue. I'm a god, I'm from Egypt. Nigga, that shit is what someone told you. And you have to be real with that. You may have gotten that information from a source that is trustworthy, and that's good enough. But when you wipe it all away, that source is still that individual's experience. So as much as you're able to stand and truly stand on the work of, let's say, Dr. John Henry Clarke, at the end of the day, it's the work of Dr. John Henry Clarke that is the only thing that was really done. You're benefiting from the work of Dr. John Henry Clarke, but you have done nothing but read the book. And there's nothing wrong with that, because you're not going to go on a fucking excursion to Africa, let's say that, but you have to come to the reality of who and what it is you are. You're not a genius or a teacher because you read his book. You're not a genius or a teacher because you read his book. You're a genius or a teacher based upon what's naturally inside of you and your ability to take information from the book, make it your own, regurgitate it, and make it something new based upon your understanding. And that's the best we have if we're not going to go to Africa. And all while knowing you may not be having a firsthand experience unless it's an instruction book. So now, collectively, all these type of shits that I read, if you internalize it and you understand the holistic understanding of it, it's going to change your thought, and your thought that's changing, if you're doing the work, is what's becoming new, is the work that you do with these books, through these books, the internal understanding. We're going to define that, what that actually is, because most people think the work is being able to repeat the information. That's not work. That's called repeating information, and you learned that in public school. That's the hype that they taught you in public school, how to remember and repeat, but not how to internalize. When you internalize and have true inner realizations that are DNA changing, that's the key. You're not changing your DNA by having a new dialogue. I've been saying this shit for so long, and the stupidity of this never stops. So we're going to try to deal with why this never stops. Why I find myself giving more credit, talking on a level to folks, assuming that they have more, and then all they have is nothing but their ego. They have nothing but their insecurities, nothing but their defense mechanisms. And that's what humans do. But that's what, as conscious people, you were supposed to understand about yourself, understand about humanity and their ego, and why people argue constantly, why people can't see eye to eye, why people see one thing and the other people see the other thing, why Rodney King was trying to get up, and why was Rodney King getting his ass beat to a certain group of people. Why do they see these different things? Why? So once you first ask yourself the question, you're trying to get down to the core of how the machine works, how the mind works. So therefore, you can now take control of it, because clearly white people control your mind now. A small group of white people control your mind, along with the majority of white minds, to create a socialized, socially engineered society, and you participate in it because you are no longer the facilitator of your own thoughts or your own emotions. Consciousness at step one is first identifying this is the problem. You're a human being that finds yourself arguing in unreality. If you find out something, go, oh shit, it was in my face the whole time. If it was in your face the whole time and you discover it, why didn't you see it before? Those are the questions a conscious person asks. Why can't I see this before and I see it now? What was I doing or thinking, or what was happening before that I didn't see before that I see now? And more importantly, what don't I see right now that I think I see? And then when you start to ask, as a conscious person, this question goes into a lot of areas. See, it's no more about teaching my science. There's too much information out there for me to repeat. Any nigga sitting in front of you talking about, this is a tape on how to make a sigil. It's necessary because some people never heard that. And that's the key for people coming into the information. But you got to get past it. Knowing and able to repeat the information is not where it ends. It's where it begins. It's not where it ends, it where it begins. So when you think you're repeating information that's deep and you're the smartest fucking dummy in your fucking circle, don't think you have won. You have only started the dialogue. The internal work is what you need to do. Your fucked up way of being is what you're here to attack. You need to understand that thoroughly. You're not here to be able to repeat and dispense and save a bunch of niggas in the community through your goddamn services. You're here to change your reality. And that's internal questioning of what it is and who it is you think you are. Stepping with your same fucking attitude that you had before you were repeating this information is not a win. It's not a win. Listen closely. You're not winning. You're not winning with this. You're not winning watching clips of videos going, I got this now. You're not winning reading piles of books. You only started the dialogue. When you read, you've only started the dialogue. Reading the book does not complete you. I read that too. So what? You could read. Good for fucking you. But what you can internalize and understand says who in the fuck what you are. And if you can read it, good for you. But if you don't understand it, folly on you. You sound like a stupid third grader telling me how great snacks were for the day. And a college professor telling you, oh yeah, I remember snacks. But let me explain to you what I fucking know about snacks, nigga. Bitch is a snack. You have to grow up and understand what nutrition is. You talking a snack, and this shit is about fucking nutrition. You got more to learn. And if you're not willing to learn it, it's not me to force you. This is a choice you make. This information, occult information, I don't give a fuck what you're learning about how to lock your hair and what's the best loctician. Knock yourself silly. Occult information, which is I've been studying and teaching since I got here, you have to always be willing to learn more than teach or call yourself a master or professor. Show me the tape where I called myself master once. Show me the tape where I said, I am your master. I am the master. Call me Master Panic. Because I don't give a fuck what you call me, because many people have called me that. Thank you. That's their interpretation. My interpretation of self, student first. Because I know the exact way the human mind works, you will settle. Your ego will allow you, oh, panic. You're the greatest. Panic. Oh, panic. I just knew. The fuck out of here with that. You know what I'm saying? That shit don't do nothing for me. Prove it. Don't do nothing for me. It don't do nothing for me. I realize that type of, if I buy into that type of thing, it allows you to become complacent in your consciousness. And that's a no-no in the cult. You must always stay forever evolving because you are connected to that which is always ever evolving. How dare you say, I've read the fucking book and now I am here. What a fucking clown. No, you read the book to start the dialogue. I don't know how many times I have to tell you the way your funky mind works. You were trained to raise an aspect of your mind. In fact, you were trained to raise one of the weakest, if not the weakest aspect of your mind in the context that we need. So call it what you want, but we're talking about the intellect. Why do you know something suspect with this? Because everything white is about the intellect. Everything they do in terms of their prowess is based upon intellectual dominance. That's white people. So what that tells us is intellect is the best they can do when we know for a fact that there's things in us, in our mind, that stretch beyond intellect, the realm of spirituality, knowing, intuition, what do you call it when the motherfucker can feel cognitive, not cognitive, was actually incognitive knowing. But I don't know why it leads me. All right, anyway, there's 7 circuits of your brain. The 3rd circuit is intellect. There are 4 other circuits of your brain that are docile, that have to do with greater senses and greater ability. Because white people do not have that. You're living in the new world order. They reordered the world to believe that intelligence is your greatest goal. You got to get past this. You have to question your humanity if you fucking with me. I'm fucking with the ones that's fucking with me, not the ones who are on the web on my dick trying to figure out how I stayed around this long or whatever the fuck or whatever attention I get. They're trying to figure out how to get it for themselves. So they're studying it to see what it is they think I'm saying or doing that gets attention. They don't, but I'm not talking to them. Let them go crazy with it. Knock yourself out. I'm talking to the ones who really know they can't keep going like they're going. Their humanity is just not working for them. Then you want something that helps you with your humanity. This, let me be clear, doesn't mean follow me or do as I do or do what I do. The study of occult is the study of the hidden in you, the hidden thing in you that drives your behavior, whatever your behavior is. So I'm not saying it's a black behavior that we're dealing with one thing, black on black crime, one thing. All of those things that humanity has produced or can produce, either functionally or dysfunctionally, there's a hidden movement or a hidden culture or a hidden reasoning or a hidden feeling or a hidden science behind it. The occult is the study of what is behind it. Another word for that is the dark side. So all of these niggas who are religious niggas who are saying the dark side, that's psychological bullshit, because what they're really saying is, I hate my father, I hate my mother for putting me in church. Jesus is the light side. I'm just going to say the other thing. Dark side, because I'm really fighting my parents. I'm really fighting that they made me sit there, and I used to be in church crying. I'm fighting because they made me pray and nothing happened, or they made me pray and a little something happened, and I thought it was prayer, so I prayed some more. They made me give my money to the church. They made me feel it. They made me sing. They made me go to Sunday school. They made me do it. So fuck that nigga. Dark side. Get the dark. I'm a dark side nigga. Satan nigga. Satan. There's that nigga. There's all of these psychological insane motherfuckers showing up on the web saying they're here to teach you, saying they're about something or they learn something. They jump in front because you're free to jump in front of YouTube. Who's there to stop you? There's nothing that says there's a rule or a line in the sand that says, "No, I'm not fucking with that." I mean, consciousness did it to itself. Don't think I'm blaming people. The niggas who's supposed to be teaching you did this shit. Kept lowering and lowering the bar, just like fucking rap music. And we're going to talk about cognitive dissonance well today. because that's what this all comes down to. You've heard the word before in your little microwave understanding, but let's get a thorough understanding of what cognitive dissonance is today, because we are absolutely, positively suffering from it. Now, let's be clear. Humanity suffers from it. I suffer from it. We all suffer from it in different levels. How much you're in the fantasy world of yourself is a different story. And that's based upon trauma and other things, which we'll get into. And what I've noticed over the 20 years of talking to people around the world thoroughly and consultations thoroughly, what I notice, what it comes down to, ain't no you deep or you know or you whatever. All that shit is weak. What it is there's a dysfunction that's coming out of a grand amount of houses of Black people. And they're putting these dysfunctional people out on the street. It's systematic dysfunction and setting them up for anything because their minds are weak, setting them up to be, they're hurting, and they are pulling what they need from this in a dysfunctional way to fill in love that they're missing, that they can't find in themselves. Oh, we're going to get into it today. Let's start here first with the deep books. I just grabbed a handful of random deep books that make you deep according to niggas. Let's deal with the 7 Faces of Darkness. See what sounds cool, and I went, and you can go back 10 years ago to book lists, 15 years ago when I'm holding this very book. This ain't new shit. This is not new shit. But here's a mentality that I'm seeing. When someone is teaching out of this, they're teaching out of it for the sake of being dark, not for the sake of the wisdom that may be in the book. And not much is in this book, actually. This is like a call to the ether. It's not a teaching book. This is a practical magic. This is the 7 Faces of Darkness, Typhonian Magic by Don Webb. When I started out and held this book, it was worth $4,000. It's worth $10.99 now because they reprinted it, of course. They reprinted it from, if not just me, and I hate to be egotistical, I'll be nice and say guys like me, but there was no guys like me because I wouldn't even buy this book. Bobby Hemmett sent me this book. And then when we looked it up, I was, oh, this shit like 4 G's, and I was going to send it back. Bobby Hemmett said, no, go ahead and keep it. That's him. And of course, I've kept it. And now it's on the web. So now 7 Faces of Darkness, Typhonian Magic, is pretty much a how-to on the magic of Set. That's why it was hard to get at a certain point. Yeah, he goes into it with the tale of 2 brothers. So it's worth it now for time 99. It's a set, it's about the duality, the dark and light in you. So I read and said books like Pacts with the Devil by Jason Black and Christopher S. Hyatt, Pacts with the Devil's biography, the devil's this, the devil's that. Then I did a whole lecture on Sexual Sorcery, the Complete Guide to Sex Magic by Jason August Newcomb, and Pan in a Nightmare by James Hillman, revised edition, which was out of print too in $1,000 and change, and now in print for $10. That's documented. I had documented this 15 years ago too. So now what I noticed when I was dealing with this, what I was dealing with at the time, as I was dealing with it, holding it up, breaking it down. Like I said, I did a lecture out of this whole book. Half this book is highlighted. You know what I'm saying? All the way through. You know what I'm saying? You see highlights all the way through this motherfucker because I actually used it to study, write, and do a lecture out of it. Hell of a book. I don't even remember the name of the lecture. It's so old, and maybe in the sex magic lecture, whatever. So here's what I psychologically noticed by doing that, and this is what the wisdom came to me. And what I'm talking about is me lecturing. This is what I learned from lecturing, not as a lecturer or a book reader or a meditator, from dealing with people from lecturing. When I was dealing with that shit, there was a certain fan base, and it was based upon, now I understand what I told you. I'm like, why are these people like, cool, go dark apparent, talk about the Necronomicon, talk about this. And I was like, nigga, I talked about it. I wrote about it in my book. Like, if you were trying to study it, the information has been thoroughly dealt with and given to you. Why do you want me to talk about it? Well, you want me to talk about it because you don't want me to teach about it. You want me to preach about it. First, let me get this out the way while I'm doing all this running my mouth. So what I want to get back to is, I'll just hold this book so I won't forget, dealing with these books in sexual sorcery, because I want to bring this up while we early in the flow. Let me share my screen. All right. So guys, as you can see, back in the game, live lecture, Adopting a Spiritual Mentality, May 27th, 2023. That's May 27th, guys, next month. It's on a Saturday, 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., $40 for a seat. You pay at the door. We only take payments at the door. There are no prepayments like the party. That's a Khadijah different thing. This is payment at the door, so get your ass there. It'll be at the Hyatt House, Charlotte Center City, 435 East Trade Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202. 28202. So Hyatt House, Charlotte Center City. You see it here, 435 East Trade Street. I'll be speaking, of course, and Khadijah will be speaking, of course. So, adopting the spiritual mentality, we're going to chop it up and talk about some of the things you could do in the time after Beetlejuice. As you can see, I did my artwork, got Beetlejuice popping. I do all of these flyers. I think they're fun to do. So that's Beetlejuice and stuff like that. We're going to talk about in this new age, the spiritual mentality. I think you need to start adopting to start moving into where we're headed spiritually. Physically, y'all niggas is probably still stuck on the same shit. So for any information that you may need, or just to get on our mailing list, find out about the upcoming party, which is we're still formulating, info at Samedi Readings, info at SAMEDIREADINGS.com. Info at Samedi Readings. Send her an email. That'll get you on the list. You'll find out about all our upcoming events directly if you so happen to miss a lecture, all upcoming parties. We're going to start working on retreats with party favors that take you into the zone, ayahuasca kind of party thing. Shroomy doomies kind of retreats. So do not just ask about them. That'll get you on the list. Those are coming soon. We're still working on party. We're still getting back into the event space scenario because of after COVID. These are things we were trying to formulate, then COVID hit. So now it seems like people want to get out. We tried it for the party and the book list. Now we want to hit you. I am absolutely, positively looking for younger people who have a certain truth spirituality in them. If it's about promotion and what I do promotes them better, then I'm here to do that. But I'm really need authentication. You know what I'm saying? Like, not that I want to be famous kind of thing. I can see through that in a day. So that's not going to happen. So if anybody knows anybody who's y'all feel has really got something going on spiritually, and they're speaking, and they're not at that level yet where they get a lot of attention, but you think they're worthy of attention, hit Khadijah as well. I'll get my ass kicked. Just hit info and just say, just send a link. That's all. Just say, this guy's good, send the link. And She'll forward it to me and I'll check out the link. Where, in other words, don't try to send anything where we have to interact. If you feel as you, just say it, this is you and this is my link. But like I said, you got to be spiritually tight. If I see that you're that guy, and what from based upon what's my head and I can stand behind, then I'm willing to do it, because I think there are people who need to come up and talk about sigil making and things for people who do want to learn, because just my dialogue just may seem like a bit much for someone who's never heard it before. So we need someone to talk about it who's heard it before. Now, this is May 27, guy, 2 to 10, 44 C. Come on, this Saturday, get your asses there. All right, so you know, we need these young people or younger speakers to come, like I said, to really be authentic. And it's really a little bit harder because most of the people who have the inclination to speak, I'm sorry to say, it's not really coming from the heart. It's coming from a place of, you know, they feel they can command attention, and they probably can, and all of that's valid for them. But like I said, I want to stand behind something that somebody is driven, or somebody who has a calling for it. You know what I'm saying? I feel in my mind I have a calling for it. I could talk to you for hours and hours. If that's not a calling, then what is? So, all right. So when I was going through this, what I noticed, there was like this ridiculous fan base, and what I remembered was Bobby Hemmett also told me about this particular side thing that happens along your path. All of this kind of stuff is a level. I want to pause on that so you niggas really get it who think you deep. All of this dark side shit is a level. When I was reading a book and it became clear, I guess, in Bobby Hemmett's mind, that things were happening to me. He paused in a moment and stopped and said, listen, I am the one who brought all this dark side shit to the Black community, hands down. I introduced Satan to the community and they ate it up with a spoon. And that was a fact. What I noticed then, which is less of, but he spoke to by saying this to me. He said, listen, the dark side is not where we stay. Sitting around yelling, yeah, I'm a dark side nigga, dark side, dark side. This is what Bobby is telling me. I'm a dark side nigga, I'm a dark side. He's telling me on the phone. Yelling that, you're cheerleading our slavery. On this side, as a human being, all of this fly shit is dark because we're on the other side. The idea is when you evolve to go back home, or when you're ready to go back home, when you've gotten what you need here, this is the light side. So on this side, if you keep championing, I'm a dark side nigga, dark nigga, dark nigga, dark or die. What's up with this neck of dark, dark, dark? You're staying in your slavery. You're staying in your slavery. The dark side is from one statement, and that statement covers this shit thoroughly. Out of darkness comes light. You are a light being. That's who you are. But not I'm a light worker shit. That's a social statement to say, I'm a good person. You got to look behind it. Fucking light worker. There's no such thing. I get we make things. I get we say things. But okay, there's such a thing in your mind. Go for it. But it's what you actually are is a light being, not someone who works for light. You're a light being. So I guess you can say, well, I'm a light worker because I'm a light being, but that's not really what's happening. You say, I'm a light worker, so other person could go, oh, okay, I get it. And now I know who you are. You're not necessarily doing anything to work light. In your fucking mind, you think you are, because you eat correctly, you know what I'm saying, and you use crystals, and you use a fucking pendulum, so you think you're a light worker. You think you're a light worker, but you're not. You say that, and say that and identify that so others can identify you. Let's work with your psyche here. A light being is someone who understands who and what they are, at least in a concept. But then a greater understanding is darkness is humanity itself. So more than just understanding you're a light being, you're also having you're as a human, you're a light being who's in darkness right now. So when you say dark side, all you're really saying is human, because out of darkness, you must become that light being again. So I remember going to a lecture, having white on. King Simon said, "Oh, I don't get it. Panic. He talks on that dark side shit, but he has on the color white." Now I know he was joking, and I could take that joke. And King Simon's a great guy. He was making a joke. But unfortunately, that's actually the true mentality. I'm going to assume he was just being funny or trying to be, you know what I'm saying? Which is excellent. I love King Simon and what he does. Let's there's no thing. But saying that, and I tore his ass up after that. That was easy. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, that's really what it has come down to for most folks. I remember being in chat rooms. This is not King Simon now. I remember being in chat rooms in the early 2000s, and when chat rooms were just new. And I'm a dark side, I'm light side. There was an actual battle between I'm dark side and I'm light. None of this shit meant nothing. Just meant I just know about shit and will say the devil's the greatest. I'm light side. I'm just gonna say Oshun and Ptah and we're good and flowers and Horus and Heteru. I'm just gonna say that. That's all that shit meant. Two philosophies and what you thought was cool. Nothing internal. Nothing about your which is really what it means. Your dark side is your humanity versus your true being is your light side, which is conceptual. And really, I'll show you how your humanity is conceptual, because all humanity has so many different things it could be. The same, and it's mimicking as above, so below, or the duality, because you as a light being can be so many things. There's no one thing to be as a light being. It's a generalized concept. So is a dark nigga, a dark side. If I say he's a dark nigga, you're gonna think of first your definition of dark, but the woman's definition of dark is he's a rapist. He's a dark nigga. A parent's definition is he's creepy and he wears rock clothes, listens to rock music, dresses grungy. If they live in a neighborhood that's not conducive to that outfit or that social behavior, then he's a dark dude. That dude is dark, man. So dark is that dude's dark, man. Like that's a generalized statement as well as light being. So and why is it general? Because a human can be many things that are dark, and that's based upon the person's definition, and so with light. But the concept people started to actualize. And if you bring it back to the concept of dark and light, in the books, you'll see fucking principles all day. In fact, wait a minute, where did I just see it? Don's book. Like, for instance, this picture is a concept. I just seen it in this man's book, one that you barely see. And I know another book, I could go get it, but I just ran across it. And this image here, I think I just saw it. Okay, this image here. Look at that. That's in a mythology called The Tale of Two Brothers. Wait a minute. Why is Horus and Set, because that's who those pictures were, of Horus and Set, considered two brothers? This is where you get the statement, Satan, ye get behind me. Because Horus and Set are actually a duality within you. When I told you how to die and not come back, they told you you must be turned over. The world of the upside down, the dead king must be turned over to get into the world of the real. In the world of the fake, it's upside down. This is the world of the upside down, the world of Set. The world of Set is humanity. That's why he's a pig, he's swine. That's why he's a donkey or a mule, whatever that is, stubborn. All of those things are talking about matter. Matter, not how you act or react. See, when we talk about dark side and light side, what are we really talking about, people? We're talking about behavior for you niggas. That's not what this is about, you stupid humans. That's not what this is about, behavior. That's what you're about, because you humanized all of this information. You humanized all of this information. You have to take this out the human aspect and get into the concepts of it, and then apply those concept templates to your own situation. You're trying to use the conscious community as a situation to hide your own inefficiency in. You're not doing nothing yourself, so you blame it on all this conscious shit and what motherfuckers is not doing and what's the next thing white people are doing. Is all a grand distraction of your own self, because you won't deal with that which is in the duality was in you. Satan, you get behind me. The negative aspect of yourself that you must look at. People don't want to look at their dark side. That's what this is. Humanity is the definition of dark side. When you was on the other side, you said, I am going into darkness. I am going into the abyss. I am going into the darkness of the womb. You went into darkness, you dumb fuck. That was called becoming a human. You were already a light being. You were already on the light side. So now maybe you understand a little bit more when you hear the Moors say, oh no, you're the true white man. I'm not so sure all of them can expand past what they read in a book about that statement, because that statement shows up in the occult a lot. And maybe they do. Smart guy, cookie for you, and you get a snack. But overall, people will say it when it was said. People went ape shit. There was debates. Are we the true white man? When it was said, the person who said it didn't understand. It was repeating shit. But if you read Polarity, the Gift of the White Stone, the black Isis must become the white Isis. What white means in occult is purity, not white people. White people always try to, and you know it, just read the dictionary, try to take the role of purity and clean, and they're none of those things. The same way you look at black as sullen, as dirty, and you're none of those things. So when you go to the occult and they say you're the original white man, you still stuck on white people? And he's none of these things. He's not in this. He's not in this. This is you. And you won't step the fuck up and do your thing. This shit is about psychological warfare, not behavior. So when you turn over, you're coming back into the position of light, and you're still debating the darkness in you. Set. So Horus and Set, the tale of two brothers, where you may just know them as uncle and nephew, because it's all the same thing. What do you think Chinese movies are doing? Why is it always the same thing? You killed my brother. You killed my uncle. You killed my teacher. You killed my father. That's the tale of Set and Horus and Osiris. The killing is you dying in the light. You can say Osiris. You can say Osiris is the light. The realm of Osiris is the quantum world. And you can say that's the light. So when you come to Earth in the abyss, you still have a connection to that light. A line to that light, a way to get back home to the realm of Osiris. That's called Horus. That's the consciousness that drives you. Now, it may sleep as you're a Christian. It may sleep as you're in Islam. But when you say and start waking up, that's that original light. That's why it's the son of Osiris. And that's why they call it a sun, because it's the light of Osiris in you, or the light of Jesus later. That light that's waking you up is the most dangerous thing and the most watched thing that those who control you watch. That was in the Matrix. That's when the architect was saying there's this anomaly each time we put you to sleep. See, we looked at it, and that's what it meant on a bigger, they were creating a world for them. But what he's also talking about that's layered is he's talking about political control. Because what do you think white people do? They control this world, or put you to sleep in the Matrix based upon them controlling this world. Who the fuck knows? They may be robots. We could go that far. If you're looking at what AI is doing today, you already know that's the story of yesterday. And that's the story of yesterday. They look human and integrated to right now. They're showing you AI that looks like it can integrate. So if they're showing you that, that means they passed that. All the motherfuckers that's freezing, Wendy Williams doing this shit, them motherfuckers be dead in robots and we wouldn't know it. How would you know it? That's really the question. And those are the internal questions you got to ask. I see a lot of, I know, because I read the fucking book, Mentality. But once you read the book or any book, you're supposed to internalize it and then have an internal questioning of debating. If you're not, that's not the Horus and Seth aspect working. You have to identify, let's say if I read this book, what in it constitutes light for you? That's one side. What constitutes humanity for you, and see how they work against together, or how you should categorize this new information that helps your evolution, not just repeat it so you sound deeper on fucking YouTube. You small-minded motherfucker. Nobody's listening to you. Anyway, I have 100,000. That's nothing. Nothing in the world. And I want it to be on this level because that means I'm talking, or at least I feel I'm talking to those who want this. Not these motherfuckers that join in for gossip or this or whatever the fuck you join in for. I want the information to be the star here. You know what I'm saying? Because it is transformative, and not because I think so or it's a theory, because I have transformed clearly. The way my mind and spirit works, now don't get me wrong. Me and you will argue. We'll talk about sandwiches. You probably won't like me if we just chilling. Maybe you will. Everything human happens. Why? Because I never ever seeked to improve my humanity. It's not about that, but it's about that for y'all niggas. And that's fine if it is, but get out of my stay away from me. I'm not going to help you there. And stay out of, just unsubscribe. I'm talking to people who are trying to go beyond just their human rational thought that was given to them, or what they think they're in control of, only based upon information that was given to them. Like there was this Christian dude who used to cut my hair, and he was telling me how incredible intelligence is. And I said, well, intelligence is only credible based upon the information you were given. If you weren't given the information, then you're dumb or stupid to a whole. I said, if you don't know there's a whole second floor, how smart are you? How smart are you if you don't know there's a, so you can be the most intelligent motherfucker in the world, but if you only think the first floor exists and you don't know there's a whole food court and shit like that upstairs, then that there alone shows you the limitations of intelligence. So you have to understand intelligence has a limit, and you got to understand white people have been telling you how the building is laid out. Let's get real now. You don't even define how the building is laid out. I'll do you one better. White people defined Africa, nigga. This whole planet is ours. White people told you, you from Africa, nigga. And we hate it. And because they said you focused in on the fact that they said they hate it, so you wanted to make it lovable. But you never focus on the fact that they say Africa is yours. But fucking England is ours, nigga. Hawaii is ours. Canada is ours. The islands are ours. Antarctica is ours, nigga. Fuck where they dwell. They are ours. We made them. We invented them. It's all ours. So they regulated thinking you got a place you from. You read, this is cognitive dissonance. We're going to get into this shit. You read that there's Pangea. You read that there's continental drift. You read that this was all one continent. You read that you created everything. You read that you were the oldest thing in the universe. But they say you from Africa and you African. That's not just you. You're all things. All things come out of you. And how they act regionally is differently. Niggas act different in California and New York. That's obvious. That's regional behavior and social behavior. But it's all you, dummy. So they regulate how you even deal with information and how you even empower yourself. Let's be real. African, nigga. Are you crazy? I'm all of this shit. You can't look at the Hawaiian people and see yourself. You can't look at Hindu people and see them niggas doing the same fucking dances as you doing. I was like, yo, we should do that shit in land quarters. To Puffy, I used to see Puffy dance like that with his homosexual friends to rock him. Constantly. That's us. You can't see us everywhere. Cognitive dissonance. You put in your mind, we need a place to rep. See, that's a part of our psyche. I'm from Queensbridge. I'm from Compton. Who gives a fuck, nigga? From slavery. All this shit is your goddamn Holocaust. But you champion it like it's yours. You don't own none of it. We need this tribal place to go. So they gave us one. And now we rep it like thugs. Rep the planet is yours. See, if you see why they got you out of that, because if you rep the planet, they become the foreigner. If you rep the planet and you have a mentality, you start seeing Hawaiians roll like you. Hindus roll like you. Have you met any? These niggas is you. But you see them as different because you saying, I'm from Africa, because they told you that. Y'all fucking stupid. Stupid. Get with, like, how long is it going to take for you to see the obvious? Oh, super babu word. I got to speak different languages on their ass. The obvious. This is stupidity at its finest on the outside. But if you want to go deeper, is this cognitive dissonance. It's this ability to hold on to an idea that you had. So now, no matter how much the thought expands, you can't let the idea go. What's the idea? Dark side niggas. The devil, the devil, the devil. So now you like the devil. But you spent the whole lifetime calling the white man the devil. But even better, you spent the whole church time saying the devil's the bad guy. Why'd you do it? The devil did it. The devil did. Why you smoking? That's the devil. It ain't nothing but the devil. So now that you can't reason anymore, the contradictory new information that you got about the devil, and there's a whole set of people proving this shit, you can no longer rationalize that the white man is the devil, or in a biblical sense, you saying now the devil's so you need a bad guy now. You need a bad guy. So if you believe the white man was the devil, he's no longer the devil, but he's still the bad guy. You know what I'm saying? He's still doing the bad guy shit. But see, if you can move away from these social names, what's really happening? Most of them are inefficient. Well, all of them are inefficient. Lack of melanin or very little of it. So everything becomes crippled for the most part. Now, the question becomes, and this is their problem, not ours. Can they somehow obtain this light? Because melanin is light, your soul is light. Can they obtain this sacred light that we clearly mastered? We just been here so long, we don't remember how we mastered it. Or And what I mean by mastered it, because we were already it, as I said, master it, meaning by bringing that understanding here. That's mastering. Because we go into darkness, you get a baby brain. You no longer understand who you are, and your that one light or that Horus is what's pulling you back. So that's what's called. That's why we evolved. That's why we built pyramids. That's why we did this and we did that, because it's that light that's pulling you back in the darkness. And we got to the pace that, we found the light again. Let's go to sleep and just wait for when it's time for us to arise and leave. We are now rising. It's not time for us to be badasses on YouTube. It's time to get us this information to finally start shaking off the true darkness of humanity. Brothers and sisters, the true darkness of humanity has to be evolved from. I like when I get on YouTube, talk about that Necronomicon, talk about that dark side. It's not a champion thing. And if you are in the stage of championing dark side, you can no longer do it with me. Go to my old videos and masturbate to them. On shit like this, we have to evolve. And because of my evolution, I can't very well tell you shit to make you feel good about dark side shit when I'm telling you what it means. I've learned and went past what it means. When I was dealing with it, even Bobby Hemmett, who brung this to the Black community, made a whole dramatic point, like I was started to point out, of not falling into the mind control or the religion. I said, well, I never was in religion. And I kind of got that it was something you pass through and not a place you stay at in terms of, I'm a dark side nigga. I'm a dark side nigga. No, everybody here is a dark side nigga. The question is, are you able to come out of the darkness? And coming out of the darkness is not the mentality of a light worker. That's just somebody who wants to show that they're a good person. And ain't nothing wrong with that neither, but levels here, people. So you need to know your levels. And if you're trying to go to levels, you need to know the things to do to get to other levels. So if you stay again in the dark side, you're not going to make it anywhere. You're not going to go anywhere. Now, here's a book that I want to point out that actually encompasses or can bridge what I'm talking about before we get to the thrust of some of the information we're going to get to. This one is not going to be long like there usually are. I really don't think. And for this reason, it's just not worth it. And that's really the case. Most of what I did and what drove me was feeling that y'all was going somewhere. Y'all, I have to be honest. It's just a routine after routine of people being stuck. Now, so I think that's always been the case. So that doesn't hurt my heart in any way. Motherfucker was always stuck. And there's always one person, 2, 3, 5 people you get through or whatever. So I get that. But then it still makes me say, should I be doing any of this for 5 or 6 hours? So if I'm in the mood, it'll be like that. I'm not in that mood today. I'm gonna knock this out and just make my point. I don't think niggas can really understand it anyway, like on that level. All right. Before I talk about this book, I'm doing this thing here right now. And I'll talk about this. I was holding off because I was thinking about doing it, but I'm not. And maybe I'll figure out if there's a big response, we'll see. This device here. Now I have it on a chain. It usually comes with a clip. They give you the option, but I wear it on a chain like a net. This device here is called a Healy frequency, a Healy frequency device by a company called Healy. Now, this sends out, it has a crystal inside. It sends out a frequency that is of healing. And controlled here by your phone. So you have the program on. Once you choose which form of healing, it sends the frequency to your device. You turn it up to 100, and 100 is like scattering the signal. So now the signal of concentration, so they got the frequency of perfect concentration and has it programmed, the 524 hertz. They give you a time, 55 minutes it'll run, and it's sending the frequency of concentration while I talk. So that'll keep me focused on you niggas. Now, there are literally close to 1,000 different frequencies, depending on how much you pay. So one device, you could buy a certain amount, get a certain amount of frequencies, more. You can scan things. So I can put this on some organ, for example, scan it and run the frequency of organ while I'm someplace else. You can scan anything with it by laying it on, going through the program, doing what you do. Scan people. So I can scan people and I'm gonna keep this up and send healing to a person. There's 2 programs. This program I'm running is local. Then they have another program that sends quantum healing. So if I scanned Holly Berry's hand, she held it, I scanned it, I took a picture, put her info in. Holly could be in New Zealand and say, oh, I'm feeling a little bit tired. I'll send the frequency your way. Shit, she could be on Saturn and it would happen. It sends through the quantum field. They read, study it yourself if this is something that interests you. So almost anything that ails you, it has a frequency for. Thousands of just herbs, thousands of crystals, diamond, like you could get the frequency of diamond healing. So all of these calculated frequencies, job, sleep, nutrition, all your meridians, the kidneys, sexual shit, mind, mental shit, any frequency, mental balance, mental health, inner strength. I mean, I could go down the line. All of those frequencies they defined, and you can choose them at your thumbs. Expensive, but worth it. Worth it. Get with the times, people. So like I said, I put this little chain on it. Now, I also bought with it, because if I use it this way, where I'm using a specific program, which is concentration, because the other program that sends frequency healing uses categories. So for instance, I could do all my chakras at once. I could do this and blah, blah, blah. But it sends it through frequencies. Now this, I usually would have to plug in. It's direct, you would feel the pulses. But what I did, which they sell something called, let me take this off. They sell a Tesla coil that looks like this. This Tesla coil, you can see it's the back, a false back, and you see it plugs in, and you can see it's actually the coil here, the Tesla coil. And this is how the machine actually looks. This is where you plug the coil in, the 2 dots, and this is where you plug the electricity in, the charge. And this hides this by just sticking it directly in these holes, tight, and then you're in business. And what this allows me to do is unplug from this, where this, so I could be outside, I could just turn this on, dip this, go outside, and I got whatever I need rocking. This is it's work, helped me with my, remember I had the bad back. As you can see, I'm sitting upright. Shit is working now. Still a little bit of things I need to deal with, but hey, weight is back and so on and so forth. The Healy system. So those who can afford it now, it's better to buy it. I don't know if they're still doing it, to have a sponsor. They did it like Amway. So I can sell this to people and get a credit and become a distributor. Some shit they have like that. We thought about it because I know if I speak about it, a few people are going to buy it, so you might as well get it through me. I don't know if I'm going to do it. So still hit info at Somdi if you don't want to just buy it on your own and see what they say and you want to sponsor, just ask about it if it's that interesting. Again, Khadija doesn't know about it. She knows about it, but she you know, this is shit I study, so she's not going to give you question and answer. But I do have someone for question and answer, the person that allowed me to get it. So that person I'll put you in touch with, and they'll probably just give you their code and you can get it if you so want. There's levels, like I said, the more you pay, the more they're always giving deals, the more motifs or more modules you get. Excellent shit. Like I said, we need to move to it. Everything I've studied in it, it does the same thing your mind's supposed to do, is just acts as a boost. So in other words, if you're thinking of certain healing, harmony, whatever, you create that around your aura, and this is exactly what this does. Is again, it's a crystal and that is programmed. But what's really interesting, like I said, the other program that this works with is quantum. So you can heal others, or the quantum one you could heal, you could do a whole concentration area, sleep and this and that. You could do all of those things and boom, run them shits. And then you could do all programs where you could, each program that you run is like 25 programs combined. You should run that shit for like 2 minutes. That's how strong it is. You know, I'm going harder. And you getting all this energy around you and then your aura strengthening your aura. You feel me? So when your aura's boom, this is a hell of a thing. So Healy, look it up online, Healy. And look at the history. They tell you they were using this technology, but the technology was very, like, it was real big. So when he got it this small, that's when it became a thing. All right, now let's get back to this. I want y'all to know about that so you can flux with it. Pan in the Nightmare. This is a so-called dark side book as it looks. But what this book is about is the psychological concept of a deity called Pan. So Pan, though I'm saying panic and Pan and Baphomet, that's a social way of looking. But what is that shit? You've seen me break down Baphomet enough to understand it's more than just something you say is cool or a symbol or a way of being or a way of acting or a way of shocking. Because they're Baphomet. Pan is also Baphomet, also that thing, and a deity. And this tells you about the psychological aspect of the human being that is Pan. Pan is, all deities are talking about your psyche, your DNA, cosmic concepts that correspond to you, but it's really all about templates or symbols that are interacting. That's what mythology is, a story of symbols interacting. You have to identify the symbols in you. Mostly Greek mythology, which is Egyptian mythology rehashed, turned over, is still ours. Bobby Hemmett said it, and I'll repeat it. Greek mythology is ours. Greek psychology is theirs. So when you see Greek people and all them shits and Pan and the Titans, don't think it's theirs. They have, you can't, see, that's another cognitive dissonance thing we say. White people grew up in caves and they didn't have nothing. They were eating their own shit. Then on the other side, they have Kabbalah and they have Scandinavian mythology. That's their shit. Greek mythology with all this detail. All this goddamn shit is theirs. No, Greek philosophy is out. Greek mythology is ours. Greek philosophy is later day shit, which is what they were able to hang with. Because why would they be able to hang with? Because Greek mythology started to probe more of the psyche, more of the human way of being. That stuff was left. Let's just say that. I would go as far as say they all probably have that concept. We either don't understand or it's no longer available to us. But in Greek mythology, it is. Why? Because we accepted it as white people's. So there was nothing to block it, or they would not block it because we think it's theirs. See, we know if we understood it was ours, then they fucked up. Then, because see, we look at it and say, oh, these white faces. No, all mythology, they changed the name and faces. If I lived in a canopy of woods, how can I have sand gods? If I live in the desert, how can I have tree gods or water gods? So the concepts are the most important. The archetypes are the most important. What they are we know in our hood, we got the nigga that robbed the store. We got the nigga that's going to ask you for change. We got the bitch that always walking around with a thong in her ass for no reason. We got the girl who's going to go to college and she's really doesn't act better, but she's better. Or she feels she's better because she's going to school and you niggas are not. There's niggas who stand in front of the store, niggas who play too much. Shut the fuck up, y'all doing too much. We know types of niggers. So we have to understand in mythology, they're talking about types of niggers. And Greek mythology really goes into the psychological aspect of a lot of these deities. So they talk about that when they talk about in stories, which you're like, oh, that's insane. Some of these motherfuckers are doing homosexuality and all that. They're not talking about it in the classic sense. They talking about this when they say man and women, they're talking about the archetype of masculine and feminine and why they come together for certain reasons. So two men coming together may not just be sex, though they depict it like that. It may just be talking about something in alchemy. You know, it's hard to really get into it because you've been trained, and that's my exact point. You've been trained that shit is disgusting. It doesn't make no sense. And as soon as you hear it, you go, that's them. But then I seen a debate, and the guy's debating against Egypt. Like that's something to debate. And all you can really debate is how the people left. You're not really debating the science. No, none of them debated the science. They debated what the Egyptians were saying as a people, because the person who was debating thinks the shit that he was for was a history book. You know, the Hebrew Israelite, they think the Bible's a history book. So they're going to focus on the Egyptians of the Egyptians of history. And those are regular people. So when they find writings about homosexuality, oh, all the Egyptians was into that. Not really. There's homos here that write shit about homosexuality. There's homo shit on TV all day. If niggas 30,000 years from now watch Power and see them niggas fucking on Power, what would you say about the society that we lived in? Oh, they are just a bunch of homos. No, homosexuals were homos. And that's what they did. If it's integrated into society, that may be later, that may be whatever, that may be. So if they see it and find some lines in Egypt about it, who the fuck know who wrote that and why? The same way we couldn't have the content. Shit, fuck that, even 40 years from now. If we watch Power in any of the TV shows that they always got men kissing now, women always have all this angst about their homosexuality that they can't show their parents, but they don't hesitate to show a sex scene with this in every show now, no matter what it is. So what would you say about the whole of America? There was a time when America hated homosexuality. You seen it nowhere. So what would you say about it then if you were reading it on a wall? So is that the society? They hated homosexuals. These were good people. Or later a day when homosexuals somehow find their way to get a voice like they did here in your face, and they're somehow writing on the walls, and then you read this shit thousands of years later and go, that's who all Egyptians were. That's the level they're debating on. That's why it's stupid. You need to understand. We're not here to understand what actually half you niggas are. Here to try to figure out the history of what the Egyptians were, because you need to feel proud. You need to feel proud. Yeah, the Egyptians did that, and they didn't say that. Homosexual. No, the Egyptians wasn't on that. Then he said, oh, no, they said this and this and the homo, this and that and this and that. And then you're like, nobody even answered that Egyptian. Cognitive dissonance. It's information that contradicts what they've built up in their fucking emotions. Come on. Stop me when I'm wrong, you fuckos. That's all I'm saying. Stop me when I'm wrong. It's information they built and got comfortable with. So when dude is bringing information I know they're not seeing, not because he's this integrity dude, he's just as fucking lost. But I've seen lost dudes debate because they don't believe in the information. They bring more true information. Think about that for a second. The niggas who are debating the opposite point of what I think to be real, based on study, not based on feeling. Those things that I think to be real based on study, when they shit on them, they actually bring out more information because they don't have an agenda. Their only agenda is to talk about everything about this shit. Make a point that we don't normally see that they see because they're not into it. We're into it, so we see what we want to see. Even me, we're going to see what we want to see most of the time. That's how your mind works. That's what you have to respect in consciousness. How your mind works. When you start understanding how your mind works, you then start to know how to work with it. And you got to respect that's how your mind works. I want to see something good too. I now invested in this study based upon prior study even, but I'm still invested. So you're not going to see that there's a homosexual statement in Egypt clearly, or pay attention. You might, because you can literally happen and it'll be invisible. Just like in Westworld, they were doing that for a reason. Why they said you could go in Westworld and talk in front of the robots, and the robots won't even react because they can't hear it. So when they talked about anything from their real world, the robots just was sitting there, they didn't hear it. You're the robot. That's what they were saying. And you were going into reincarnation each time. That's what they're saying. They're talking about you, not a future time of which may still be happening or maybe now. But they're talking about you. You can't hear it because of cognitive dissonance. So when he said it, nobody acted or reacted to it, but he was going in on it. And then, of course, he went on the Hebrew, and they both talked about the dysfunction, or you've seen the dysfunction in both, because you see them denying, choosing what they wanted to choose to make an argument. And when you're trying to make an argument, you'll do and push and say and see a one-track mind. You don't argue this, you study this, and you study this with what they call an open mind. Are you people kidding me? This is basic shit, I think I'm saying. Like, it's basic shit. You're not studying with an open mind, you're studying with a one-track mind. Where is that going to go? Come on, am I saying something? I'm not even saying shit that's hard. Pan in the Nightmare by James Hillman. Let me see if he... Pan in the Nightmare, which includes a full transition. No, the great god Pan is dead, is the cry supposedly resounding through the ancient world, heralding the end of paganism in myths and in gods and the death of nature. I remember reading about that. There was some shit called the great god Pan is dead. They did it somewhere else, and that's where they get in the show Peter Pan. In the play, they did it in one of the movies. It's more effective in the play where Peter dies and where the great god Pan is dead, but then Tinkerbell starts to chant and the audience starts chanting as well. They get a crowd participation in the play of Peter Pan, which was a stage play with Sandy Duncan. And from the original writing of that play, wherever they got it from the original book, probably the original, they have a back and forth of Tinkerbell saying, having the crowd go, Pan is alive or Pan lives or something like that. But it's in opposition to the mythology of them yelling, the great god Pan is dead. And the brilliant book brings Pan back to life by following Carl Jung's famous saying, the gods have become our diseases. Listen closely. Carl Jung is actually doing what I'm telling you now. Am I as cuckoo as Carl Jung and as far out? No, I'm not comparing myself to, but it's the same thing I'm telling you. These psychologists and psychiatrists are occult babies doing what I'm telling you you have to be doing with this stuff. Self-evaluating your psyche. He, in this book, tells you how Pan corresponds to your psyche and what it means. And Pan goes in a lot of areas of lust and music, which is creative. So he goes into the detail. We'll go through some of the chapters of how Pan, and it's available now, is ensconced in your psyche and how you look at the world through this psychological aspect. So you get to, oh, I never knew I did that. That's what you want. I do that. What you're bringing is things you didn't see, darkness into light. Oh, shit. A lot of people do that. That's why I showed you Dark Psychology 101 by James something. I gave out the book already. It's called Dark Psychology 101. We'll see if we can find it. Dark Psychology 101, you in that little book, you'll be like, oh shit, people do that. Oh, he'll show you things that we do, you do, that you don't realize you do. I got a shitload of books that I'm gonna show you where you find this study at that you don't realize you do. And if you don't realize you do it, it's from your subconscious. If you realize you do it, it's from your conscious, your ego, and therefore you feel you control your realizations. So you feel you're in control of yourself. So when you read a bunch of new books and information, and those books are now your realization, you feel you control information by your books, but you haven't changed the hidden. You haven't changed or dealt with the dark side. And that's the key. You've actually dealt with the light side of yourself by reading these books. To deal with the dark side, you change reality. And that's what conscious people are here to do. Change your reality, because that's the work here. That's the alchemy. So when you go back to where you went to and you was already the shit because you went in darkness and had the experience, now you can add to that. You can't add to it if you didn't do nothing. And if you became a better human, that's not it. It's really working through humanity to find yourself. And that work through humanity, we have a name for that. Remember, you say it all the time, stupid. It's called your path. You're on your path if you're doing the work I said, going into darkness to bring it into light. Because what's in the dark will remain in the dark until you dig it out. Digging is not repeating a book. Digging is not watching clips, not even watching my lectures, watching clips of them shit saying, you got this. Then you see 30 niggas trying to do videos sounding and repeating my shit or others. No, what do you have? You are supposed to be doing videos when you have realizations to share to people, but you're cheesy and you're cheap and you have nothing. You just want to be famous and you want some fucking money the lazy way. You won't go in and you won't do this for real. I am a purist in this. I believe this is supposed to be real. This YouTube is a reaction to study. Study is not, YouTube is not what I do and pretend to study so I can have something to say to you for 20, 25 minutes, 2 hours, fixing my shit and straightening my shit, trying to look good on camera. That's fun and it's interesting, but understand you got to separate my shit from that shit. And I would love personally for you to separate your shit from that shit. But I know I can't control or make or say that. You need to understand how this works. All you have, if you don't believe me, go study Charles Manson. Look for Charles Manson on not YouTube, but on two places. Your regular cable, do a search, because there's I think it was an A&E special. And there's also a Netflix special. And watch the psychological warfare. Number one, first of all, watch the abuse that he went through with his mother. His mother going to jail, like Tupac. His mother went to jail and while she was pregnant. And the destruction, his grandfather made him go to school in a dress one time, Charles Manson. And all the shit that fucked him up, that put him in the world. So when he got to jail, they said Charles Manson did nothing but hang with the black pimps. You need to understand what that is too. Let's get in. We're going to get into some pimping because you niggas like pimping. We're going to get into pimping. You know what I'm saying, player? And fucking niggas with that corny shit too. He hung with nothing but black pimps to get his game. Well, what does he need game for? So after it's all said and done, Charles Manson did what Charles Manson did and they caught him. You got to look at those interviews. He said, where did these kids come from? He said, you sent them to me. You prepared them for me. What's he talking about? He's talking about the dysfunction you bring in your home is why anybody goes looking for anything else. Oh, y'all going to learn today. We're going to talk a little sass. See, because after years of talking to people and doing all of these consultations, it comes down to one thing: dysfunction. When they move all that deep shit away, it's really they're dealing with their dysfunction, and they hiding in consciousness because they can't really deal with the pain that they feel. Oh, we're going to get into it today, with your old fucking deep asses. Charles Manson's people, we're still going to talk about pain in the nightmare. Charles Manson said, you gave them to me. And if you understand the concept that I'm telling you, you hear what he's saying clear as day, and it's not as crazy as it appears to be. And of course, there's rumors he's a government agent, but even if he is, even more so, because they know what I'm telling you. They do what I'm telling you. And you're in a war with them based upon what I'm telling you. It's a war in your mind. It's not a war that's going to happen in the street. It's not a Black Lives Matter. It's not a protest. It's not an all white people are going to blow up type thing. It's your mind is going to have, you're going to have to take back control of your mind to take control of your scenario. Your scenario at this moment is this planet. So you have to take control of your mind because you are under severe mind control as an act of warfare. As an act of warfare, you're under mind control. You're not in a community. Your niggas are in a commiseration. You're not in a community, you're in a commiseration. You're in a fantasy of what you want, but not doing nothing. But being in that fantasy, pretending that you're waiting for something special to happen. You're waiting for a fucking moon to turn blue. You're waiting for Scorpio to be in conjunct over Venus in retrograde with Pluto again. It's you only, darkness will remain until you, or your ignorance will remain until you decide to face yourself. You can argue all you want. But doing this for so long, the reality I've seen based upon making the choice to face myself wherever it took me, I see where people aren't doing it when you come into that light. And again, I'm just a human being having this experience just like you. So there's no perfection that I'm speaking in me, only progress. I want y'all to hear that. I'm not speaking of myself as a form of perfection, and you're not. I'm speaking of myself in the context of progress and me be able to see the lack thereof in a lot of folks. And I'm not speaking from a judgment. I'm speaking from the aspect of if I'm going to teach, I need to teach where we are sick. And talking to people for 20 years, that's not an inflated number. My first tape has 2004 on the timestamp with Brother Shabazz, Eye Opener Production in Brooklyn, doing the same shit. 20 years of dealing with this shit, dealing with people, interacting. What I see, I'm trying to speak to our problems, not to what feels good, because I've been in the community for 20 years. If you're a true teacher, you're always looking for that which you need to teach about. And what I'm telling you, where the teaching is going is out. We are not dealing with our mental, our psyche, which has our emotions all fucked up. Just because you're courteous, oh, beloved and peace, don't mean you're not fucked up. I see you and your kids. Just because your kid is a nice kid, you still, I see it. You're still not, you don't have what you really want. And I can feel it. You still go through it. You still go through arguments. You still go through dissatisfaction because you're looking in the wrong places to be satisfied. You're only looking where you were taught from your church and your congregation. You never were trained to look inside for those answers. They are in you. But your conflict, you think, is with people and situations. Your conflict is with your own fucking problems. And you see situations, and you're always in situations where, oh, these motherfuckers is always an asshole. These motherfuckers is always this, because you put yourself there. And as a teacher, I put myself in a situation where I'm always supposed to see what's wrong with us. That's why I do. If I stop teaching, I no longer will see what's wrong with us, and I'll be holding your hand because I stopped. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for friends. I'm looking to be in the community. I'm looking for to be whatever, but I'm not. So I put myself to where I see this because that's what I choose to look at. So, but here's the thing. I choose and I've chosen to look at that. Have you truly chose to look at what you see every day? That's the question. And the things that I was seeing that I didn't want to see, it took a long time for me to realize personal anger. Not that yelling you see me on YouTube. If you think that's anger, you're a fool, and you are the exact one I'm talking about because you believe this bullshit out here to be real. What's real is only what you generate and what you say to be real. You understand what I'm saying? So your perception is reality. The question becomes, is there reality and then someone's perception? No, their perception to me is their reality. That's the nature of this place. That's what makes us us, that your perception becomes your reality. But the problem is your CIA or whatever agency you hate the most, and it ain't, listen closely, it's not 98% of white people are just ignorant. They'll kill you, they'll eat you, they'll bite you, they'll shit on you, and they'll have your ass arrested. It's not like you may meet a lovely white person as best as they could be. That's your personal business. I don't have no indictment more than the reality of what white people are based upon history. How I feel about them, just like everybody else, no matter, but this ain't about them. Your transformation ain't about them. You shouldn't be based upon them. They should be only a subject of this earth to stay away from that particular, becoming that, whatever that is. The good news is I think they can evolve out of it because they come from us, but that's their business, as I've always said. This is about you evolving out of this. And you got to do this based upon honesty. We don't want to be honest. It's hard to be honest. I know, because if you be honest, let's be real now. If you be honest, you got to talk about when you was raped. Let's be real. If you wasn't raped, you got to talk about what your siblings did that you still really ain't over, even though y'all talk and have a relationship. Your father wasn't there, perhaps. Now, all of these things may not be true, or none of them may be true for you. But there's no person here who had a flawless, unscathed life. Even if your home life was straight, when you got to high school, the kids gave to you. There is some form of abuse in America that we dealt with, put up with, or had to go through. And it makes us a certain way because we have to understand our nature. The nature of the ego is to protect you, even to tell you whatever it is, and you will choose to believe whatever it is, no matter how it contradicts or no matter what you see, for the sake of well-being, or what they call homeostasis in the hospital world. The state of where you say perfection is in homeostasis physically, homeostasis mentally is you come into terms with what you think your reality is. Now, that's why you argue with so many people, because they are not in terms with your reality. Everyone's reality is their own perception. And there's motherfuckers who will argue for real. But now when you get your emotions involved in it, it becomes real cognitive dissonance. Because if you spent your whole entire being emotional about it, rationale will take a back seat. So while people have a whole big thing, as I pointed out earlier, about intelligence and how intellectual runs the show, your feelings will supersede that. One of the things I know, and one of the things I still see, is rap music. Rap music, in my opinion, not because of its creative thing. If we were talking about the creative thing and me saying it's over, then it was over in the 2000, like in the early 2000s, shit started getting shady. You know what I'm saying? T.I. and all that crap. And I know you niggas grew up with it and you like it, but to niggas who started and started the idea without debating it with you, was so far from not New York rap, so far from this being something creative. If you're in the South, just be the creative South guy. If you're the new trap guy, be the trap creative. It's not creative. And that's what was driving it. That's what we feed off of, our creativity. And if this is not creativity, then it's failed. And that's what it was over when Nas said that. But now, business-wise, they have now went to a music called trap music, which they put themselves in a box business-wise. If it's about murder, now black people or people have to now say we can't promote it. How could you play not trap, drill music on the radio when it's absolute? The criteria for drill music is you must kill somebody and then talk about the actual killing, not that, yeah, nigga, I'll kill you when I move and I kill you when I. No, you have to do it and be about it by this dude, Vaughn. Started by some dude named Vaughn. It was interesting. I'm talking to Kenny. He watched the documentary. He's like, yo, this is agent material. This dude comes, he talks about all this killing. Nobody's saying nothing to this nigga. He gets killed like Tupac on the street, then drill music starts. If y'all don't know what agent behavior is and social programming and engineering is, y'all fucking ignorant. If y'all sitting around talking about drill music is something that emerged naturally, you're fucking ignorant. But see, I hear this because people want to believe in this day and age that, like, I'll say things like, well, when I did the thing with the government, people were hard to believe that. I was shocked because they want to believe in rap. They still want to do their mixtape. They want to believe it's organic. They want to believe you can make a record. I made records since I was fucking 15, 16 years old, 16. That's when I made my first record. Dog, I've been in this game before you even knew there was such a thing as a game. When you were 10 and 20 years trying to get in it, when I met niggas who were getting in the game, I was already, when I started working at record labels, I was already trying to figure out what I was going to do next. And it turned into be IT. I gave it the fuck up altogether because I had the realization then of what it was, especially after I worked at the labels. It's a fantasy. When you're in the ghetto and you have nothing and it's hard, and that's where I was. I lived in Queensbridge. You don't even realize, based upon cognitive dissonance, that you actually live in the projects and it's poor. When MC Shan made that record, The Bridge, it was so prideful to us, we forgot that it was actually a project. And then he said my name in the record. Larry laughed third, least not last. I walked around with penis erect around New York. Pride. Pride. Then Chaos One comes and says the bridge is over. Now, more pride, because like Compton or Crips and Bloods, defense. Defense. Yes, nigga, Queens got Salt and Pepper, LL Cool J. While them niggas was starving in the Bronx, Queens niggas had a little bit more money, so we was in the studio and had studios. Marley Studios in Queens. Herbie Studio was in Queens. Def Jam, Queens. Everything out of that, Queens. Queens ran this shit in terms of music. They kept on with Kane, Brooklyn, then Jay-Z. And there was always a representation in Harlem, made some noise after Mace and Dipset did that corny. See, to us, that even it's not even out being outside of New York. Dipset was semi-okay to me. And that's to me, I was hard on rap, to be quite honest. They were okay to me because they were, and what stuck was their creativity, but because they were in the realm of the Jay-Z, they had to keep talking about money. So Cameron didn't talk about that shit in the beginning too much. He was about it, but they made it a thing because of their connection with Rocka and all the rest of that shit. And that was big and all what they flexed, but they actually had some creative music, I thought, to a certain extent. I would love to see that evolve, but it turned into more of the balling needs, and then they just go away because their creativity never evolved. And that's what and I can show you where everything dies without evolution. And this conscious thing is dead because it's not evolving. Y'all just repeating something and you're not doing breakthroughs. Like I said, there should be a certain guy to talk to new people, but this is not even happening. You're just repeating old shit that we said already. Say some new shit. We said it so you can say something new. I didn't say what Bobby Hemmett said. We talked about the same subject, and we've cross-referenced, well, I've cross-referenced him. He hasn't really had to cross-reference me. But ultimately, panic is panic because I developed this information internally and became something new. So let's take Dipset for a second. I don't think they internalized what they started this and made it into something that evolved. I think it began that way. Because if you listen to Horse and Carriage, Senorita, that Mace did, which I thought was terrible, but I thought for what he did, he made it work. You know what I'm saying? Now, that Cameron did. And Cameron was supposed to represent Harlem, but he got overshadowed by Puffy and Mace. And Mace took it to some money. I got 2 Rolexes. I eat watches, and then I shit them. Like stupid shit. That wasn't even a black reality because that's Asian shit. So now Dipset has to rep Harlem. They got to talk about money. Cameron, who was actually creative, and then even all that. Wait a minute, Mr. Postman shit. The approach I thought was insanely creative. I thought, man, I would love to hear more records that evolve past them selling drugs on the block. You know what I'm saying? Because Jay-Z is talking about, or if that's all they do, that's all they got. And then and maybe that's all they are, and that's all they got, and that's all they could talk about. Maybe that's that too. You know what I'm saying? Either way, the name of the game in rap is evolution, bro. And in the 80s, it evolved to 90s rap. And where it was coming into 2000, that's when niggas started saying it was dead because there was nothing new. Niggas was trying to study what worked in the 90s. And then business aspect, what I found out was it was always business against creativity. Record companies against the artist. The artist in his mind fell in love. It's his emotions about his music. He doesn't want to hear nothing. The record company ain't emotional about no fucking music. They sell it. So they're looking for marketing. They're looking for conformity. They're looking for what they're asking for to sell, and they want it from you. While you're looking at this to talk about the daisies, the roses, and the Parkers and the poses. Like, I don't hear that shit. This is what they're talking about. This is what kids are doing. This demographic says this. This poll says this. They're walking in with that. And listen closely. I've done music since I was 14, and in my 30s started working at record labels. About 2 that I was solid at, and they all in the same building. Universal, then a white record label, Roadrunner. That's where I got my true business education, because it took me out of the dream that I had. So now as we fast forward and I talk to rap guys from all over, I see a certain pattern that I recognize in my consciousness as something in the psyche. That's what I look for. So when I talk to the guy from the 80s who had a record, these are guys I know and dealt with. I'm not going to say their names. When I talked to a guy from the 80s who had a hit record, at the time, records only were local. It blew New York apart. So Philly, Connecticut, and Jersey. That's called the tri-state area. So from New York's perspective, those 3 states kind of touch. And in Connecticut, they dress like New Yorkers. Jersey, they dress like New Yorkers. And in Philly, pretty much dress like New Yorkers. That's when it starts getting a little bit. They got their little style because it is a big city. They got their beards. Connecticut, I know they have cities, but I don't think they rock like that. They more suburban. Jersey is sporadic suburban, but they do have cities, Newark and all of that. And they do have their own flow. Redman is from Newark. Latifah's from, I think, Newark, but definitely Jersey. If not Newark, Jersey. And, a 45 Kings. So Jersey was always in it, but it's right there. You can see Jersey from Manhattan. So that's the tri-state area. I believe that is. I think it's Connecticut. Either way, that's all us. Music, some songs never got past the tri-state area because it was just so New York. Nobody else would really get it. Hold on a second. Hey, sweetie, I'm recording. It's all good, but how you doing? How's class? Okay, excellent. We'll talk about it later, sweetie. Khadija just finished class, guys. If y'all want to find out about her class, she has various classes: chakra spinning. She has hypnotherapy. She got stuff so I don't want to say too much because she tells me, don't say that yet. Don't say that yet. So I don't want to fuck up. I'll be in the doghouse. But you could get at her info@Somdi Readings, INFO @somdireadings.com. Also, email her if you have any questions about our May 27th lecture in North Carolina, which I'll put up that information again soon. So, when I talked to my friend from the 80s, what he's made in his mind to satisfy himself. And so you don't want to say it because these are your friends. But what he made in his mind to satisfy himself, I noticed when I study from a conscious perspective, and it's really something I internalized, not nothing I have to tell him to enlighten him. I said it's about me. So I study him to enlighten myself. That's what you're supposed to be doing. That's what it means when it says you're in it, but not of it. When I became in it, but not of it, I am no longer going through the emotions that I've been going through thinking I'm winning with those. I'm trying to throw those arguments away. I'm trying to not do what people do and what I would normally do as a person, because that's the choice I'm actually making. To be of it, which means to step out as a scientist. And the scientist does what? He observes the experiment. He is no longer saying he's a part of the experiment. Because if he's a part of the experiment, it tampers the experiment itself. So he has to divorce himself from the experiment to study it. Hotep, motherfucker. If I'm walking around saying Hotep and loving and bowing, I'm a part of the social group. I'm a part of the experiment. Why I can talk about the group, because I'm not in it, I'm of it. So it's not meaning that I'm not a black man who's had melanin, who once or twice said, peace be unto you. It's not that level. It's a level up here of mental alchemy. A level of mental alchemy that you're trying to accomplish, where you are in it when you need to be, because sometimes you're going to need to be, but know how to evaluate outside. And you're not there to give him advice. You're not there to tell him about himself. You're not there to say, let me enlighten you, bro, because he's not necessarily looking for enlightenment. He had to do this to satisfy. Now, you need to understand, if he did it to satisfy, he did it to satisfy. And if you disrupt that, think of the nigga, that's why you lose friends. Because you think you're having an argument, but what you really is disrupting his way of being. You're saying, yo, bro, you need to let that go. And, that shit was like 30 years ago, that kind of shit. He hasn't let it go because psychologically, that's the greatest thing he went to in his mind. And he put all his eggs in that basket. So when it didn't happen, there's no other backup plan. So you start living off of it and you still think you're famous in your own head. That's a sad aspect of reality. And that's just one so far. We're going to get into some others. So pretty much he had a hit that smashed New York City. Smashed it. It was a smash. But it never really got past New York City. Like a footnote. And it never really happened. So I didn't talk for years, but one of the guys let it go. And he is like, it is what it is. They haven't made records, I've heard, since 1988. That shit got to be like 40, what the fuck? 40 years ago, damn, bro. Shit. It's really actually coming up on 40 years soon. And he's on, his partner's on Instagram, and his partner became conscious. So he's saying conscious shit. This sucked, that sucked, Black Friday. And his partner, you got to be careful what we say. People see us as one. And partner said, people say as one. These little motherfuckers don't even know we exist. That's a big deal right there. And I heard the story, both sides of it, because I know both. Boom. That's an excellent story to understand how your mind develops based upon information, what it does to satisfy itself. And what we have been doing is unconsciously satisfying ourselves with stories. To the next man, it may sound dysfunction, but these are petty in terms of if we know that's how our mind can work, how we can satisfy ourselves with realities, no matter how far-fetched they are. Again, as I point out, perspectives. You should satisfy yourself with the most incredible, far-out realities that empower you. Huh? Don't just tell me some satisfactory empowerment things. Now, fuck it. If you're going to create a fantasy because you have to, create the greatest fantasy because that's how it works. So you don't get it. Bobby Hemmett was telling, go watch his videos again, stupids. When he's telling you all this outrageous shit he's doing, what he's saying is, I'm making my own story. Why is it so far-fetched when you do it all the time? You ever meet a nigga who ain't doing shit but think he's the shit? I met niggas who talk to me like they're peers. And I'm sitting there like, yo, you're quoting shit that is so, you're not even quoting it in the right context. We're not peers just based upon when did you get into this? That's when you don't hear shit. Because they cannot fuck with it on that level. But in their mind, they have to. Because they was the smartest person on their block. So when they actually encounter people who actually do this and actually run this and smarter, just because you can get on YouTube don't mean we doing the same thing. Just because you get on YouTube does not mean we're doing the same thing. And if you really want to have a conversation where I embarrass you about what you know and don't know, you will be hurt. But then you would tell yourself whatever it is, I'm the asshole. He's a sucker. He don't like me. I don't like him. Those are the things you tell. He's full of shit. Who do you think he is? Whatever. You're going to tell yourself something to justify. Are you right or are you wrong? I don't care. Am I right or am I wrong? I don't care. What you need to start learning how to do is step out of the process and evaluate the situation, not in it, but of it, and says, damn, how does the mind work? Why do not just this person, you're always having a kind of an argument. There's something in you, or which is something in humanity that has to be looked at. A behavior that we have. What's wrong? I'm chewing, nigga. What's wrong? A behavior that we have, that humans have, that seems to be controlling us. So the question really comes, can we control it? Because if we can control it, then everybody's still walking around here on some stupid shit. You become actually smarter. You become actually the one that can handle them because you could see where their mind is and what's being triggered in them, where their defenses come in, where that cognitive dissonance comes in, where that self-denial comes in, where that ego comes in, where all the bullshit comes in. If you understand and studied it in yourself, because you're not escaping it. If you study it in yourself, if you start to try to better how you behave, your actions react, I'm doing it again. Oh, okay, I need to check it. Oh, okay, that's what I need to work on. I see something in me keeps falling to this behavior. You're so used to it as a defense mechanism. It's like when somebody say, throw up your hands, boom, throw up your hands, boom, throw up your hands, boom. It's the same thing. So you're looking like, oh shit, why are my hands up? They're not even fighting me. They're trying to educate me. My hands are up because I'm so used to putting my hands up. That's what you have to find in yourself. No one could define that for you. You know, you're always giving me resistance. You're going to say, if I'm in the middle of a fight in the street, boom, 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 we thugging, and the dude says in the middle of the fight, you know, you're always giving me resistance. What, nigga? Boom, boom, boom. You're not listening in the middle of the fight. You're not listening in the middle of the fight. It's not about because it's not about the person telling you, and they will, but you're not going to hear that. It's about, why does everybody I argue with say I'm giving them resistance? and then really ask yourself honestly, am I that person? Maybe I am. See what it is, try to look and be honest and find it in yourself and then try to work on it. So I get why they, for the wrong reasons now, but I understand they say you'd be a better person, spirituality makes sure, fuck that ain't got nothing to do with humanity. But humanity should react to what's happening eternally. If you're going on business as usual, and a lot of that is me, you know, everyone. Most of it is business as usual because that's where you're at. But you have to have some sort of power, some sort of ability to want to deal with in your mind to upset business as usual. If you can't upset business as usual, then for you, guess what? It's business as usual. And if it's business as usual, then why are you reading any of this? Why are you doing any of this? Because you're doing the usual thing that everyone else does. You're trying to disrupt business as usual, and that happens here. Everything begins with your thoughts. So you have to reorder your thoughts by first being honest with how you think. When you arguing, what are you doing? Every argument is a defense. So you have to say, you have to think every argument you get in or just have recently gotten into, what is your point? Whatever your point is something you feel you need to defend in you. And if it's about this science, I don't have to defend the science. I teach it. So if I'm arguing the science, I failed. I fail. I say it once, I say it twice, then I say, you know something, maybe you're right. Because you don't argue the science, this is something that's received. I'm saying you're not in receiving mode. You're so busy trying to be in the community and show what you got. You're not in a receiving mode. If you receive this information where it's supposed to be received, you really will benefit on a level. So if you really want to know, all that other shit that you want and want to do and want to get will line up. Your humanity reacts to your spirituality. You're thinking your spirituality reacts to your humanity. So you walk around as a great human thinking you're a spiritual person, hugging motherfuckers, got your head wrapped. But you're really a spirit going through human shit. So you need to understand human is actually your anchor. And you have to really define what a human is and what a human does. So while you're in the moment of arguing, you thinking you're making a point that's breaking you out of humanity, but you're just really behaving like a human, which therefore makes you a human. And we're going to behave like a human, but each time we could supersede it, which they call it superhuman, another name for that is Christ, a superhuman. And really all that really means when they said it in that context was he was doing things beyond the normal human psyche. So how normal humans would act and react, a conscious person does not act and react that way. Supposedly, in a good scenario, in a good case, because he's becoming superhuman. He's studying humanity to go beyond it. You can't be a human and go beyond it. You can't be a dog and go beyond it. For a cat to become a dog, he has to stop doing cat shit. For a cat to become the dog, has to be doing cat shit. He has to stop shitting in the box and say, that's beneath me, get a leash. You understand what I'm saying? He has to say that. For a hamster to do cat shit, he has to say, take me out this cage and I will no longer run on this wheel. A hamster can't be a cat running on the wheel. Anybody walks in the room saying, he may think he is a cat, he may say cat tep, but he's still running on a hamster wheel in the cage. That's a fucking hamster. So you may think you're saying some shit with your little twisties, but you're still a hamster running on a wheel, and that's a fact. You ain't gonna do that because you change your mind. So let me get this out the way. We'll get back to this. Our friend from the 80s is still holding on. Can't let go. That's because all the emotions he built up cloud his reality about him ever being a fucking 60-year-old rapper again. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't mean you're 60 and you can't rap and have some fun. I think people my age who made rap, which I think we got gypped out of because of government shit, was supposed to be having clubs like jazz musicians, and we could listen to Rakim to the day we die. Like Rakim so much, he's the best in New York. We need places where we could go and dance to it and stop complaining about these young kids and let them have places they could go dance to Nicki Minaj if they love it. Great. But we don't have those places, and we still looking at young people complaining. Like I said, business-wise, with drill music, I know I'm chewing like a cow. Business-wise, with drill music, I think they backed themselves in the corner, or the government backed them in the corner to end rap. That's why they're doing that Jersey Club, and B.O.B. is talking about lo-fi. Other things, because kids, they can't, music was about what you can relate to. Kids can't relate to murder, not on that mass level. There are certain kids in the ghetto doing it, and it was cool, but if you talk about actual murder, I hear a bunch of kids saying, I can't listen to it. I'm turning off drill music. They can't identify with it because they're not actually going to kill somebody. They want to, but they're not actually going to do it. And this is about actuality in this music. And it's about trying to push kids to do exactly that. They turning up murder by making it a soundtrack. You think that shit happened naturally? See, niggas want to believe Tupac happened naturally, but drill music also happened naturally. That shit is. See, if it was anything else, we would say that's the government. But when it's rap, you know, that's just how we do it. How come that's just how we do it when it comes to rap? But everything else, you know, the government be that. You know, the government's on McDonald's. You know, the government is Burger King. In 1942, the government came, and it was the government and the government. And then you know how the government do, and the government. You do all that. When you say rap, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Tupac and them niggas was ill. We have an emotional attachment because it was presented to us as something that was ours, something that we could control. And the desperate people who have no control are going to flock to it. If you think I'm speaking a theory, it's not a theory. I'm telling you rap now. You know that to be true. You tell me what nigga in your family don't want to rap. I bet you could at least find 2 or 3. You got all niggas, they in a group together. You know I ain't lying. Why do they all want to do that? It feels like we can control. Then they talked about easy money and pussy and drugs. That's government to regulate something that was talking about everything in the pussy, money, and drugs. You know, Brenda had a big old butt. That was controversial. See, Baby Got Back was talking about the black woman's ass, and it changed the game. It made the black woman's ass show up on TV. It wasn't before that. A black woman's ass was considered an embarrassment by white media. By never showing it, number one, and any white girl with a little bump on their ass, they would call it fat. And black woman's asses was fatter. So they was psychologically trying to say the black woman has a fat ass. That ain't correct. Then just by him having the white girls talk in jealousy at the beginning of that record, then talk about how much he loved it. That's when they invented the goddamn stair stepper. All that shit's real. That's when the stair stepper got big. Or white people were trying to get asses now because the reality was shown. And why was the reality so easy? Because black people never gave that shit up. Niggas knew that ass was fat. So when he made the statement, that's why it lined up, because our mentality, our minds were there. Our minds are so confused. If we start getting to who we were, it'll start straightening out, but we can't because we're blocked through all of these goddamn mind control programs. We don't understand how the psyche, cognitive dissonance, and all it, and we understand how behavioral, and we understand how this shit works, we'll be able to understand what we are to truly start dealing with it. And then reality shifts because we're dealing with what's real. The same way it was reality that every black man was still in the fat woman's asses, no matter what they showed you or didn't show you on TV about the genuine beauty of a black woman's shape. Let's not just say ass. We just pointed to ass, but it was the black woman's shape. Let me put more on that. In the 80s, you got to watch movies like Jason, and you know, that's what we were watching as kids and even grown-ups, because that was the standard of cinema for the day-to-day movies if it wasn't some dramatic shit. And even if it was, what you would see in the 80s before that record actually is a bunch of white women, of course, and very few black women. And if they had the black woman, they would not show her ass or anything sexual about her. She was a sidekick, a friend, or helping the white girl find love. Never really the love story, the love interest. I'm sure we've seen a few of them like Pam Grier in the 70s and that. And we flocked to it and went crazy. Why was those things incredible to us? Because they showed the black woman's body. They showed Pam Grier naked with titties falling out. And everyone loved it. We knew white people loved it, even though what they were saying in the media, Cindy and Farrah Fawcett with those flat asses and those no-shaped bodies was the standard. We never accepted that. Not when there's too many pretty black women walking around. Black women are fucking, just body-wise, angelic. And when they got a mind and a heart, you are absolutely in the kingdom. Absolutely in the kingdom with a black woman. So the first thing you're going to see is their shape. Let's be real. You're not going to walk up in a store, see a black woman, go, oh my goodness, your mind has really got me tingling. You're going to see the body, the physical attraction, and then, you know, if that's what you're looking for, you will get in their mind and see what it's really about. So now, when he did Baby Got Back and told that particular truth, or that it was almost like he said what we all was saying, he worded it. The timing was right. The kettle was blowing over. Spiritually, I'm sure he didn't know it. Either the spirits got his ass, or he just said, this is something that needs to be said because we all was feeling this shit. How come they not celebrating this beautiful shit? We walk to the store, we stand there, oh God, the black woman will stop you in your tracks, nigga. Why is this never on TV? Why do you keep promoting this Freddie and Jason, all these white girls and sidekick niggas who ain't even men? Because we know that if they show a man, they got to show a woman. If they show a woman, if they show a sexy black woman, then where's a man? Because in the 80s, they couldn't show interracial. So they either had to show us together. So they left that to us. But they left it to us. And even though we've seen the beautiful black woman 9 times out of 10 in the movie, she was exploited. But when he celebrated this ass, it shifted reality. This little thing shifted reality. Niggas was justified in their feelings. They started debating it. White girls. See, what really did it, he didn't hide it. It starts off with 2 white girls. What is she doing? Her ass is so disgusting. Because that was the mentality of the media. The white girls talking is exactly what they were selling. So he called them on what they were selling. He called them out on what they were selling. Oh, she's disgusting. Look at the way she moves. Things like that. Then he talked about the celebration. You can't take that back. The song went pop. You can't take it back. So that changed reality. Why did it change reality? Because in our mentality, it was something that was ready to be put into the light. And we need to understand, if we could do this process, we'll put more into the light. So why are you even on YouTube running your mouth like you have some sort of experience that you're deemed worthy of it? That's only because there was a bunch of people on the networks with VHS tapes bringing this information to life when it didn't exist anymore on the planet. When it was so asleep in the planet, you had OGs bringing it to existence. I was one of the younger ones that transitioned to the internet, which is very old now. 20 years ago, most of those people made the transition. You understand? Most of those people made the transition. But what they did was change reality on the planet to where you can even sit there and say Hotep in the stupid way you do. It's deemed that the information go back to sleep until someone wakes it up again, I imagine, or another cycle comes. So it's down, just like hip hop is dying or dead. You know, don't take my word for it. All you gotta do is look at YouTube, see the debates. You tell me what that from day one. I said that shit was fucked up, and called it for what it was. And look at the end result. And put people in a position where there's no place to go now. No one's entertained by you unless you arguing and talking some shit about them. Nobody just wants to sit there and listen to you teach. They want to see your drama. They watch you now just to see when you fuck up again. That's your story, nigga. That's who you are. They wait to see you for a joke. They don't want to hear you teach nothing. You failed at that already. So if you're still around, it's over. Ain't no leading nobody anywhere. That's over. We're not supposed to be leading anyone anywhere anyway. I've told you from day one and continue in the tradition of what Bobby Hemmett taught. You must lead yourself. Follow your own dick. And I'm not the only one to say it, and Bobby wasn't. Brother Dawood said it. Follow your own feet, nigga. Anybody coming to lead you, save you, do something for you, okay? I just happen to feel we in a time where you could do it for yourself. Ain't no nigga can tell me nothing when I could read. As long as I could close my eyes and as long as I have a pineal gland, I don't need no nigga to lead me. Let me rephrase that, because anybody can tell you something that's useful. That's the whole point. But I don't need a leader, and neither do you. And I don't need to lead you at all. That's a fact. I don't need to. I don't need followers. I don't need ass kissers. I see niggas trying to be personalities on YouTube, and they're copying my personality to be a personality. Be your own personality, at least. So when you say your own corny shit, it's in your own words. I'm thinking that's just how it's done. Well, I do it how I do it because I'm trying to get a point across. This is a performance of a point. How I talk when we sitting there is not going to be this dramatic. We're going to get down to science, and it's going to bust your head fucking wide open. Because that's what you're supposed to be doing. Another friend I have had a taste of it. And when I talked to him and try to talk about some things, what I noticed was he'll come back with the love. And then I started to remember. I remember when I had that love for rap. You know, I was doing it. I put all my mind into, this is what I came to the planet to do. I remember letting that go and how hard that was to see the world through different glasses. But then when I grew up, I realized, wait a minute. Everybody you know wants to be a rapper. Everybody you know. If everybody I know wants to be one thing, know what that sounds like to me? If I didn't have cognitive dissonance? Mind control. But wait a minute, I thought we made this and rap was ours. Yeah, we did make it and rap was ours, but we made it in an environment that is owned by white men in the government here. You think we made something, anything organic, and by the time we made our first peep, the government said, oh, they're making something? Don't worry about it. They put their eyes on us from day one. And if they see a creative angst happening, a creative push happening, they have to start early at setting up agents and provocateurs, people who are working with them, don't necessarily get a check, but are working with them. For disinformation in the media, for infiltration into the group or the social group of rap. So there was already agents walking around Latin quarters in Union Square in New York. Not to mention CIA agents are now coming out saying they're involved in rap since fucking Furious 5 and Bambaataa. Old shit. So you would in reality, you would say that's obvious. If you weren't in it and you were just of it, you would say, oh, that's obvious. Anything a nigga make, why wouldn't the government be there? But when you in it, up here, and in here, especially with rap, you're going to defend it. I remember never heard an NWA song, but when my aunt asked me why they call themselves niggas with attitudes, I remember defending it, and I think that motherfucker went and bought an album. And I never even heard of NWA shit, but I would defend all things rap without hearing it, understanding it, knowing it, or probing it, because once I made the decision, rap is my life. I'm born here for it. There's no wrong in it, or the wrong in it is dismissible. That's called cognitive dissonance, and we're gonna get into this. And so you don't see the wrong in it. All right, let me order some shit right now, because I know that's what Khadijah's thinking about. You tell her, let's see. Order anything you would like, sweetie. All right, I'm gonna order from Instagram. I'm just gonna make some burgers tonight. So give me 1 second, guys. Actually, let me just pause it. I could do that. All right, so you see the mood has changed. I actually was going for a long time. All right, I ordered, talked to Khadijah, and we're gonna get back to it. All right, so what I noticed is that the emotion is so strong. When I was talking to this certain person, contradictions were flagrant, to the point I was like, well, no, wait a minute. That's what you're saying, exactly what I'm saying. But then when I would point it out and bridge the connections, there would be this pause. There will be this pause. And let me see who's at the front door. Boo, 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 boo. Like there will be this pause. Oh, it's dark already? It would be this pause. Oh, it's 8:30 shit. Where he couldn't rationally answer. So he just wouldn't, but would continue as if I said nothing. Like in Westworld, when the robots couldn't hear a certain reality, they just talk normal and act like it didn't happen. So if the people who are real humans say anything about the human world, the robots in that world would just totally ignore it. If they've seen anything from that world, ignore it. They were talking about cognitive dissonance, and they were talking about what happens in you. That if they could get you in this robotic role, for you to think you are, she does this, she does that, and you, the routine that they were doing was the same routine of you going to work, coming home. So they were actually corresponding to who you are, more than the idea that you was really a robot. They're really saying you're really a robot. You know what I'm saying? And how they manage society. So what I could see, just like in Westworld, I knew how to speak to it because I was formerly enchanted with rap. I ate, slept, and convinced anybody that this was the greatest thing to do. Help invent this record aspect of rap since an early age. So trust it's that thing. And I knew how to sell it. I know how to talk. So think of the talent to talk like I did, the talent to look at things the way I did as a conscious person, but before being conscious and putting all of that energy in the rap. Oh, I can lecture on it at an age where people were still throwing shit to the wall to see what stuck. They didn't even know how to make records that were hits. They just was just throwing them to the wall to see what they were stuck. So now, as I got off, I felt ironically kind of sad because I remember thinking like that, and it told me it was such a long time ago for me, and I did so much to get out of that particular mind control. The criteria for mind control, as I pointed out, was when it's obvious when so many minds are into this bullshit. See, we want to believe with our emotions that this is who we are. This is us expressing ourselves. Yeah, nigga, what? When I ride, nigga, what? My hood is like what? I move like what? What? We want to believe all of that shit. And the way the creative aspect is real. Noriega is real from the creative aspect. But they have his creative push categorized in a mind control system that doesn't take us anywhere, but in terms of aggression and whatever it is the rapper tells us to do, mind control. And the fact that you just want to rap. What happened to our doctors and our lawyers and our butchers and bakers and candlestick? They're sure they still exist. But imagine the mathematicians and such that would have existed if they wasn't so fucking intrigued with trying to be a fucking rapper. Rap is so small. I have another friend who I actually was down with. So he's been writing since a child. He's my age, exactly. A child. He's got at least 45 years of writing experience. After he was too old to do rap, I said, listen, dude, you are a master wordsmith. Dr. Seuss is a multi-billion, perhaps, clearly million, but perhaps even $1 billion industry. And all he does is make rhymes. And you rhyme better than Dr. Seuss. The fuck is you waiting for, player? Couldn't even see it. No rappers had. Now I'm telling all of you niggas. You write poetry, there's so much more you could do to rap. You're a wordsmith. I told this before. There was a book company that used to write personalized stories. They had about 10 personalized stories. You call in, you give them information. They will put your information in the book, and the book became personal. When the kid read it, his friends was in it, his places, things he knew. It felt personal, and there's a whole nother science on what that did and I speak about. Why isn't no rappers who can rap off the head creating 10 scenarios of raps and then have a company where kids from all over submit their information, you print it out with their information, send it to them personal, and now they have a poetry story that you created with their names in it. Or even if you don't do that, just a poetry story, and you got like the Bernstein Bears or the Bugaboos or the Fluggaboos, you create something, or Dr. Seuss, in the way of rhyme, you can do it. What's stopping you? Because you want to be on the streets, nigga. But you don't realize what you crafted, or what they don't even realize what skill they're crafting. Poetry, the art of they are wordsmiths, real for real. We don't realize we are the master of the word. No one's writing books that matter to us. People are, but you know what I'm saying? It should be heavier with all of these rappers that should have so much more to say besides. But see, it's easy for them to let wordsmiths be created when they regulate what they write about through niggas like Jay-Z, through agents like or agent provocateurs and agents like Puffy and Mace and Jay-Z. And then you have idiots who are mindless like Cameron, who just become whatever fucking thing niggas say you should become, that looks like Rich, wearing pink fucking floppy slippers just to stand out, is saying, I have more than you. Floppy slippers, shit that don't even make no sense, but if you do it, fucking idiots who figured out how to act idiotic because you're so idiotic, and stop taking yourself serious, Stevie J, and just say, I could go on TV and be an idiot because that's actually the level of people I'm dealing with. So the more idiotic they get on Love and Hip Hop, the more attention they get, because they realize the audience that they're dealing with are mindless, Westworld robots, clone mentalities, cognitive dissonance as inventions. They invent what you are stimulated to, and they make you think that you're inventing it. Know what I'm saying? If I keep putting pressure on you and you come up with an idea, you're reacting to my pressure. Therefore, I'm actually controlling you. Now, if I'm slick enough to help stimulate the idea that I want you to have, even better. Or leave you a short option list of ideas that I now can control. So that means I create the problem. And when you feel you've created the solution, you feel you did it. You're winning. You're in control from your perception. But if I've seen the whole thing holistically outside of the circle, then I'm controlling you. And that's what's happening. So you think you're creating rap, but look where you're at now. If rap is yours, why drill music? Fuck it. Why trap music? Ignorant, empty, nothing, talentless. Okay, let's even say it had talent. But what was it saying? Murder, murder, murder. And the original rap wasn't too bad, wasn't too great at that neither. Let's be honest. I'm not saying mine was better and yours wasn't. I'm saying we actually made nothing of it. And if you're not in love with it like I'm not anymore, and you evaluate it, you see it was just nothing but a part of the Matrix program. The same way Neo came back and said the Oracle is a part of the program too. The Oracle is just designed to make you feel that you have a mechanism of hope and control. So what do you give niggas who have nothing? How about rap music? And then the entire 30 years, you gave them a hope that you control. Every black person you fuck with ate off of rap. You got to think of how much comes out of rap. It's not just a nigga sitting there going bebop, snap, snappity boo. All these clothes now are based upon rap. Nike and them factor in rap. Adidas came to a rap show in the late 80s to see Run DMC, and then put hip hop in Adidas first. Hip hop is in everything. These Gucci motherfuckers now got Gucci written all over. They always did that to a certain extent because what they're trying to do is be an art piece. But now you never seen pieces with Gucci, all that. You see that dumb shit they washing dishes with big Fendi sweaters on Power. Watch the last Power. It's the funniest shit. I be getting high watching the shit they wearing for no reason. Mary got the Fendi suit eating fucking gravy. Like, bitch, real bitches say, okay, it's time to come out of this shit. I'm about to eat this gravy. You know what I'm saying? Fantasy shit. But then I'm looking at it, the stuff they're wearing got the logos all over it. That's nigga shit. That's hip hop shit. White people wasn't wearing that shit like that. Nobody was doing that shit. That's our shit. That's inspired by it. Now you go on for days. Fred and Barney was eating Fruity Pebbles. You know what I'm saying? Where do we stop? Rap has become an institution for them. Can you see that? Like we can't see it because we're so stuck with trying to come up with the next best rap record. That is not it. Rap records are the things that you occupy yourself with while the entire infrastructure of this country changed because of hip hop, and you don't feel that you deserve anything because of that. To sell cereal, you got hip hop in it. There's nothing I've seen pretty much that doesn't have a hip hop thing in it. Television, you've seen shit where Cadillac now puts TVs in the back of the car in the seats officially. That's nigga shit. They was doing that in the hood. That's hip hop. They was doing that in the hood. Now they do it officially. That means somebody's watching. We're showing them how to move forward. They're eating off of us in so many areas, wrap around the fucking world. But here's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. But they're saying, how do we sell more Fruity Pebbles to kids? Put Barney in a fucking gold chain and Fred with a Run DMC hat. Make the Ninja Turtles hip-hoppy. In the beginning, dude, Cowabunga, California was on TV, so California white kids was what was cool. Bart, Cowabunga, dude. Remember that? That's early 80s. When rap took over, I'm sure we could find Bart rapping. All that Cowabunga shit stopped because those kids aren't cool no more. The beach kid in California. Now Compton is California. Think about that. If I said California, you think of Dre, you think of Snoop. In my lifetime, when you said California, you thought of surfing, sand, and beaches. And then if you were cooler, and only because you seen Breaking 1 and 2, you seen motherfuckers working out on Venice Beach. Oh, okay, I guess that's what niggas do. But now you think of them because of rap. When you think of New York, you think of that because of rap. When you thought of New York before, you kind of thought of pimps and guys who were just arrogant and cool and had fashion that you didn't wear. Y'all niggas wasn't wearing none of this shit. The fashion world wasn't doing none of this shit until rap. Look at all fashion factors in rap. The designers used to wear tight shit, then niggas started wearing baggy shit. That's when Sean John Rocker, Carl Kanai, Cross Colors came up. Then the deep fashion niggas was like, oh shit, the little bit of money he was getting from us, it was over. But if the kids were wearing baggy stuff, now they have to change the way their clothes are shaped. Until Kanye, who's either an agent or an agent provocateur, and you're in cognitive dissonance if you don't think the government has approached him and fucked him up in some sort of way. Somebody did something somewhere to somebody and something. And we know they killed his moms, or we could say that seems pretty close. He says some shit about George Bush, then his mom's dies on the table, then he goes crazy. That seems like something. Now, of course, we never know because we're not there, so I can't say that's what's happening. But sometimes if shit walks like a duck and talks like a duck, sometimes it's just a duck. Or if not, he's clearly crazy and it still works for their benefit. He's the leader or one of the producing leaders, and he's batshit crazy. Fucking with Kardashians. You don't think that's a coven of witches? All them fucked up niggas? Y'all better get with it. You're so busy trying to be something, you're not really evaluating what this something is that you're in. How it's actually working against you. It's working against your thrust for who you think you are. They created it. You just think you did. So once they create you, they can control you, manipulate you because they know what your mind is. They made your mind. How do you know they made your mind? Rapping in the hood is yours. Making a record is theirs. So when you decided to make a record, you became theirs. So the idea and the system for making records has always been theirs. So once we put our lust into the system of making records in our own head and fell in love with the process and created our particular personal ways to deal with the process, we then adopted this process as our own. Not realizing this is a process, again, or a task that is put before us by people who are controlling the scenario. So therefore, if we submit to it by the process, we're automatically taking an L. And we know we're taking an L because we go to sign a contract with someone who says, I'm just going to distribute you in a day when you could stand in front of YouTube and do it. So they pretend that's also an option. They put a few people from YouTube on, so they give you that hope. So everyone shows their bullshit on YouTube, thinking they do something, showing their ego, and then they pick and choose the monster that they want. Prior to that, what they were supposed to do at a record label, if they picked me, they were supposed to invest almost $1 million in me. Even not what I get, but for stickers, posters, phone calls, plane fare, food, the whole thing adds up to $1 million. They don't have to do that with Kodak Black. All he has to do is be some sort of sensation on the web. They put a little money and attention and call some folks to play him where he normally wouldn't be played. He's got attention. He's viral. Niggas think it's some sort of organic thing that's happening. He's viral. Not to mention they put they could pad those numbers. You think Nicki Minaj got over 100 million followers? You're fucking crazy. You're crazy. No one questions that Cardi B's level of follow. There's not even that much people in the rap. If there was, Michael Jackson ain't getting those numbers for sales. So if they got a quarter, not even a quarter, if they got a fraction of those sales, they would beat Michael Jackson if people were buying records. Nobody ain't in the Cardi B like that. That's made up numbers, because that gives you a perception that they bigger than they are. And that's what this is all about. Controlling your, ooh, damn, my lips killing me. Controlling your perception of rap. That's what it's all about. Rap is about perception. It always was. It always was. Rakim may be Rakim, but what about when he's home with his kids? Is he still like, yeah, y'all going to bed? He's relaxed. We've never even seen him relaxed, because he's always on duty, because Eric B actually started that perception of where they didn't do interviews, they didn't talk, but when you seen them, they look so serious, especially Eric B. Your own perception starts to say they everything they say they are. They did a movie where they rob people. They must be real robbers. You hear about their rep, about what they do in the hood and how they move and who they move with. So your perception, these motherfuckers, is incredible. Then when Rakim left Eric B and started doing more interviews, the whole perception of him changed a little bit. Not necessarily for the bad, because niggas in New York ain't going to give that up. But you seen more layers than you did, and it took away from some of the mystique in the perception you had. So if you understand rap and you make it, you need to understand what perception is, and how you're perceived and how you come across is the key to rap. And that's a controlled and thought about thing. So the entirety of rap and its perception is to make us perceive it as ours. And the creative portion is, but the business portion and how it was crafted and presented isn't. And how it was crafted and presented was a mechanism of safety, just like rock and roll, jazz, and all your other music was. Or different, but was. But different, but the same goal: to keep you under control, to make you believe the music is yours, and always complain about the business. We don't get that. We don't get that. They was complaining about the business since we start. So when you're complaining about the business, it's like you think it's going to improve because you're making complaints. Anything they train you to complain about, that's another way of saying you believe that you have hope. So when they want to test your hope, they see what you complain about. So in other words, if I complain about Black people in the civil rights movement, that means I have hope that we shall overcome. You understand? So that's what they look at. So if you in Congress or you on TV, you get on the news, you with your girl, and you start complaining about something, it's another way of saying you care about something. That's what you got to look at, the psychological understanding of shit, because you'll get the true answer. So niggas who keep complaining about rap still care about it. When I stopped complaining about it, is around the time I stopped caring about it. And when I stopped caring about it was around the time I built my studio again and called it a hobby instead of like me trying to get this money. Now, if somebody presents a check, who's not going to get it? But me actively, please listen to my demo, never. And so I complained when I got out here. I still cared about rap. I was leaving. I said I'm going to leave behind in New York, but I was still, that shit sucked, man. Turn that off. I don't want to hear that. I was getting depressed hearing it, but now I hear it, I be dancing to that shit. You know what I'm saying? You need to cut it. Gives a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going nowhere. I'm too old to go to the club, so none of that matters. And I don't give a fuck about what these kids are listening to, so it don't matter. So in other words, if I'm not complaining, I have no hope in it no more. If I have hope, I'm trying to tell you what I need to complain about to fix it. If I'm not trying to fix it, no hope. So all I complaining is because they have hope, and it's the hope that they were given. So everybody wants to rap. And if we said this about anything else, we would say it's mind control. If I say everybody want to smoke this new shit they selling, you can only get it at the candy store called Freedom, but everybody's feeling good. You was like, nigga, that's a drug. Everybody going crazy for it. Like crack. When it came out and niggas started going crazy for bass, niggas would say, oh, that's a drug. Rap is a drug. Y'all don't get it. I hear people defending like drug addicts, and I hit. So when you got a taste of it, you ain't, it's hard to let it go, especially when you get a little pile of money, you know, and then you got your other money working at goddamn, you know, Wendy's afterwards. You ain't ain't nothing in your mind trying to go back to no fucking Wendy's. So I seen people can't let that go. So I got the person from the 80s, person from a little later, and then the person from even a little later who got a little further. When I talk to him, I see that nothing's going to stop that person from chasing the dream, especially when you got a big taste of it. You know what I'm saying? Nothing's going to stop you. And that's how that shit works. I didn't know when I started to study it, I didn't know that was me as well. And that's the type of thing you learn with this process. And it actually freed me from this thinking. I know you don't think that you're enslaved by rap music. And I know it's so hard. I know you fucking fell in love with Tupac. You ever notice how everybody loves Tupac? Now, I know by my study, my perception is he's a government agent. If you don't believe it, I don't care. And I don't need you to tell me about Dear Mama and how special you think fucking Brenda Had a Baby is. Only fucking 2 songs. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck. There's more information about the shady. The way he left the planet is the reality. He didn't leave the planet and everybody felt closer to their mama. He didn't leave the planet and everyone felt closer to black women. That nigga talked about shoot 'em up. He left the planet, niggas was starting wars and riots at fucking seminars. Niggas was shooting and fighting. And the idea that he put in most kids' mind, it ain't got nothing to do. Ask them niggas in drill if they hate or like Tupac. He's a hero to them. And I thought he was supposed to be some sort of deep guy. But I guarantee you he's a hero to killers. And it doesn't matter. He's probably a hero to deep guys too, but that's what he's supposed to be. If they give him to you to be the hero, to be the martyr, they gave you a Jesus in rap. And Tupac became the Jesus. Y'all so stupid, y'all don't even see this. They gave you a Jesus in Christianity and you follow him. Somebody tell a Christian Jesus ain't shit. Do you ever notice the same reaction if you say Tupac ain't shit? What does that mean to you? If I say Tupac ain't shit and they'll react and say all the deep shit he is, and I say Jesus ain't shit to someone who loves him, they react the same way. But we wouldn't even argue if I said, well, they gave you Christ to love. That's mind control. Yup, panic because he ain't real. And then Tupac wasn't real. He was just a dude. The mystique of him is made up. Perception, rap, like Rakim, like I just told you. He's a Jesus that they gave you in rap. A savior to follow, a martyr going to jail, shot many times and resurrected, then finally ascends to heaven. You fucking idiots. That nigga Pac, boy, that nigga Pac. Nigga, that nigga wasn't nothing. That nigga, no, I was that fucking corny ass records. And the harbor, and the hymn, and the home. You like any record that's on the radio. That's the really secret science of the radio, stupid. That's what do you think the radio is? For mind control. It wasn't for so we could boogie down our shoes. They play it during the day while you do regular shit to mind control you with their program lists. That's what it's for. Ideally for commercials to program you while you're doing your daily shit. It's in the background. You drive up, it's in the background. You at the office. I used to keep the radio in the office while I did work. When I did IT, IT work in the offices. Did it while I was in the record labels. Record music was always playing radio in the background. Not to mention them shows that talk to you. They're playing in the background while you're doing your shit, Breakfast Club, and on the other side, Howard Stern and all the rest of these motherfuckers. All of them are doing.
Someone is at the ring.
Howard Stern and all the rest of the motherfuckers. All of that is for the purpose of radio mind control. So what's in the program list, music-wise, and what is chosen for you is what you like. I know you thought you picked it, but you only like or don't like, for that matter. I'm in love with the Coco because someone else chose to put it on the radio so you can hear it to make that decision. You didn't make that decision. You didn't say, these are the greatest songs and I want to hear them on my radio station, Mr. Radio Station. You're supposed to be serving me. They're not going by that. They're going by what they choose to control you with. You got to understand there's methods of controlling it. And that method of control is done by design. All right, let's keep going. So I've seen and learned. Who am I actually talking to? The Instacart lady? Like, I've seen so many stuck on rap. When I was getting off the drug, you could see it. And then when you try to talk to somebody on the drugs of rap, whoa. I had my drum machine. I never let it go when I was in New York. When I was making the decision to come to New York and filling up that pod to travel across with my shite, I looked at the drum machine and all the work I've done for however long I had it at that point, 20 years at that point. And I threw 20 years of work away, and the drum machine itself, which today is still valued at 4Gs, and because it's not made anymore, it's literally priceless. Of course, that's the SP1200 in rap. You can study what that means and what it is and what it means to rap music. Threw it away. And it took a while to get the music out of my head, because anybody who's a producer is nonstop music in your head so you have to start shutting it down. That took a while. And while it was shutting down, that's when I was still making comments on the terribleness of rap. And as I shut it down more, the comments went away because I didn't care. Again, I told you that's because I still had hope. And that hope was built over years and years and years. You need to build that hope. So when I would talk to others and old friends, I was like, damn, I would start to see little things where it sounds like these niggas are addicted. They're still with this hope of rapping, avenging it, and somehow coming back and coming up with that one song. No matter how many times I would speak, well, I worked at record labels. They don't give a fuck about the one song. They're trying to make the song that they could sell, and that's usually a sellout bullshit song that you ain't trying to make. Nah, I just need to make this, and once I do that, you hear that bass line. I'm like, yo, that's for us. That's why I could do it as a hobby. When I got back into it, it became a hobby, and my mind is at peace. My mind is at peace. I love going downstairs, love making music. You'll hear them once in a while on here, but that's pretty much the thrust of where I'm trying to go with it. I feel good. I feel at peace. It feels like building model cars to me. But I was tormented by it because I was so busy trying to make a point in a rap game that was under control that I needed to believe was a spontaneous thing, and the best man won. And when I talk to these guys, they still talk like the best man won. I said, I can end that, not off of my consciousness. I can end that because I worked at record labels, and the best man hasn't won. This doesn't work like that. The best man who makes the best record wins. It doesn't work like that. It did at first because they didn't know how to regulate it. So with that taste in their mouth, that's when Rakim's and all the rest of these guys in New York made their name, because that's what it was about. They were just mimicking what was on the street until they able to get it into the business model of music. Rap music has been in the business model for over close to 40 years now. You're not coming in with a good rap song or a better rap song and making it. If you've been blackballed, then it's over. Nothing you can do, because business won't support it. Only one thing you can do is get people behind you. If people aren't behind you, then business won't move, because business dictates. They want to dictate what people do. And if you have people behind you and people talking, then you can dictate business. MF Doom did that. But if you're blackballed, it's good night, Irene, business-wise. Okay, so now where we at? Nightmare. So again, I got off the drug, and when I was able to see that, I started to see, and this is a big point of what I'm showing, where we fit square pegs in round holes. That's called cognitive dissonance, where we split clear square pegs in round holes to try to make it fit to an emotional narrative that we have internally about rap and our love for it. We have this internal narrative about it's our shit and we doing our thing, and it's talent, full of talent, and our point will be made, but no one's listening. Not on the level where you're going to change or save the world. You might be able to make some pennies out of it, good enough, but you probably would make more if you put yourself in a clear state of mind. If you're still on the drugs, you're not going to get much out the game. If you understand the game, like I'm teaching you now, how you're able to step out, then you'll be able to master what they're doing better. If you first got to see what's being done. You're trying to do your thing. I'm doing my thing, but your thing don't mean shit. That's your ego. There's a systematic thing that you need to understand in all business. Come on, you foolish mule. You want to play with me? Let's play. No, say I'm bullshitting. I know your hope says I'm bullshitting, but niggas who ain't fucking with rap is laughing their ass off, yeah, nigga, because they ain't high like you. See, you have dignity and walk with dignity, but behind the scenes, I laugh at them niggas when they talk like how we used to laugh at crackheads. Look at this nigga doing that dance. That's that crack dance. I see that bullshit crack dance. I remember somebody said, you know what I said? No, it's a hobby. I'm not really into it like that, but I'm having fun. Oh, we gonna get panic into it. Nigga, are you crazy? Nigga, I've been out of it before you got into it. You didn't get me back into it. I'll show you how to really get into it. I know you think you nice as you think you nice. It ain't really that. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's really paying attention. You're paying attention. You know what I'm saying? But it's fine. Your attention is good enough. But give it some real attention. Don't give it up. You understand what I'm saying? Don't give it the mind control. Understand the mind control of it. Understand that it is mind control, then supersede it by stepping out of it and mastering their hustle. Outdo their hustle. Because the way they do their hustle, they have to stay on top of it. Otherwise, our creativity might actually make a point like Baby Got Back. Whereas something so simple and so breakthrough, nobody was doing records like that, so it wasn't the norm. It was a standalone record, never been duplicated, never been tried, that type of record again. Baby Got Back, talking about the black woman's ass, never done again in that context. Of course, Brenda got a big old butt, but we talking about a true celebration of the black woman's form with respect. Not really, yeah, I'm trying to hit that, which ain't nothing wrong with that. That's a rap song. We grown up here. So I'm not saying nothing's wrong with that in a moralistic standpoint. I don't give a fuck. We're not talking about morals, but I'm talking about that celebration ain't never been done. And that fucked them up. And you can't, at this point, I don't think you can make rap records like that, because I told you earlier, the way rap was, they threw everything to the wall and see what stuck. That's just something they threw to the wall and stuck, and it fucked them up. But in the age of Nicki Minaj, I don't think that's in the case. She'll make the song over, and it's really about her fat ass fucking her. But I'm still not mad at that, because she exists, even with her fake ass, in part because of him. We would have went that way anyway, but let's give credit where credit's due. Sir Mix-a-Lot, never any other record, made this record and started the ball rolling in that area either quicker. It would have went there, because you can't deny the black woman's ass for nothing. For nothing. So it would have went there anyway, but the mere fact that Nicki Minaj can make a song celebrating her ass doing that anaconda shit or whatever it was, whatever the fuck she was talking about, is because of that. That's what's the most dangerous about rap, and what's the most threatening. But you don't have many of those threats, which means they pretty much got it under control. You don't, like I said, just because your ego feels that you have control because you're creating what you want when you're making a drum machine, once you put it out to the world, it's no longer your creation. And come on, man, this is basic shit I'm telling you. You know, see, rap niggas and everybody I'm talking to and about, and the many others that I've dealt with in rap, and the many I dealt with, all of them hear this shit. So now we're going to talk about, real quick, I want to express like the dark side. I want to make this point. So all you dark side niggas, and I know how to make sigils and I do magic. First of all, magic is nothing more but a name for science that you don't understand. What I've been telling you all through this lecture, what I've been telling you is the science of or certain aspect of how your subconscious and conscious work, how your psyche works, how your emotional system works, how cognitive dissonance works. And what we're trying to do is probe whether I'm doing a good or great job or a terrible job. You could define it, but what I'm at least trying to do is look behind the veil, and that's the dark side. So looking behind the veil is the true dark side. Just talking about dark magic and sigils. Magic, again, is just science that you don't know about. So each thing you don't know about, you call it magic, because magic represents the irrational. Because if you program your subconscious mind for whatever goodie to attract it or to repel it, when it happens, it may not be a cohesive, reasonable way that you can say, I don't know how that disappeared, or I don't know how that got here. Not that dramatic like in a movie, but to make the point, I'm not so sure. You can't put the A, B, and C together. You know there's an A, you know there's a B, and you know there's a C, but you don't know how it necessarily got to D. You can't do the math, but D is there. So we say that's magic. But it's really your subconscious mind can only attract and repel. So because your subconscious mind doesn't use reason or logic, but makes it happen without you being aware of it. So if you program your subconscious mind or whatever, it creates the reality without you being aware of it. That's his job. Your conscious mind is supposed to deduct what the conscious mind has given you after you accepted that as reality and moved in reality. Then your conscious mind justifies it. So cognitive dissonance and all the things we've been talking about are later after your subconscious mind has accepted a reality. And so when this comes because your subconscious mind attracted it and you don't know how it necessarily got there, I magically got that book. I was looking for it now. I imagine. No, you wanted the book in your subconscious mind. The ABC, talk to him. So now when somebody says, I got this, I got 3 of these, I give you one. Oh, that's crazy. I was looking for this. What happened? The science is your subconscious mind was looking for it and attracted what you wanted. That's magic. You magnetized it, got it, and now it's yours. That's the science. But now if you don't know that, then, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I wanted this book and boom, like magic, it showed up. So magic is just, you don't know the science of how you program your subconscious mind through the magnetism to get there. So the techniques I teach in class was to show you how to do this process to start magnetizing. What? That's the science, bro. That's the science. So if you're not doing this, then they tell you all about rap and you fall in love with it. They're creating what you're magnetizing. But what you're magnetizing is an industry. What you're magnetizing is an industry that's already under control. So it's not like you're magnetizing your own. You think you're magnetizing your own rap group. Yeah, baby, we a Tribe Called Quest, and we're gonna turn this fucker out. That's your identity. And you're thinking you're getting into something that you're gonna change the game, but you're actually getting into the game. And the game is laid out already. So if they create this lust in you, you're going to magnetize the game, and then you're under mind control because everybody's magnetizing the same created thing. And if they're magnetizing the same created thing, I want to be a rapper, I'm in a rap game, I'm fuck with Future, I do this, I'm the same nigga, and they talking the same thing. Let's step outside of that. You got thousands and thousands of black men saying one thing. If that's not mind control, what is? Because if thousands and thousands of black men were on cocaine, what the fuck would you say then? They're killing us. They have us under control. We're under mind control. We're addicted. This is warfare. The government is involved. If every black man who liked rap and told you they want to be a rapper said they were on cocaine or drugs, I'm up to number 6, 7 now, and that's being loosely based. We would say all these things because we have said all these things when we went during the crack epidemic. It's the government. They're fooling us. They did it to do this. COINTELPRO. CIA flooded this. We're under mind control, government, all that shit. We won't say it for rap. I could stand on that easy now with drill music, but we should have said that shit 20 years ago. Started the dialogue. But what did we do? Empowered them with the story they told us. They the Illuminati. So there's a corrupt nature that's really raping us, and slavery is happening. But they told you they was in the Illuminati, and now you talk about that all day. They even gave you the corruption subject to talk about. You got nowhere. You found no Illuminati men. You don't know what the Illuminati really means even more now that you said it. You looked at Beyonce's Baphomet ring and doesn't know what the symbol means anymore, but you talked about it all day. You played Beyonce's records backwards and shit. You played all her fucking records backwards. You try to find some stupid shit because they told you what you should be looking for that's haunting. They was playing rock and roll records backwards first because they wanted to save it, and they said they heard the devil. So now they play Beyonce's records backwards and say she heard the devil. I like Satan. I like Satan. Yeah, she's saying she likes Satan. You hear what you want to hear. You hear what you want to hear because this shit is about perception. And if you could step out and understand that's how the mind works, you can start evaluating how they got you by studying all of us, studying yourself, seeing what you were into, starting with yourself. What were you into that everybody else was into? Because it's all forms of mind control. They give us shit to do. They give us hope and they give us failure. So what you fight for hope is their creation, and what you react to from fear is their creation. You got to understand, they give you the problem. You say it all the time in consciousness, but you don't really analyze what it means or apply what it means to how they actually use it. They create the problem, and then they give you a solution, those old fuckers. That's Illuminati tactics. All right. If they create the problem and give you the solution, then that means they create fear and they create hope as well. And don't you think you have too much hope in rap? Don't you think it's not your creation because you have so much hope and they don't look at that thing lightly? You talking about they got a whole bunch of rap music that they can't control, where you could potentially say a baby got back and niggas could be in flying saucers tomorrow? Get the fuck out of here. What if somebody's passionate about rap as I'm passionate about speaking to you, what I see to be kind of study guy, what I am. The occult understanding is how you're going to be the quickest to find who you are. You could do whatever method you want, but understand the occult principle and walk that way. You don't have to do what I do, believe what I believe. That's stupid. People are arguing with my belief system, which I really have none. But they need to make it a belief system because they have a belief system. So they think Baphomet and shit like that is a belief system. I ended that. Baphomet is no more a belief system than you believe in the McDonald's sign, you stupid fool. The McDonald's sign is a symbol that represents hamburgers. And Baphomet is a symbol that represents what I've already laid out deeply in the lecture called Baphomet for Dummies and over the years. So it's not a belief system, but because they believe in something, they try to pin me down because that's their mind. They are still using the mind that was given to them to rationalize. And though they are rationalizing with the mind that was given to them, what I'm telling you as a occult person, you understand that the mind that was given to you was given to you. So what do you do in your own mind? How do you deal within your own mind? When this information comes in, the debate of Set and Horus happens here, not with you, stupid, foolish mule. You still want to be hip hop. You don't even realize that shit ain't going nowhere anymore. It never really did. So I don't see you in the league because you can't even internalize the debate that you need to be having to push yourself further. Because ultimately that's what it is. Not the book you read. I could wipe my ass with them. I have shelves and shelves of books that you will never know, that you don't even have time to read, stupid. You better stick to how to make sigils. You understand what I'm saying? And hope it goes far for you. You don't know how to read it because you're not that interested in it. And overall, I've always have, as an avid reader, long term, before I was speaking, I was already blew my eyes out. 20/20 vision. So I blew my eyes out with these glasses. Look at my earlier takes. No fucking glasses. I never even thought of that shit. Blew them out from reading. These glasses are actually good for computer. My reading glasses are actually even thicker than this now. I use this for computers and making music. If I was to read a book, you know what I'm saying? I need thicker glasses. Fuck my eyes up. So you're not gonna get there. You know what I'm saying? And then what I realized, it's not. I didn't really have to realize, but after doing it, what the books do is they're not the be all and end all. It's just another author's interpretation. So the first thing you have to do is identify source material and the author's interpretation of source material. For instance, this book has a source understanding, source material, which is mythology of Pan. But the author's writing is his interpretation of the mythology of Pan. So it's not law. He's just you who's conscious, or me who wrote a book about Pan. So just the same way niggas disagree with me online, the book can be disagreed with too. Anything can be disagreed with. So you never take a lot of these books for law. Some shits are just flat facts. So you got to be able to identify flat facts, and you got to be able to identify and understand source information. You better read mythology. I go out here and put a book this stacks on the floor this high on just mythology, because mythology is source material. Get it? Stupidity. And these books aren't going to save you by themselves. These are information and author's interpretation. You need to study the author too. Bobby Hemmett was big on explaining what the author did, where the author came from, and the author's history when he recommended certain books. You know, he did that, he had a black such and such. He's the one who said it's all black people. He's the one who worked with him, who did this and that, the other thing. So he would explain the author because you want to understand the material and where it's coming from. And then once you're satisfied with that, you're supposed to take his material and not stay there, but expand up here on it. Somebody told me, yeah, I know, because I read that book. I'm like, first of all, the book is weak. But first of all, I can recite the book. And second of all, that doesn't mean you know shit. You just know what the book said, stupid ass. If you want to learn something, learn from someone who's been through this shit. You're quoting a book that I recommended 20 years ago. That's not deep, but it's deep enough for these microwave teachers. These microwave teachers. If you're going to sit in front of me, at least be willing to say, I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to be the student as well. That to me was always I mean, you ain't got to do it for me. I'm just, well, be more clear. I think that just has honor and dignity, and you go further with that mentality than saying you know what you know. It has an end. If you really, and it's not really about a moral thing or a thing that hurts my spirit inside. I'm telling you, you sound stupid, and eventually people get tired of you. You go away to the invisible. How? For 20 years, because it ain't about me, it's about the information. So if you stay true to the information and people get internal results because you're coming from your heart, and you can only come from your heart if you dedicate yourself to the work. But if you dedicate yourself to making a better YouTube video, somebody with a better YouTube video and bigger titties, more animation, a nigga with more animation is going to come on and just say the same things you are saying, but they look better, look newer, or they just tired of you because you're not really saying nothing. You're just cheerleading what they already know. So you're not really intriguing to them. You're just entertaining to them. Those who are intrigued can't turn away. The ones who are intrigued, that's why I do long videos. I stay for the 5 hours. That's where we start talking. I go in and out. That tells me another thing. Doesn't mean they're bad or anything. It just tells me how they process. Then there's some people who listen to video clips that people put up. I'm not mad at that neither. You know, that's where you start. People can't dedicate that time to it. But it says something to me. Because it says something to me for this reason. For the reason of what Bobby Hemmett said early on. He said, this is how you judge people, Panic. Not by what they know, how much they want to know. Not how much they know, how much they want to know. So that's their piety. Now, I have people who didn't really know much, but want to ask me question after question after question. Then there are people who don't really know much, but want to tell me what the fuck they know. That's not even working for my human intelligence. I will beat the shit out your ass with human intelligence. But at the end of the day, this is about, what did you study? You're studying books that I gave out. Some of them I brought to the world. You're studying standard books that you begin with, like Dr. Seuss. You're quoting Dr. Seuss books to me. You're telling me how good you are at making fucking green eggs and ham. Yeah, nigga. Why? Because I read the book. Sam, I am Sam. I do not like green eggs and ham. I'm like, oh, bitch, you got it. That's not how that works. And if you're not even intelligent enough to know not to run that on me, you're not intelligent enough for my attention. And I would think someone who's truly trying to seek should be able, and that's who I'm really talking to. I'm not talking to other YouTube lecturers. Carry on. Do what you've been doing. Let's see how it works out. Keep going. But what who I'm really talking to are that young person who wants to know information. If I'm not the person that you connect to, or it doesn't work for you, the integrity is what you must look for. Someone who is trying to be true to the work and try to give you the information for you to further yourself with it, not to be finite and defined. Because we do that. No. You want the person that says, here's some information, now you figure it, because you want it to be an internal process. The internal process is the aspect of where wisdom is starting to bloom. The book, and the reading it, and the time it took to read it, or even watch the lecture, even for 20 minutes, even to watch it, is the information aspect. And that's where I find most people stay. They get the information and think they got it. They repeat it. As a young student, that's not it. Once you get the information, you have to start sticking it against what you think you know, or what you think you know. He said ABC, and I really been thinking CFG. What's more real? ABC. Kids do that. I would do that. I would do this. I would do that. CBD, I'm doing this, that, the other, and just do that anyway. But they don't do that on that. This is all the things you're going on in your head. Then you say, you know something? I can see where both of them fit, and I know how to work it for my benefit, ABC and CDE. Or I'm going to stick with CDE. I'm not really feeling this shit, like, because that means this means that. Then Ghost would mean that. He never really dealt with that area. I'm heavy in that area. Blah, blah, blah. You debate like that. Or you say, this new shit, actually, I see where it encompasses more than what I've been doing. It expands. It leads me into other areas of thought and study. So now that he's talked about Pan, I got to read about Dionysus, because it's actually an extension of it. Your mind, if you're trying to expand, this is what you're doing. So once you feel you got it, yes, and you're doing things, and now this new movement, this new CBD is working for you, that wisdom now becomes understanding. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding. The process is a trinity. I've said all this shit before. Y'all niggas are so slow. I got to keep saying this shit. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding. We're getting stopped and stuck at knowledge. We have to get past it. So let's talk about some of this real quick. Then we're going to move towards the end of this cognitive dissonance. So yeah, Psyche's return to Greece, the dream, Pan, God of nature, imagined reality, instinct, panic. There's a whole chapter called Panic, Pan and masturbation, Pan's nifs, because Pan represents sexual aspects. So your sexual lust, and I've talked about that, rape phase. You see a guy sitting there, then a fat ass walk in the room. You ever see this face? Strippers look for that face. That's how they get singles. So if they doing their little strip flow, doom, 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 and then they catch a nigga mesmerized. Actually, he's actually hypnotized. And see, remember, they're on the pole, getting their flow on. They're moving snake-like, and a nigga is concentrating on their ass. The shit is literally hypnotizing. And so a experienced stripper should be looking in their eyes, see who's mesmerized, see who's following them, see if they're looking. So they go to the other side of the stage, boom, he's on that ass. Another side of the stage, 3 bitches is up there, he's on that ass, she got him. She moves close, she gets some singles. She just got to keep him mesmerized. Rape face. What is that face? What is that women are exploiting when a nigga gets hard? That's in here about the psyche of Pan, because in mythology, we know that is Pan. We just think Pan is having sex, but what they're trying to tell you about Pan, he is sex in you. Everyone is Pan, you stupid fools. Panic is just a name in a social way and a connection to Pan that's a little bit something else, but that's me personally. But everyone is that God. I'm no more special than that. I'm just pointing out this energy in this lifetime. But ultimately, we're all Pan. That's how, in this particular case, is our sexual aspect. So he breaks down the psychological aspect of that thing and what they were saying through the god Pan in mythology. But you won't know that if you look at it on the surface. You deal with the information. You understand this kind of thing. That's when you could apply it to yourself, your life, and how you deal with sex, deal with women, deal with masturbation, deal with Pan's nifs, the spontaneity, synchronicity, healing our madness. And part 2 is actually by William Hendrick Roche. As two authors. Did they write it on the book? No, the second author they didn't put on. Maybe the first one, James Hillman. And that's all you need to leave. Second part is on the psychological importance of the text, and it's authored by James Hillman. The Nation Origin of the Nightmare, the Modern Medical Aspect. The nation origin of the nightmare, according to the ancient physicians, the old designations of the nightmare. The most important, the Greek and Roman nightmare demons, biological, and no. So they talk about the psyche. The nightmare represents the dark side. Blah, 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 blah. They go into it. Now, when I tried to read this, because Bobby Hemmett gave this to me, it's another book he sent me 20 years ago. Well, 15. And didn't understand it. It was like, and I'm going to be honest. And actually, I got up to, as you can see, page 33. So I cracked it. And it was real hard the way they were speaking, but I wasn't ready for that level of psychic evaluation. So when I heard it, you don't understand it because you don't have the reference. You close your mind to the reference. You understand? So now that I have more of the reference, I guarantee, just like Judy K. King's book, you understand it more. That's another thing. I read the book, I understand it. You can go back. If I read those old books, the motherfuckers would be dynamite. There's a book. I should have brung it in here. I'm gonna pause this and get it. All right, back. And I can't believe they're still making Tupac shows. Dear Mama. More, I'm saying shit like that is questionable. You know what I'm saying? That's them making a Jesus. That's why they won't let it rest. You ever notice there's always who killed Tupac? He'll kill Biggie like he's Paul the fucking apostle. This is so biblical that it's fucking sickening and no one can see it. Yeah, that's Pac. That's Pac. That's like saying, yeah, nigga, that's Christ, nigga. Everyone swears they know him like Christ. He was just a regular dude doing dumb shit. If he wasn't an agent, he was just a dumb regular dude shooting shit up, wearing guns in his pants. Like, y'all believe that he went to Atlanta, shot an off-duty cop, and walked out of court? Y'all believe that? Y'all like, see, that's cognitive dissonance to me. That don't really just happen. He was just driving down the street, two off-duty cops, white, fucking with a nigga. But he's so virtuous. He jumped out his limo, and that's perhaps what happened. Okay, and pop. But now you find out they cops in the South. He walking out of court like George Jefferson. His mama in the 60s, kill a cop, pregnant in jail, represents herself and gets acquitted after killing a white cop. They still trying to free Momia. But this bitch walks out. Well, we're moving on up. Like Wheezy. Y'all believe these stories? They're at the very least, things that make you say, stories. At the very least. Suge Knight, who's definitely an agent, goes and rescues Tupac from jail. It's all a he gets shot up and walks away. And like, shot up 9 times, walks out of the hospital. Y'all think he was shot up 8 or 7 times? All of these magical numbers. He was shot 7 times. 7-day theory comes out and he shot 7 times. You think all of that shit just happened? Highly unlikely. It could have. But doesn't it make you just go, It makes me do that, at least. This is the book I was talking about, Sexual Alchemy by Donald Tyson. Magical Intercourse with Spirits. This was supposed to be the deep shit. Out of print, been out of print forever. Lloyd was his last name. Kamani, the guy who used to do tapes with me, Elijah, his brother, before I even knew Elijah, sent this to me. I was like, yeah, man, I want to get this. Blah, blah, blah. He said, no, I got it. And sent it to me. The book's still out of print. And it's still like, I looked about 500, some places 300 for this book. Now, I've been had it because my brother, I want to thank him out, Darren Lloyd. Peace to Darren Lloyd if you're out there. Still, I know you're still not listening. Most people graduate from, I get errors. All the people listening to one error, they graduate, they get what they want, and then they go and deal with their life. And then I get a whole new bunch of people that's why you hear me complain about the same thing, because I actually speak to a level of consciousness, and most people who graduate, they either get it or they don't get it. So in this book, what I found out was it's fucking lame. I picked it up, I brought it with me to read. I'm like, yo, this shit is this is out of print. Like when I go back after a book I had maybe 15 years as well, and before this was deep or it was something, I was already having sex with spirits, so I never really cracked it or read it. I was like, I'm doing it, but I'm going to see if I'm missing anything or the theories that I came up with in my head. I'm reading all the shit that I came up with in my head. I'm like, he's saying it in such a baby way. And I'm like, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Get to something meaty. Then I'm like realizing there is nothing meaty. This is it. And I've been doing it. And I've been doing it. And it's over. You and some of y'all have to, whatever. I'm not saying I'm so cool. I'm saying everyone could do it. Let me I always have to point that out. I'm not saying it in my ego sense. I'm saying it is just because it's a fact. And so when I look at these out of print books or these deep or these books that was considered deep, you do elevate past them. And that's what I was trying to point out. You do elevate past them. The books are not the be all and end all, and they're not your savior. They're just the artist's interpretation of a thing that's supposed to be happening in you. All books are trying to talk about your divine mind. Every book that you can possibly come up with is trying to talk to you either bad or good about the black man and the black woman's mind, something that you have. So all of it is to trigger things in your mind. It's stimulation, not the end. A book is not the end and cannot save you. It's there to stimulate you and stimulate thought. My book, let's take it. One of them. Here to stimulate thought. The Origins of Occult Civilization, Volume 1, Hollywood. Brother Panic. Look at the way I write. It's not to tell you this is the absolute fact that you cannot live without. I'm trying to do the best I can to say this is the absolute fact. That's usually part one of the absolute facts. It's about the Willie Lynch letter, what it is. I break down definition. This is the Webster's definition, the etymology of the word, and blah, blah, blah. So we're dealing with the facts of it, and then dealing with examples. And then as it moves on, it moves into nothing more, everything about every Black male actor in Hollywood. Give me 1 second. Oh, wrong button. Get my shit together. So every Black actor in Hollywood, the movies they've done, and stuck it against the facts of Willie Lynch that we already laid out. So the movies they've done against, so the first is about facts. The second part is pretty much about facts, and then after we understand the facts and the approach in the thinking approach, then in the third part, I put some of my interpretation based upon using the system of facts that we already laid out, that they do in movies and television. So when I started talking about The Wire, when I started talking about Sana Lathan's movie, how deep the mind control went into something new, and when I talked about the unofficial trinities that they do to psychologically connect them together to make a point. One year they used Sam Jackson in the unofficial trilogy, Freedom Town, Black Snake Moan, and Snakes on the Plane. That showed how all movies were connected in my book, based upon the model we had. So that's how it's supposed to work. You're supposed to lay down some of facts or close to the undeniable facts that most can agree with, then move from there. And even then, you don't sit there because it's the author's interpretation, and you might find a greater interpretation. But at the very least, as a student, you leave yourself open for a greater interpretation, and that's more important. So you might find the greatest interpretation in Panic's book until 10 years later, when this book is not that deep no more. 15 years later, when this was still out of print and still scary to nigga, magical intercourse with spirits, nigga, that shit is all day, every day. And I was doing that shit back in New York. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, things like panic and what that means. Panic has a meaning. So it comes from pan. It's the scream of pan. So why is my voice like it is? Because it is panic. You understand what I'm saying? I understand who and what I am. So the panic is the voice of Pan. That's the official name for what panic is. That's why it's a lot of yelling with Pan all the time. The great God is dead and Pan lives, like in the movie with Sandy Duncan. All right, shit with me is a lot of yelling. All right, so now that we laid out thoroughly, first thing I'm going to do, or second thing, first thing, or what I'm going to do right now, go back, way back. I'm going to remind you guys that on May 27th, 2023, coming up this month, that's on a Saturday, I'll be in North Carolina at Charlotte Center City Hyatt House. We've gone there before. 435 East Trade Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202. And we'll be talking about adopting a spiritual mentality. It'll be Brother Panic and, of course, Sister Khadijah. For more info, email info@Samdi Readings, SAMEDI READINGS.com. Everything we offer is on the flyer. So there's no webinar this time. So you don't have to email about webinar. Just email about details that she can help you with. If it's details that you need for staying or anything like that, the Hyatt House, then of course call the Hyatt House directly. Anything pertaining to the lecture, pretty much just show up. We are not doing advanced tickets at all. That's not what we do for lectures. You show up, get a seat, or we pack it in. We all just sit on each other's lap, but we get it in. It's always exciting. I chose to go back to Charlotte Center City because I love the people. It was one of the best peaceful lectures. So getting back in the game, that's what it seems like. I want to go. So we're gonna start the party again with adopting a spiritual mentality in the age of Beetlejuice. Saturday, May 27, 2003. And of course, check out our website, Occult Lectures, OCCULTLECTURES.com. That's my website. Occult Lectures, same like this channel. with an S. Go in there, get some herb packs, go and get you your books. And I still have a couple of oils. I'm probably going to put up more of the older stuff that I used to sell soon, because we are absolutely catching up by slowing down some of the titles that we sold the products, because that's what was actually killing us, making the products. So now that we make less products, we're catching up. So even those who were stuck for a very long time, don't worry, we're going to send it your way no matter what happens. And so going to occult lectures, go and get you a herb pack. Those who don't know what a herb pack is, it's a herb that I created for myself, really, doing some spiritual work, and I channeled this herb. And I got the herb and smoked it, and I knew niggas wasn't smoking no herbs, or at least I thought. And, you know, for my meditation, it did what it was supposed to do, help me relax, help me do this. And I did it, and that was that. Then I had a channel, spirit told me to sell it to people. I thought it would be an absolute flop. Niggas wouldn't do it. Started selling to it, and it became a phenomenon. What it turned out is that it had so many multi results that became something within itself. Now, on my website, I have testimonials. I, of course, haven't updated for the longest, but you could still hear the diversity and the testimonials about the herb pack and how it's worked. So you can see for yourself what it is if you don't know about it. You need to get you one of them. That is excellent for your meditations. That never changes. We sell herb packs like a motherfucker. This shit is a herb pack fucking factory. So if you don't have an herb pack, that's what you need to get, very cheap. We have also oils. Everything is self-explanatory. And of course, my books are there. So, and you can also link to Khadijah's site, psalmdreadings.com, just like that email, info@psalmdreadings. A website, Psalmd Readings. You get to see the classes she offers and the workshops and whatnot she offers. Now, soon we're talking about putting together another party, another theme party. So y'all get ready for that. For if you don't know about our last theme party, go to my Instagram. There's a few lives and a few pictures up to show you, or on my Facebook. You can just Google Brother Panic and you'll find that shit. And you'll see in the lives how that shit went down. Woo-wee, nigga. Khadijah's people came out, thonged out, little cheeks out. Panic's girls came out with cheeks out. Panic, I love you. I love you too. Like I said, the Khadijah allows me to look, but I better not get motherfucking too excited. And so it was party night, and all the girls was out looking pretty, and that is captured. Y'all need to be up for this one. This is big. I didn't realize how big it was. This is Khadijah's parties. So they're putting it together. Her and Drunk Sis are putting it together. And now it's going to be a little bit bigger. There are more people inquiring. They're getting bigger places, and this is going to be big. Ritual like a motherfucker. We did ritual. We all met. We all chatted. We all lounged. It was a bunch of exciting people. It was absolutely like a player's ball. We need more of that shit done right. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of hack jobs now, but we need theme parties done right. Niggas playing dress up like Egyptians. There was barely any of that there. There's a lot of Baron Samdis, a lot of Bridgets, a lot of Isis, a lot of Hathars, a lot of my man Wild Style. Shout out to my brother Wild Style. He told me about a book I'm gonna go through, and Wild Style out from Crucial Conflict out of Chicago. That's my brother. I love that brother to death. His heart is pristine. And my brother, he came to the party. That nigga was dressed like Patah with the light. You're gonna see him on the live. Showed up. You know what I'm saying? He showed up with Liz, his lady. She showed up. I think she was Hathor, or some beautiful, adorable goddess. And Liz's sister came with her daughter. And they came last minute with Wild Style. But the beauty of it, they were dressed to the motherfucking T. I assume when they were coming, they were just going to put something together just so they can get in the joint. But it turned out that more than put something together, they came strapped. They were absolute. Khadijah was adored the way they handled themselves, the way they came in as ladies. It was wonderful and magical. So shout out to my man Wild Style. Shout out to Wild Style. He showing me some tips on how to mix. So I appreciate that. Where we at with it? Okay. All right. So info at somdreadings.com, adopting a spiritual mentality. Our first lecture coming back after all of this shit. So we about to put it on your asses. It's going to be packed. It's overwhelming how many people are already inquiring about this lecture, and I haven't even did what I'm doing now. It's going to be ridiculous. So y'all need to show up early. Let's get it, and we're gonna smash it in North Carolina on May 27, 2003, 2 to 10. It's all night. $40 for a seat, very cheap. Of course, I'll have product. Khadijah will have product. We have product that we don't sell on the website, Cherry Bomb, and people who come to live lectures and they know the treats that we keep. We built up a bunch, a bunch of hidden shit we sell. So we'll bring all of that. We'll bring all the goods, all the herb packs. I'm going to bring books. Khadijah is going to have product she's developing for live lectures. So it'll be a smash. It'll be a grand night. Bring your little loose change so you can buy what you need to buy, so on and such. But join us at the Hyatt House, Charlotte City Center, guys, 435 East Trade Street. Let's get it. Now, I've been talking about it a little bit on, y'all haven't seen me for a while, because my man, Walik, who just bought a house built from scratch. Walik is my nigga. I met him while I used to do lecture tours. And then Walik just had a little bit of change. So Walik would just come state to state and hang out. And me and him got cool. And for the last few events, well, which meaning the party, and I wish he would have came to that. He would have loved that shit. And the book signing, he told me he couldn't come because he just bought a new house. So congratulations. He took me on a tour walking through his house, built from scratch. And I don't necessarily tell his state, but beautiful black people around in his area, and they're building up his area. So congratulations to my man Walik. Shouting him out. All right. Let's start here. And I want to make a point of cognitive dissonance. Now, I did all that ranting and all of that, nigga, you know the story. I tell it in that context so we understand it from a nigga context. We from an intellectual context, a lot of us can't understand it. And I'm sorry I have to talk so niggery. I hope it's still entertaining to those who actually do study. If not, I'll try to make this your part. Let's start here. Let's start with this book. A basic book by Dale Carnegie, How to Win Friends and Influence People. The only book you ever need to lead to success. So let's read who Dale Carnegie is, and you must have this book. Also get Hidden Power by James Van Fleet. I told you about it. Those are basic books. So let me see what they say about the author, if we got it. Originally published during the depths of the Great Depression, and equally valuable during the booming economy or hard times. Dale Carnegie, rock-solid, time-tested advice has carried countless people up the ladder of success in their business and personal lives. The most groundbreaking guidebook of all time introduces simple and life-changing concepts such as how to criticize other people and not be hated for it, an easy way to become a good conversationalist, what to do when nothing else works, making people glad to do what you want, and much, much more. Then it has more books by him. Go after the job you want and get it. Take the job you have and improve it. Make your situation and make it work for you. How to win friends and influence people. Let me see if they have any more on the author. This book is one of those iconic, they may even have its credit on it, bestseller. 80 years in print. 80 years in print. And they're still printing this shit like it came out yesterday. This information is a generalized information for generalized people, talking about the same things I was talking about. So it's a breakthrough book. And because they touch on the things that I'm talking about, if you just touch on the things, you become more powerful than everybody else. That's what they're saying. Are you fucking guys listening to me? The things I've been telling you, this is just the baby version of it. And if you do the baby version, 80 fucking years in print, if you do the baby version, you can control, influence other people without them even knowing or caring. How to criticize and they like your criticism instead of arguing with it. All of these techniques are in this book. Let's talk. Let's see. Most of y'all should have gotten this by now. It's such a standard. Let's go through some of the shite. Damn. All right. All right. How to win friends and influence people. All right. Fundamental techniques in handling people. That's part one. We've lost the technique in dealing with people. We are so centered in our own argument, we forget that they have their argument and perspective too. So as we're going along, the people you like are the ones that have the same argument with you, whether you conscious of it or not. The people who you don't like are usually arguing with you because what you are is not in harmony with what they are, perspectives. And that's where you get resistance. You think you're resisting on some intellectual level. You think you're resisting ideologies, but what you're really resisting is your perception is being challenged. Your perception is being questioned, not by them outright, but by their own perception. So if my perception is rap is this, and then little Uzi walks in the room, I don't like him and he don't like me just because my perception of the greatest rapper was Rakim, and I don't believe that, but let's, that's a New York a stereotype. So I'm that guy and he's like, fuck that, we about this money and what we doing now and shit is different, or whatever the fuck his theory is. We don't even have to go as far as to have those arguments. We probably would see the friction just because of our mentality. So what's already in my mentality? I don't respect him. It's already in his mentality. This old dude gonna try to tell me what I should be doing. Perspectives come into conflict. So if you're aware of and able to study that man's perspective, how do you handle him? How do I handle little Uzi? Instead of walking into the room with a Rakim face, I walk in the room pretending to be a little bit more excited. Damn, where you from, bro? What you do a lot. You always like that person. The guy when you were young who didn't know you. Remember? Hey man, y'all guys got a lot of girls and a lot of attention, man. What y'all guys do? Oh man, my name is Little Uzi, man. You know what I'm saying? We do this, we do rap. Rap music? Oh man, you must be big. Yeah, see now I'm the old guy who acts like I don't know, but I'm acting interested. So now what I just did was get him out of this is a Rakim nigga because I got on Timberlands and showed him he now not necessarily controls me, but has no problem with me because I have no problem with him and he feels safer around me. So now if I do have an agenda, wow, man, yeah, that's crazy, man. Because my little nephew says he does that and he's got this. But I ain't never seen that. Like, y'all talk about that, whatever. I don't know if that will work, but you get what I'm saying. You're in a position to do it. So they start off with fundamental techniques on how to handle people because that perspective thing is what conflicts, and we don't even understand that, and we don't even understand our perspective is made by the limited information we have. Again, I told you all of this. If you don't know what's on the second floor, you're basing your perception on what you see, therefore it's limited. So that old guy who does like Rakim still able to say to Lil Uzi, whether he believes it or not, man, what you do, man, seems interesting. Seems like you got a lot going on, bro. Even though I'm not necessarily really interested in Lil Uzi, that way is a way of disarming him. Because he's walking through the door. Here go another old man that's going to tell me how much I ain't doing shit. I'm gonna say, yeah, man, I seen you, man. You hold up you doing a girls. So if I act like I'm impressed or just inquire and be that guy, just understand my perspective is mine. So why do I need to push my perspective on Little Uzi? Whatever I don't even know what he looked like. I don't even know what a Little Uzi is. But if I found myself in a room with Little Uzi, because I don't know what he is, I don't know what record he made. This is real. This is real. Panic does not know who the fuck Little Uzi is, why he's popular, what he made, why he has a fucking Uzi. I don't know. I didn't know niggas was still using Uzis. But if I come in with that mentality and just have that smug look on my face, we talking conflict. And that happens in many scenarios, not just with Little Uzi. Just because you think you're the best nigga in the office, because you've been doing it for 20 years, like I keep saying. Your ego may blow up. So you really have to understand that about yourself. So when I meet people, I want to know. And I say, look, I've been doing it for so long. Of course, I'm a teacher. I'm gonna start giving them tips and tricks that I learned over the years. I know it doesn't apply to you, and you can't hear it maybe yet because your fucking ass ain't did shit yet. You got 13.5 followers. I'm showing you how to expand your shit by game. But then there's some people who get defensive at that. I noticed. Then I know I can't fuck with them. They are damaged goods. And until they deal with that damage, that's also another aspect of this. Until they deal with that damage, that's what I told you in the beginning as well. When me and Khadijah do consultations, it always turns into the abuse or the neglect or the rape that they went through. Because that's actually the problem. And they actually found this group because they are hiding in this group's performance. They are hiding in this group's cognitive dissidence. They are hiding in this made-up perspective of Hotepers. This Hotepu that you into, this Hotepery, this Hotepism, your activity in the Hoteposphere. That made-up individual that they are now clowning, the Hoteps are out calling you the Hoteps. That they are now clowning. They are clowning because your perspective has now been defined and now argued with. There was a time we were creating a perspective that was unique because we were doing the true work and people were truly changing. Then when it turned into the internet era, it turned into Fandango. Let's just say, and that's broad. Of course, there's a pathway to get there. And when it turned into Fandango, it now made regular people be able to evaluate it on a human level and argue it. Look at them Hotepers doing Hotep shit. One nigga's getting this and the other nigga's doing that and the other nigga's doing that. They're just regular people, meaning whatever it is they're studying that we don't study because we're Christians. I don't care what it is. I don't care how you define it. Here's what's clear. And you've seen it said already. It doesn't work. So all these people who have nothing to do with you, when they see how you behave after the debates and all the things that came out of that and from it, all the world said was all the rest of the nigga world who didn't even know you existed said, what do they call? Oh, they're called Hotepers. Well, what are they doing that's special? Nothing. They're crazy. I've seen these niggas humans do commentary on conscious people and what conscious people are doing that is fucked up. And in the end, the moral of the story is when they fuck with that, they go crazy, go back to church. They shouldn't be able to evaluate you to say it because you should be out of their perspective. If you're in the perspective or you're on the plate of a Christian, you have failed. When Christians see me, they have no answer. Ugh. And in fact, when I first started, when everybody wanted to speak, everybody was arguing what I said. But the longer I spoke, I said too much. It's too much for them to argue and debate with. So I don't get the direct arguments towards me or arguments in the inbox no more. People just say, he sucks. I hate him. I hate him. He's not this. A panic ain't shit. This is the devil. But it's no real answer. They just ain't with it. And that's because we're going to see now what that means. I challenge them with information that is contrary to their belief system. And if you're not willing to give away from if you're holding on to your belief system, I can't help you. And that's fine. I don't need to. I need those. What's another way of saying I don't hold on to my belief system? The shit I told you earlier. You have to be the student. You have to see yourself as a student. By seeing myself as a student is saying, I'm not going to hold in the belief system. Meaning, if I believe this now, if I'm into this now, if this is a part of my knowing, to be quite honest, I'm able to throw this away for something greater. Because I don't believe. When you believe, your emotions are in it. Your emotions are in it. And then it has that believe is be lie and all this shit. That's where that shit comes from, because your emotion turns into that cognitive dissonance, and that belief turns into a lie. And that's what they got you to do, to believe in rap. And now it's a lie in your own head. If the mere fact that if I was in the business and I had to say, Little Uzi, man, you are doing your thing. You think I really feel that way? I'm going to be real. I see my OG niggas, inventors of rap, sit in interviews and have to sit there and say, when they go, how do you feel about mumble rap? Oh, I like mumble rap. Yeah, them kids are doing their thing. I'm sitting there going, I know this nigga. He can't even stand regular rap. But see, him still working in the game as a DJ or whatever, he'll say, I like mumble rap, because if he doesn't, every kid's going to say he's an old man. Go with Rakim. That's why the young dude, if he's trying to bedazzle the little nigga, all you got to do is ask him. And that's all in his book. Show him, be interested in the person. Man, what you do, man? You got it going on, nigga. My name Lil Uzi. I'm Uzi. Lil Uzi, that's crazy, yo. But whatever. But if you're looking at him like, yeah, little young blood, let me tell you, young blood, what you doing, young blood? Yeah, man, I remember back in my days, young blood, when you start doing that bullshit, who the fuck want to hear that shit, that young blood shit? You know what I'm saying? So under fundamental techniques in handling people, if you want to gather honey, don't kick over the beehive. Of course, that explains itself. The big secret with dealing with people, he who can do this has a whole world with him. He who cannot walks the lonely way. You understand that? To control this world, to activate in this world, there are techniques. And those techniques require you to evaluate human behavior, stupid, not to be in it. You're not going to get nowhere being in it. You get the place being of it. And in this book that's 80 years old with regular shit, he was a traveling salesman who wrote this book. By dealing with people trying to sell them, he had to list and find what got vacuums sold. And by documenting that, writing it down, and creating a system or a technique that only is probing but it's an occult practice, because I'm an occultist and I've learned to do that. When I heard and read about this book in hindsight, I was like, oh, this is an occult science. He probably was studying occult and put it in practical terms and won for the regular person. Why? Because the regular person, as I'm telling you, doesn't do it, and the conscious person doesn't do it, because you regular, nigga. I know you think you special because you're melanin. You fucking clown. You're regular. You act regular. You behave regular. Knock it off. Get with this shit, boy. Oh, boy. So part 2 is 6 ways to make people like you. Do this and you'll become welcome anywhere. A simple way to make a good first impression. If you do this, you'll be headed for trouble. An easy way to become a good conversationalist. How to interest people. How to make people like you instantly. Part 3. How to win people your way to your way of thinking. Now we starting to not only see the first thing I said about Little Uzi is just a way to not trigger him and make him think you're not a threat. Now you need to win them over to your side, because let's assume you're in that room to sell Little Uzi something. So once you show that you're not a threat, that's where part 3 may come in. So I know this shit naturally now. I would do this naturally if I was trying to win something out of him. The thing is, I don't need nothing out of Little Uzi, so I'm not gonna go do that. And so, but see, because to me, at first, I thought it amounted to kissing ass when I started seeing dudes do it. I'm thinking, should I say the name? My brother, he's a good brother. He helped raise me in the game. And what I learned from him was true hustle, how to get money out of a record company. Nobody I've ever seen do that. I've seen Marley go get meetings when he was hot. I seen Hank rule publican me with the ideas, and because his ideas were so pristine, what Hank Shockley from the Bomb Squad was doing, it would often lead them into big other projects because they respected his mind. But the guy I'm talking about, name is DJ Clark Kent. We met in 1985. He's been my brother. Around 90, he was working at Atlantic, and we reconnected, and I worked on his production team. And this wasn't, at this point, he was doing a lot of remixes. Remixes was big. Way before Puffy, he was doing like Troop, Spread My Wings remixes. And I was nice with that drum machine. We knew each other. We reconnected. We started doing projects. We did Future Sounds, and Original Flavors was signed. So we did that, some of that. Me and Will got together. He was talking about doing Jay-Z. Will did a lot of Jay-Z's first album. I was supposed to, but I went back with Marley. Marley gave me a job and left Clark. Now, Clark was one of the most illest nigga. We used to go to label to label. That nigga knew how to get money out their ass. He wasn't playing that shit. I remember Select Records, that was Kid and Play's label, amongst other, Chub Rock and a few others. We actually did a Chub Rock remix. Now, I thought Clark was bullshitting. He said, come to my house, come to my house, come to my house. Came to his house, and he was making a mixtape, so I'm chilling. Stretch was there. I knew Stretch already. Stretch was a choreographer from Brooklyn. He did like a few Janet Jackson videos and Michael Jackson videos, my bad. And I think he did Remember the Times. He used to hang with Big Les, the girl who danced, who was a choreographer as well, and did a lot of behind the scenes shit. But she physically danced in the intro to Living Single. We are lit. She's check it out. So him and Big Les ruled. Stretch was there. That was my nigga. I knew him from the skating rink. So we chilling. And then he throws on Chub Rock's song, Just the Two of Us, Malipila. I said, yo, what in the fuck is that, nigga? He said, that like, that's the illest Chub Rock joint. I'm going crazy for it. Yo, give me this mixtape just for that. I love that song. And he said, oh no, we mixing it. I'm going to be mixing on Tuesday. You want to come? I said, oh, this nigga may be lying. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, I like this song. You're going to be mixing. Word is born. Met him at the studio that Tupac got shot at. The one in Midtown. What was the name of that shit? It was Unique, but it was the other one, not Strand. Quad Studios. Went to Quad Studios, the elevator, all that elevator, that Tupac shit, that same room Biggie was in. We went to that room. They had a few rooms in that building, maybe 2 or 3. And we was at Quad, and boom, he got the song up. He did the remix. if you look right now, no name credit though, Chub Rock, just the two of us, there is a doo-wop remix. That's actually my mix. Clark Kent did it. I mean, there's a doo-wop, and it does exist on the web. The doo-wop mix of Just the Two of Us by Clark Kent. You can find it. Just look for different remix. There was another remix. It's got Frankie Lyman in the sample, which I did later for B.O.B. because I love that sample and I love how it was, but it never was probed like it was supposed to. Look for that. Then look. Here's how you do it. Look for Chub Rock, the doo-wop. I did that. Then listen for B.O.B., the song on Southmatic called Frankie Lyman. Same sample, same guy, same shit. Been doing this for a while, player. With that being said, Clark was incredible at going into labels and getting that money. But then later day, I can't remember the artists. I'm no longer working. I may have been at labels at this point. So my man Clark is still in the production hustle. And being in the production hustle, that's exactly why I would tell Little Uzi what I was telling. So let's say I'm an OG producer from New York that's trying to survive. I gotta fuck with Little Uzi to survive. I may personally think, in my perspective, he's no Kane, Rakim, and all that other shit that I fancy, but he's money right now. Yo, done, man, the way you be putting it down, I ain't never seen nothing like that. That's all techniques out of this book, whatever. So ultimately, I have to win them to sell. I have to win them. So just like Marley Marl said he liked mumble music, he said it on Drink Champs. And I get why he's on the radio. He has to play it. He has to deal with it. He says he doesn't like it. He becomes the miser. You know what I'm saying? This old miser that's hating on us. All right. So earlier, Clark Kent did that back in the 90s. I can't remember the artist. It was somebody after Nas. He was just giving them props in a scenario. And I'm like, I know Clark never fucking shit. Like, why is Clark doing that? Blah, blah, blah. Because in my mind, I'm trying to stay true to the game of rap. Nah, this nigga's that Coogee rapping, and we got Nas. Fuck, I don't really fuck with Chaos, but Chaos, why is he promoting this guy? Because that guy was the business. Chaos One is not in business, to be quite honest. I'm sure he's in business, but he's not in the business. You ain't hearing his records on the radio, and that's really the business. Let's be real. I'm sure he's making business, but that's not the business. You know what I'm saying? We respect Karis One, but he's not a money. Little Uzi is making an extreme amount at this point, or whatever artist is of that day. And if you're trying to stay in the game, you got to do this to those artists. You got to Dale Carnegie the ass. And I didn't understand it then because I'm like, we need to keep it real. So when I seen Clark doing it, what he was actually doing was surviving. What he was actually doing, which I know to be, he was always ahead. He was a smart guy. And he put me in a lot of, I look at Clark, he's a little bit older, but the way he was a mentor. I respect my man, Clark Kent, like a brother. You know what I'm saying? I'll call him now and we'll talk but he don't know shit about Brother Panic or what I do. Hi, Larry. Like, yo, what up, bro? And he'll still talk. He'll still do whatever. I called him not too long ago. Yo, man, I got somebody. I'm in New York. What's that tiny joint we went to? Y'all don't tell my spot. Matter of fact, here you go, bro. And I took Khadijah to that spot. This is years ago. But like, he's my nigga. And so I respect him. Let's not get it twisted. So when I seen it, I don't know if I was losing respect, but I was confused. But I totally understand it when I started understanding that I was in my feelings. And he's working. And he understood these concepts of how not to trigger a person, how not to offend their perspective, how to get on their side, and then eventually bring them to your side, which this book gives you technique. This is where we should start. But when you get the technique out of this book, what it does, it forces you to think outside of your own head, outside of your own feelings, and you'll find there's power there. It's the power that I'm talking about. It's the power that I've been talking about all day. But you're forced to do it from this baby book or this beginner's book. You're forced, it teaches you technique of moving out your own head and getting into the other person's head. And when you're in the other person says, I see their dysfunction. I see their neglect. I see their abuse. I see their cognitive dissonance. I see their disconnect. I see their emotional lust for, I don't know. I see their emotional lust for this. And as long as I see what they want, all I have to do is now go, hey, guess what, little Uzi? Boom. I am this. And once I recognize little Uzi wants this, and it's not just money, because what money is a tool. So any nigga who say, yeah, I'm about this money, about to get cash, about this money, get this cash, when you talk to him a little bit more about his life, he'll tell you why he's so obsessed with it. And you're always obsessed with money where you holding bricks. Anybody holding bricks comes from dysfunction, not function. Let me know this. What rich white man who runs it and prints money ever stood around holding up bricks? Rich people do not stand around and hold up bricks. Poor people with money do. They're trying to show you and prove to you that they're no longer poor. So anybody holding up a brick of money, even myself, you know, y'all ain't even seen it. I'm flash out the ass. That's a poor mentality. I gotta be real. See, I'm at least real with that. I wear this because I'm poor. I wear this because I grew up poor. So when I dress myself, it hides the shame of being poor. When they hold up money, they're saying, I never want to be hungry. I never want to be scared. I never want to be afraid. I never want to be poor. So I'm showing you what I'm doing. They lose all that. That's all they got. It's not invested anywhere. It's no future in it. There's no nothing in it. Eventually, let's say somebody like Nicki Minaj may grow up and have a future in it, or maybe smart enough. She may be faking it the whole time and be smart. Or not. You don't know. You know, unless you got into, you know, I would be able to find out if I got in her head. She's smart in terms of business, but that's regardless of the point. No matter if you're smart or you dumb, are you successful, not successful, powerful or not powerful in the business, the same thing applies. Everyone has their own perspective in their thing. The ability for them not to get into your perspectives makes them strong. And you're trained with that as a pop star. With this, you're trained with the same technique as a pop star. They teach and taught B.O.B. how not to engage with perspectives. Because when he's caught arguing as a pop star at the time he was a pop star and them songs were out, if he's caught arguing and bullshitting and fighting and debating, they start putting him inside. That's why most pop stars like Taylor Swift are so general. They don't do shit. Yeah. Then they do the ritual, make them Britney spit, not hug yet or at all, because they don't touch some of them, and some of them they fuck up. Some of them they raised to be stars, then tear them down, like they did with the dude who played Nat Turner, and like they're doing now with the dude who was in Creed, not the main dude that everybody wanted to suck and fuck. But they did the same thing. They made the dark side version of Creed and put that nigga in Lovecraft Country. He was the dark side nigga. Now they put him together in Creed, and it becomes a dark and light fight. Even though what's his name played bad guys, you still love them as a bad guy. Warmonger, whatever he was in Panther. So much so in the second Panther, when she goes sees in the ancestor realm, she sees him. So he becomes this kind of anti-hero. Hi, Auntie. Remember niggas love that. Justin, whatever, who can't act. So now he's Creed. They build up three things of him, the hero. Then they bring this guy as the bad guy. The guy from Lovecraft Country, who's a rising star. He's doing all of this cosmic shit as well. Now all these women come out saying he's a beater. They knew it. They knew that. They researched him before they think about this. If I have a movie like Creed and I'm about to put it all on the line, you think I'm not researching some nigga's past and we in the internet age to know he's got something going on here with women? And then when it all comes out, that's the ritual. They sell the movie, they sell him as the bad guy, they destroy his career, and either they put it in Jordan or that's just the psychological warfare they put on black men. The same way he played Nat. See, you got to understand, he played this cosmic be all to know all in, see, they slipped that shit in. He's in Lovecraft. You don't even know who this fucking, mind you, don't know who the fuck this dude is. Who you just come out of nowhere. He's in Lovecraft country. Some old master Necronomicon shit. Okay. They don't waste that. They keep us out of these dark shits all these years. And then they doing circle rituals and calls to the ethers in this goddamn shit. Then he becomes the beast. They took that shit right off the fucking air. Now, he gets in Loki and he becomes this demiurge cosmic figure, the be all, the end all, the man behind the scenes, which they show him in the fucking quantum world. Y'all niggas ain't watching. They show him in Ant-Man as a master in the quantum. I haven't seen it yet to really see what it is, how they portrayed him. But he's playing the same character they introduced in Loki as let's look at it as a character of power and of cosmic quantum proportions. This is what my book is about. God damn it! It's in your psyche. Once they give you him as this, your subconscious mind says he's that. And if they destroy that, they destroyed that image of the cap. Your conscious mind goes, well, he plays a role, and they get him in real life. That's what they do to black men. That's what your conscious mind says. But your subconscious mind remembers this cosmic being, and now he's being shot down. That's what they do, because that's what they playing with. You playing with this argument. You playing with, oh, his career was going good, but he shouldn't have beat the queen. Shouldn't be. These niggas are crazy for beating black women, and black women are crazy for taking it in some cases. And that's not to say it's black women's fault. It's the fault of the situation we in, because we make both of them. The nigga who beats a woman he's a victim too. He's not he's looked as the aggressor, but he's aggressor over something weak because somebody was aggressive over him. He's only doing what he knows. He's a victim too, and that's not to get him off the hook, because the so-called weaker sex, which is actually the stronger sex, the physically weaker, if you're physically weaker, then you're spiritually stronger. And we don't respect spirit. That's why we beat women, objectify women. They are the personification of another half of us, and we are personification of another half of them. We are one unit, an androgynous being. Spirituality is a feminine force, and the feminine is in me. That's why I can harness it. And it's not like you need a vagina to certify it. No longer than she needs a penis to do anything you do. Shit, they've been trying to prove it, being football players and shit, out of their fucking mind. Feminism is nothing but I could be a better man than you. Feminism is not the ascension or the accentuation of the feminine principle. It's showing men that they could outman them. This Ronda Rousey type shit. And I'm not saying they can't do it or judging if they do it, but let's be real about who wants to fuck Ronda Rousey here. See, if I see that, I was like, well, you might as well fuck some masculine dude, because that's what she harnesses. And that's what attracts you. It's got to be. Yeah, I'm gonna hit Ronda Rousey. Nah, nigga. Or that other bitch. Remember that bitch in wrestling with that big ass jaw? And her titties used to come out? Her jaw was really square. I think she got work, China or some shit like that. Muscles. Who the fuck wants to fuck her? You want to fuck a dude, I think. That's my perspective on it. But some dudes will sit there and be like, oh my God, look at them arms. She look like she really could choke the shit out you. That's his perspective. So I'm saying you can't get on that level, because you're going to argue all day. And most of the conscious people I deal with, when I try to raise the bar by getting out of the head, you got to look at both sides. You got to be in the middle point. You can't, if you start putting your own opinion in it, it gets tampered with. They don't know no better. So they bring it back down to a debate, bring it back down to an argument. They don't know how to get out their head. Start here, at least. This is not it, but start here. I'm going to show you other shit too. Let's go through it so we get past this book. All right. You can't win an argument. Ooh, listen to that. This is number 3. How people win people to your way of thinking. They tell you right now, any argument you in, you can't win an argument. That's the science. So let's say within that realm, me and Little Uzi somehow meet a conflict. Here's my answer. I never saw it that way, man. Damn, that's interesting. Damn, you just blew my mind. I need to say that again. Okay. So okay, wait a minute now. You're saying that let's see. Sausage Party was the best movie of the year. Like, nigga, nobody paid attention. It was about dick and pussy. Nah, man, it's the best movie of the year. Oh, word? Wait. You talking about Sausage Party? Sausage Party. All right, break it down. Well, I like it because they did this, that. Okay. You know, some Rose Bowl, I never looked at it that way. Do you understand what that does to people? Disarms them. Because why do you want to tell them your point? Why do I want to be so bad to tell them the movie sucks? What's that about? That's what you have to say. Why am I arguing with not necessarily anybody so hard about how bad this movie is? And I thought it was okay. But how bad this movie is, why do I want to get my point across? Huh? What's in me that finds a need to tell anybody how bad this is when they're saying how good it is? Now, I get if I'm with Khadijah, we're going to go, that's life. You want to do that with Khadijah about something stupid. I liked it, I didn't like it. Let me tell you why. That's fun. But the average Joe on the street, the person at the doctor's office, the person in the mail at the job or in the mailroom, if they're saying The Sausage Party is the greatest movie ever, agree with it. Simple as that. Because I agree with it because I have no reason to correct them, not to be smarter, not to be better. That's an act of my ego. That's an act of something in me that needs to be heard. I no longer need that from other people because that's what people do. You could find that in Mind Control 101 by Dan DeLeon Jones, How to Influence the Thoughts and Actions of Others Without the Knowing and Caring, the 7 things that all people want. I mean, you can find that almost probably in here. And once you understand those things, you have to understand that's how you're manipulated by the 7 things that you want. So if you don't want them or understand the need behind the want, which is what means going inside. Why do I want to tell him this is the worst movie ever? And why won't I stop arguing? Why won't I shut up? Why won't I keep going on about it? Why am I so excited about it? Why this emotion is coming out about me telling them sources, but that means something else is happening. So what I need to do is understand those wants and that I am now stuck in a want. And what's the true motivation? The true motivation is, this person never listens to what I say. And I've been dying to get them to listen because I'm starting to feel insecure because they're always telling me something. And when they say this, most people probably say that movie wasn't good, so I can stand on it. That's really the need. The need is for me to be heard because I'm starting to feel insecure because I've never been heard by this dude or this girl. You got to want to give that away. So to do that, he tells you things you can't win an argument, a sure way of making enemies and how to avoid it. If you're wrong, admit it. Who cares if you're right or you're wrong? Admit it. If you're doing business or if you're just trying to not engage. Why are you doing it? To be a phony person? See, that's what I thought with my brother Clark Kent. He's being phony. But what he's doing is either business or in a social situation, talking in a way where you don't engage the person's insecurities. You don't engage the person's cognitive dissonance. You don't engage the person's system of hope that's imbalanced through their chakra system. You don't engage their ego, you understand? By having this understanding. And there's ways to do it that's not kiss ass. There's just ways not to engage. If you're wrong, admit it. A drop of honey, the secret of Socrates, the safety valve in handling complaints, how to get cooperation, a formula that will work wonders for you, what everybody wants. What else? Well, he does. What everybody wants. Page 167. If you understand what everybody wants, How about you don't become everybody? My wants are different. My wants became all about self-realization. So I've already realized what humanizes me, those wants. And then if you go further, those wants are driven by needs. What are those needs? You'll find those needs are born, like most Black people, in dysfunction. What is the dysfunction? That's what you have to deal with. The dysfunction that created the needs that turn into wants that are why you are controlled by your wants. You stupid mule. Get it together. I'm giving it to you. Get it. Don't stop. Get it. Get it. What everybody wants, an appeal that everybody likes. The moves do it. TV does it. Why don't you do it? The movies do it. TV does it. Why don't you do it? When nothing else works, try this. That was part 3. Part 4. Be a leader. Now they're telling you how to take control. You see how it walks you through? How not to offend. How to get everybody on your side. Well, let's go through what they say. We're going to make this thorough. I'm going to make it real funky for you. And I'm going to make it real funky for you. I'm going to make it real funky for you. I'm going to make it real funky for you. Dizzy Gillespie plays the sax. Me, myself, I like to max. What you say, nigga? Talk that sass! Fundamental techniques in handling people. So a basic way to be in the room. That's what we talked about in the beginning of Little Uzi. 6 ways to make people like you. So once I'm in the room and I don't trigger nothing by just my presence of being an OG, and he's a young guy and he doesn't want to hit a rock him, and I got my New York face on, I first need to handle him to make him not be triggered by me. That's what I told you already. Yo, bro, what's your name, man? It's incredible what you, this shit sounded ill, man. Shit reminded me of when I was young. You got him. You know what I'm saying? Then how to win them in your ways of thinking. Yeah, when we did rap, man, it feels like what you doing, man. Tell me about it. So when he's telling me about his rap and I keep saying I identify it, what am I really doing psychologically? Come on, boys, get with me. I've been doing this for a while. I'm psychologically saying I'm the same thing as you. Therefore, if I keep kissing his ass, he's going to feel he owes me. And it's really, remember, I'm kissing asses. It's really coarse. If I keep what I'm actually doing, I'm not kissing his ass. I'm digging through his psyche right now. And I'm giving him all the safety and comfort that he feels to open up to me so I can get the real him. And then we're going to get to my influence and leadership. So I'm breaking down everything that guards his mind. Your cognitive dissonance, let's be clear, your ego, your perspective, all these things I'm talking about actually protect you as well. Because your subconscious mind is what changes reality, as we know. All of these things stand in the way so you don't just change your reality at any slight of a whim. It takes a while to eat a crocodile in this case. So they are actually your tools for protection as well. Your own ignorance is your protection. That's where you get the statement, God protects children and babies. You're either a baby in your mind from the knowledge, or you're a child in your mind from this fucking way. What I'm talking about in your head is childish behavior. The grown-up, the conscious person collects themselves and understands the bulk of what I've been talking about in this subject, at least, period. The child and the baby does not. So you're being led around by your emotions, your perspective, your ego, and your ignorance. Those who are aware of it know that they suffer from it. And they might find a scenario where they are arguing, me, or doing some human shit. Later, damn, that was some real human shit. Because you're having a human experience. It's not about perfection. It's at least understanding and be able to say, I did have that moment, and let me try to restrain myself. Most people don't know they're having the moment. So what am I doing scientifically? I'm actually, while it sounds on the surface like I'm giving my props to them, because you want to say what you say, nigga. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Little, I remember this, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We used to do this in New York. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day, shit was big like that. Not big as this, but you know what I'm saying? What we had, you know what I'm saying? This shit was a little bit real. You know what I'm saying? You start, you think you're gonna like me? I don't hear that bullshit. He's getting money right now. So part 2 is, again, let me try to keep a flow here. 6 ways to make people like you. So once I do the things to get him to start liking me, I'm starting. Part 3 is where me personally I shine. How to win people to your way of thinking. All you have to do is start talking about, as I pointed out, one of the techniques I've learned. I don't know if it's in his book. Because by the time I got this book to talk about, I'm gonna be absolutely honest. I was so past it, I never read it, but I knew I needed to get it and give it to people starting out. That's why we're starting with this here book, because I'm gonna show you how far this thinking goes, bitch ass. Know-it-alls that don't know nothing. You'll see. You'll be sitting around fucking trying to figure out what else you're gonna do in life. Because it ain't going to be YouTube. That's going to wear off. People will get tired of your act. The same way they don't watch fucking The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Your ass will be in history. No matter how much you try to reboot it, nobody's watching. So part 4, that's where you, now that you have won people over to your way of thinking, part 4 is be a leader, how to change people without giving offense or arousing resentment. So how to bring them to your side. This is where the business aspect comes in to get that money. Remember, he was a salesman, so he had to knock on people's door and interrupt their day and get them on their side. This is all his techniques that are 80 years solid. So it's, even though I didn't read it, because I was already dealing with this stuff, and that's because this is an occult book, as I pointed out. He just made it for regular people. This is occult science. This is occult science. This is the dark side, stupid. I know you cannot hear it because of your cognitive dissonance. But this is the dark side. The hidden side of your own mind is the dark side, not a place where Satan lives. Satan is not a man or a thing or a person. It's a polarity. The way you say Jesus doesn't exist, Baphomet or Satan doesn't exist. The way we say don't pray to Jesus, do not pray to Baphomet or Satan. They're not to be prayed to. They are symbols to be invoked. And so is Jesus. He's a symbol to be invoked if you want to invoke a vampire to suck your ass dry. Satan's a deity to invoke if you want to understand the nature of what a human symbol means in terms of the fall of man, the king of hell. And we could do a Satan lecture and just explain how that corresponds to humanity, and maybe I should. How it corresponds with humanity and what they're really saying with it. Which means it's not a man or a religious system. And Baphomet is not nothing you believe in. Euphrates Levy, the white man who drew it, was only drawing what he knew we were doing, an ode to the Moors. Baphomet became Mohammed. And Mohammed, the dark side, became Baphomet. Mohammed, Baphomet. Baphomet, Mohammed, stupid. Oh boy, you're gonna learn today. This is about sass, nigga. So Baphomet was owed to the Moors because it was the occult aspect of the Moors. The social aspect of the Moors was what? Islam, Muhammad. The hidden face of the Moors, the Moorish magic that you niggas talk about but do nothing about. Let's be real. What magic have you done? I'm talking logic and books. I don't know, not everybody. People I've met talk about the days of Moorish magic. So what was it? I'm sure it was more than what I'm saying, but I guarantee you, Baphomet by Euphrates Levy was an ode to the Moors. Bobby Hemmett broke all that shit down. Was ode to the Moors. He was drawing it about what we were doing. And doesn't that make sense, stupid? What else could he draw it about? What they were doing? I thought they weren't doing nothing because they were just out of the caves. Even more so back then in 18, whatever that shit was drawing, and whenever the fuck it was drawing, they just got out the caves. So they knew how to draw Baphomet and it meant something to them. Doesn't that not make sense? But you have cognitive dissonance, nigga. That's what you got. All this shit is ours, and you better know it and take it back. Stop being a bitch. Taking what you think works. That's perspective shit. Understand what it is, and if it don't work, throw it away because you went through it, not because you went through the surface of it. You studied it like book study. You're not a spiritual person. You're basing your whole thrust off of information. You're not even doing what I'm doing, stupid. When niggas was trying to get at me, niggas was comments, niggas was like, you're not even doing the same thing. Keep that shit with the debate people so we can laugh. By the time you start bringing Panic and Bobby and spiritualists in it, you're out of your league. You're talking about the anti, you actually become the example of what they're talking about. By arguing and saying what the stupid shit that you do, you're actually the example of what we talk about as spiritualists, the stuckness of it. So it's funny when you do it because the people who truly understand the message laugh. And some don't really even understand the message. They just think you stupid. And recognize something else. And you know, motherfuckers only really get at me once, I've noticed, and because I don't really respond, and that's really what they want. It's just response. They just go away and argue with somebody else because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to argue, and in their mind, they're smarter. So if I engage them, they're going to bebop and scat and say all the community things that all the community people want to hear, and or whatever. And what happens is my audience now comes with their audience, and whoever wins, they peel off some of the audience. At least that's some of the, not everybody's agenda, but that's the object. That's not even, I don't need to, it's so stupid to me, but that's the level and so on. So 4 is the last one in this book. Now, go through it. I've talked about these books before, but I put them in the pile. Why I didn't need that book, because I got into this study, because everything I talked about started leading into this study that we're going to hit now, these series of books. And that was this: body language, face reading, dark psychology, and we'll go through it as the books. It shows that your body is constantly telling us what the subconscious mind is saying. The subconscious mind cannot lie. It's not reasoning with whatever's happening for the day to give it an opinion. It just says and does what it is. So, in other words, here's an easy tell. If someone say Panic, do you like Little Uzi? And I'm sitting there going, oh man, Little Uzi, that nigga is insane. I fucks with Little Uzi. I fucks with mumble music. What am I doing? I'm saying no. My subconscious mind just told you. Panic, you fuck with Little Uzi? Panic, you fuck with Little Uzi? Oh yeah, I fucks with Little Uzi all the time. There's readings for when you're talking with grief. You should have lines in your head. They say, "Oh my baby, if my baby's my baby." You see how my eyes are going? There's a TV show you must watch on Prime called Lie to Me. Must watch. They show you and explain all the facial expressions that express lying and what it means. Then once they do an episode, they show you real faces of real celebrities and real politicians that made these faces in scenario. For instance, in the show, which are all made up, somebody kills the groom or whatever. So they have to go and see who hates the groom or tried to poison the groom. What they're looking for is when people said the speech, it's a show, what they did. So while the best man said the speech, he's like, I love my brother. He's the greatest ever. See, he's flipping the middle finger. So they pointed that out. Now, okay, they did that. Of course, he's an actor. He did it. But when they're saying that's a subliminal message, oh, fuck you. But when somebody goes like this to you, they're saying, fuck you. That was on an episode of Seinfeld. Niggas go, panic. Hey, my nigga panic. They're really saying, fuck that nigga. That's body language. That's what their subconscious mind is saying when they go, oh, that's my nigga panic. Oh, he's crazy. You understand? This is how your subconscious mind really tells a story. And I want y'all to listen closely for you, all you deep niggas. That's what reading really is. If you're a spiritual reader, you need to know what I'm about to tell you. And that I should really erase this so you stupid niggas can walk around acting like, oh, something's coming. Nigga, that ain't it. That can happen, but you have to get there. But first, you have to be out your own head to do it. You can't read and be in your own head, arguing and shit. You have to read, you have to make yourself blank. These niggas don't even know how to do that. You have to know body language, what they're really saying. Dude, reader, I don't know if I'm in love with my man. Let me get my cards out. This means that. Oh, that's the lover card. Interesting. You doing what everybody else is doing, mind control. But if they're sitting there going, I don't know if I love my man. If they're saying, me and my man have a hard time making love, I don't know what it is, then let's say they lean back and cross their titties, cross their legs, something like that. If you mention sex, well, how's sex with your man? Oh, it's good. Why are they moving away? That can indicate something that's a retreat. You understand what I'm saying? Saying yes, like panic. Did you eat the eggs? The eggs is good, but I ain't fuck with the eggs. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying yes, I fuck with the eggs. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying yes, I fuck with the eggs. And what I'm trying to portray to you by putting up my hands is a thought that I'm trying to show you. My hands are clean. What I'm showing you, I'm trying to see what I'm doing is too much to prove to you that I'm innocent. You know what I'm saying? So I know I need to portray innocence. So I'm gonna say, nah, I'm innocent. The same way we kind of put up our hands. That's when niggas just put up their hands when the cops walked up. That what does putting up your hands mean? That means you're scared. Oh, come on, man. It's consciously we'll say, oh no, I'm innocent. So the cops put up our hands. But there was times where we was in the park doing rituals and police rolled up. We ain't supposed to be in the park, flashlights, candles and shit out. And first thing the niggas who were with me did was this. I'm saying, what the fuck are y'all putting your hands up for? That's a sign of fear. I know what it means with Ka. You're trying to receive the spirit too. I'm just thinking, don't kill me. But it's programmed not as let me do the Ka so I can beat the police. They're not saying that. You didn't reprogram that. But when cops say, put your hands up, buddy, you know what that means. That's another way of saying I'm scared. I don't intend no harm. My hands or your hands. Did you steal the eggs? You're trying to prove I'm innocent. Nah, I ain't still no fucking eggs. Why would I steal fucking eggs? Huh? Nah, what you talking about? Still no fucking eggs? Why I'ma steal eggs? Why I'ma steal eggs? Huh? 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 So you got to learn, and there's plenty of books I'm gonna give you on technique. That's reading. So when we get questions, first thing I do is hear in their voice or in their body language what they're really saying. I can do it with voice now. I don't need body language anymore. I can tell the intonality in their voice and what they're really saying and what's really behind the mask. That's a training, 20 years, a training. And that's reading. Anybody who comes, we get right down to the bottom of their shit. Like, yeah, I know you're talking about Snickers, but what do you know about Milky Way? Because I know they talking about Milky Way. I've seen people, there was a guy, Panic, I'm just like you. Listen to what he's saying to me. I've never seen his face. He gets on the phone, Panic, I'm just like you, I'm just like you, I'm just like you. Oh, you just like me? Yeah, I read this, I seen that, I did this, I did that. You said this, he's quoting everything I've said in all my lectures to show me he knows. I'm just like you, I'm just like you, I'm just like you. Okay, letting him talk. Then he reveals it. I'm just like you, I'm just like you, I'm just like you. I have the same problems with my mother, just like you, Panic. Oh, yeah, and then I studied you're this, you're that, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're that. I don't buy into that. So I wait till you finish telling me how great I am. Because you're telling me how great I am. Why? Where we at? You're telling me how great I am, knowing, probably not knowing, using the techniques in this book. Same thing with Little Uzi. Problem is, it don't work on me. But what does it tell me? You're trying to get me on your side for a reason. What does that also tell me in a reading? If he's trying to get me on his side, he doesn't want me to see something. He's trying to get me to say, yeah, man, he would feel better if I were to say, yeah, man, you study all my shit. You're just like me. You'll be fine. Pat on the head. They'll pay me just to get a pat on the head, not really get anything to challenge him. But here's, in my professionalism, what I heard. Panic, I did Panic. My mother was just like your mother. Boom. What he's really trying to ask me or talk about was the dysfunction of his mother. He doesn't want to really necessarily confront it. So it came out of rhythm. Panic you this, panic you that, panic you this, panic you that, panic you that. We are alike in so many ways. When I did this, when you said that thing about this, when you said that thing about this, we so much alike. Even we're alike because, you know, I have the same problems with my mother. And yeah, and then you just see that jump out of that rhythm. That's what he really wants to ask. But it's hard to confront it and Panic. Here's my consultation. I'm going to ask you about my mother. Some people can't. So I said, okay, now that we chilled and you told me everything you know, tell me about your mother. Whole demeanor change. He went in and we did what we did in the consultation. So in other words, you start to be able to be trained to hear the real story. I could tell you many examples, but I won't because it's these people's business. But ultimately, that's old news. Khadijah started seeing more of that technique that I would do and said, oh shit, nigga, I see something. Because we started doing consultations. You can go to her website to check out our consultation page. That's off the hook. We're going to get down to it. We're going to get behind the veil. So this is a good standard book. Body language. A field guide to human behavior. See, when you read a book on human behavior, it gives you a way to look at yourself and separate your human thought or human behavior and put it against your own. How much, if you're supposed to be spiritual, how much of a human mindset, which is animalistic in nature, do you have? And a book like this, it teaches you how to identify it, understand it, and control it through others. So, The Dictionary of Body Language, A Field Guide to Human Behavior by Joe Navarro, Navarro, FBI agent, retired. I'll just sit here and eat the peanuts out my Snickers for a second while you niggas understand what I've been telling you. The government uses these techniques against your ass, and you falling for it, and you think you're getting something smart, but you're not dealing with what really the problem is. I'm telling you this, the start of the problem. Oh, they do mind control. You think because you saying Hotep, you not in mind control. Nigga, you worse than it. Disgusting ass attitudes and behavior. Ain't even dealing with shit thinking y'all niggas is special because you know what fucking the word Hotep means. You don't know what it means. You just know to say it. And even now that you don't say it, I'm sure there's something else you'll say that's just as disturbing and just as stuck. So while you doing this, the FBI and them niggas are telling you and making books on the shit that they did. He's an FBI agent and he's going to teach you techniques and how they control and use mind control. To do it, they have to step out the door. The first place I noticed this shit is I had a cousin who was studying for the L stacks. Let me see one of them lawyer books. And I didn't understand it thoroughly then, but it would lay out a case and then lay out a multiple choice. And the more I read, I was like, I don't understand the rhyme or reasoning behind these questions. Let me see if my program is over. All right, so my program is over. I turn it on again. It went off. Searching for my device. So it connects via Bluetooth. Make sure I still got electricity. It lasts for a pretty long time. I didn't charge it last night. I didn't use it last night. But the other quantum way, I could plug it in and just use my phone because it hits me from anywhere. But when I'm doing, I can't remember there's a name for this particular way of doing it, where it has to be in the vicinity. All right, so it opens up to the last one I put up because that's what I programmed the crystal with. So you go back and you see there's a long list of shit. So once you get there, I'm going to deal with relaxation because now that I'm slowing down, I usually get hype. So this is job and sleep. So this is everything in this area. You choose one of those. Maybe about 10% of them you have to use the connection. Everything else can be used with the Tesla coil. So you have balanced sleep, bed rest, fine flow, sleep system, which I can use. So exhaustion, fatigue, extreme tension, activation, positive thoughts, balanced nerves. So if I say my nerves are out of balance, frequency. What I'm going to say is I'm not going to do bed rest just because it's slowing down and I want to keep speaking to at least get these books out. So let's do mental balance, acute under mental. Let's go to mental balance, which is a whole nother area. There's mental balance, there's beauty and skin, biogenic harmony 1 and 2. Biogenic harmony has like prostate, food harmony, liver, thyroid gland, sciatic nerve, tonsil, bacteria, gastrointestinal. Sciatica and pain you have to plug in. Allergy, connective tissue, bladder is under meridians, gallbladder joint, skin, heart, lymphatic system, lungs, kidney, liver, crown chakra, all your chakras, biogenic defense, general protection, cell harmony, mental, subtle. I'm gonna do biogenic defense right now. Biogenic boost and coherence was for COVID, so they had some COVID frequency. Biogenic visualization, regeneration 1, 2, bone harmony, tissue harmony, stability, holistic support, youth, cell, clean all, free flow, kidney, pure energy, energy work under deep cycle 8, H, breath of life, sensitive. Then you have digital nutrition. There's about 6 of these with like brain, hair, skin, nerve, kidney, ear, thyroid, age, amino acids, minerals, trace, vitamin B, vegan. There's a frequency. There's a vegan frequency in here. Hotep niggas. Liver harmony, weight, alkaline frequency, amino acid, age, vitamin intake, alcohol intake, antioxidants, spirituality. There's a frequency called spirituality. You niggas should click on that immediately. I'm gonna click. Actually, I'm gonna run that, see if I feel any more spiritual. Libido, dry plants, fatigue, skin harmony, a woman, children, men, sleep, sports, regeneration. Like it has a whole muscle one too. You know what I mean? Like you worked out without doing shit. Digital nutrition, you know, breath, motion, structure, energetic lifestyle. You have tissue harmony under relief, joy, life, passions, rest. So you know how you feel relief, like there's a frequency of relief. So if you don't feel like you feel tense or whatever, you can press relief and have that shit in your aura. A generic frequency of relief in your fucking aura. Yo, what y'all waiting for? Rest, tissue harmony, and blah blah blah. Power of three, that Kappa Pita Veda from Hindu study, classical energetic, classical physical, friendly flora. So you can have, you know how you take for your gut, the what's them shits that, you know what I mean, for the bacteria, friendly flora. You could there's a frequency for that. So if you don't have, but they also recommend like you need to take it. What why is it not coming to me? You know, you do sauerkraut, but the pills, you got to keep them cold. Y'all already know. So you got that, and you know, I'm gonna go for spirituality. Where did I see that at? There we go. So you just pretty much, now I'm transmitting it to the device. So as you can see, it's moving towards the device. So it's programming the crystal with the frequency of spirituality. So it's probably the most Zen frequency, the same way you get them frequencies 4, 20, 32, and this one and that. So I've never seen this. Oh, okay. So I'm turning up the current to 100 now. It starts out at 15, and whatever power you want, I could deal with 100. And you see the circle got bigger because it represents the circle abyss expanding, but it's already on my chest. So now it's just running. You see it sending the frequency, and an hour and 26 minutes at 270 hertz. And it is communicating with what I need. So it's not a generic frequency because the frequency changes as I change, is now at 338 hertz. So as I change and I get excited, it moves to keep me balanced in what it defines as spirituality. All right. Well, you can start with the Dictionary of Body Language, a field guide to human behavior. A best-selling author of a book called What Every Body is Saying, Joe Navarro, FBI agent. Let me see if they have someone on him. The author. Joe Navarro spent a lifetime observing others. For 25 years, as a special agent for the FBI, he interrogated spies and other dangerous criminals, mastering the art of nonverbal communication. What is nonverbal communication? He's telling you, stupid ass, he's a reader. Y'all don't even know what reading is with your old corny asses. What he's telling you is he tapped into some nigga shit. And listen closely. As a special lifetime, as spending a lifetime observing others. That's another way of saying he's in it, but not of it. That's what I told you already. You have to become an observer. A scientist is not in the project, he observes the project. So let's listen. Joe Navarro has spent a lifetime observing others. So whether he was trying to do what I'm telling you or not, he tapped in. He found something. I'm trying to get you to get that same discovery, stupid. For 25 years, as a special agent for the FBI, he interrogated spies and other dangerous criminals, mastering the art of non-verbal communication. Non-verbal communication is the communication of the subconscious mind. You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm talking about here. I go, nah, man, I know what I'm talking about. then that person doesn't feel that they do. That's what you should be looking for. Non-verbal communication. That should tell you everything you want to know in business. Do you think we can make this shit in business? I think we can make it, bro. I think, why wouldn't we make it? You know what I mean? Yeah, why wouldn't we make it? I think we can make it. Why wouldn't we make it? I believe it. And that's what you should say. Okay. You don't got to never say nothing. That's what you should be looking at. That's how you read a person. The more you study these books and find body things that you see and remember, you're going to see it. And some shit's going to be obvious. Like, Panic, I wanted to ask you a question. I want to ask you such, and they go like this. What they really saying? They're not so sure. They should have asked me. They're covering their mouth. I'm not going to, there's more, but they don't want to say more. So Panic, so you do this. Like Panic, when really? So your mom did that? Yeah, I guess so. They don't want to say anymore. So many things that you can read about a person through nonverbal communication. Joe Navarro did. All he did was show him techniques that were ours. All they did was show him what I'm telling you. But I'm like Chicken Little out this motherfucker. But saying this, going through it, telling you. No, I decoded how this shit is working here, at least in America, to a certain extent. Not all by myself, and not everything. But in the field that I deal with, I think I've been trying to give you everything I got. And it's up to you to understand when I got to take the ball and run with it, not just stand there and keep passing it back and forth, talking about everybody sound like Panic now. What the fuck that kid? They're doing that because they have nothing. Stop listening to them and listen to yourself. Just stop listening to me and listen to yourself. Graduate, nigga. After returning from the Bureau, he wrote a groundbreaking bestseller, What Everybody is Saying. Now, Navarro, I can't even read more of these shit, son. Returns to his most ambitious work yet. The Dictionary of Body Language is a pioneering field guide to the nonverbal communication, revealing. Well, see, what I need is a light. I'm reading like I'm a third grader. All right, let's see. The nonverbal communication, revealing the more than 400 behaviors that will show you, allow you to gauge anyone's true intentions. Did you hear what I said? I'm going to say that again. A field guide to nonverbal communication, revealing more than 400 behaviors. 400 behaviors that will allow you to gauge anyone's true intentions. So the more you stick with this, we up to 400. And they said another ridiculous number on the show, lied to me on Prime. Watch that. It's all about lying, body language, and how to read with nonverbal communication, which is reading stupid. That's the real trick to readers. Y'all ready to know? I'm about to end all of this bullshit y'all doing right now. I'm sorry. But half of them don't know they doing it. So I know it may hurt somebody because you're really allowing it. But like I said, you also want to go to readers if they're doing the right thing and they're doing it right. Here's why. Because they may be able to evaluate what you cannot see in yourself, and that's always the chore. Because the same way I'm telling you I'm 20 years deep in mastering it, I'm still a human being that still has these problems. Like everyone else, we all do. We have to respect that we do. It's not like something you graduate from. It's something that is here. Some of these things, half these things don't know it's here and they're just a victim of it. And the ones that do, they think they get over it. You just maybe one up on the game, but you're still going to fall into the human shit. Niggas going to drag you in. That's how this shit works. But you get one up on the game like this. So now, A reader may see who you are and see things you don't see. So still see a reader, because it's not like they're frauds. They're still using divination tools. But once you grow up a little bit more in the game, if you're a true reader, even the actual reader who uses tools, ruins, cards, sticks, bones, tea, whatever you choose to use or however you choose to do it, usually they graduate and they don't need them no more, because those are called divination tools. That's tools to divine. Ultimately, your mind is the ultimate divination tool. So what are they doing that makes it a tool? This is the study. I'm giving it to you now. I'm giving you the study of how true psychics do their work. I'm giving you the study on how true psychics did their work. I mean, we also know how to put words in each other's mind. We do it all the time. For instance, yesterday, I come down with my headphones, I put them on the couch, we're about to leave, and I'm standing by the island about to move. As soon as I said, fuck, I almost walked out of this motherfucker without my headphones. Khadijah said, did you bring your headphones down? Same time. What does that mean? We've seen that before, and that's happened before. We're able to, me and her are able to make that connection because we're so connected. People live together, women who have periods together. That's obvious, and that is reading too. But you think a nigga is just doing that? They're picking up things when they talk to you. Khadijah asks you questions. She's picking up stuff. People are picking up stuff from you, picking up a way to be. They're talking about your demeanor. Read in that book, Mind Control 101, How to Influence the Thoughts and Actions of Others Without Them Knowing or Caring, by Dan DeLeon Jones, where he talks about psychic cold readings, a whole chapter about how they read you and they're not really reading you, but they're reading pretty much a cheap version of this and telling you about you, because they can read your subconscious. So they can ask you things to make your subconscious react to the direction they want without having to go through all of this. And that's the hustle. Psychic cold readings. Come on, play. I'm giving it to you now. Wake up. This is reading. This is ultimately reading. It starts out, like I said, with divination tools, because those tools are set up about this matrix. But the ultimate masterpiece in this matrix, all those tools came out of your mind. So all of it comes from your mind, because everything a person could possibly do for you to read comes from his mind, and you have the same mind. So ultimately, it's your mind that is the ultimate tool for reading. I can read anybody because I know I can tell you what you're doing, what you're saying with it. How do you know, Panic? I know because you're telling me. I'm giving you the secrets now. Hate it for it. Hate it. And not hated by the half the niggas you know, because they don't even know. They're learning right now. They might actually get fucking better. But niggas who really know, if you know, you know. They hate the book guys. That was the old shit, because they wanted to harbor the books, which were harder to get. We couldn't get them off of Amazon. They wanted to harbor the books to be able to tell you information and have it, make it seem like it was coming from them. So when Bobby Hemmett started coming out, here's the book, here's the book, here's the book, he was hated for it because he was giving away the secrets. And I do the same. Not only am I giving away a secret understanding, I'm telling you how readers really, if they're really worth their spit. Most of them use whatever. And if they're not, who cares? Whatever. I'm telling you, certain shit is obvious at what it would do, though, for you. So, moving from head down to the feet, Navarro shows the hidden meanings behind what we do. From the head to the feet, your subconscious mind tell you. Navarro shows the hidden meanings behind what we do. Readers will learn how to tell a person's feelings from changes in their pupils, the lips, behaviors that may betray concerns, the different varieties of arm posturing, and what each one means, and many other fascinating insights. Readers will turn again and again to the Dictionary of Body Language, a Bible for understanding what your boss really means, whether a potential romantic partner is interested or not. Oh, I used this technique before Khadijah to see who was giving me the pussy and who wasn't in the room all day. I knew exactly who to go to and where to stick my fingers. Who's interested or not, and how to put yourself forward in the most favorable light. FBI Special Agent retired Joe Navarro worked for the Bureau in Counterintelligence, What I'm telling you is counterintelligence shit and counterterrorism. He is the best-selling author of what everybody is saying, which may be up here. All right, so that book is that. Get this. The Complete Guide to Verbal Manipulation. What the subliminal mind is saying through through what people are actually saying when they say certain shit. Well, let's get into it. Never again be at a loss for the right words in any business or social situation. These easy-to-learn techniques of conversation power will help you control the minds, emotions, and behaviors of other people. See, y'all reading the wrong shit. Y'all out here reading fucking Libra Nolan the Psychonaut, some shit from fucking preschool, standing on that, which you should read and should have, Constantino's books, which you read and should have, Black Magic and all those basic books that give you a basic understanding, which you should do. Any Elon Milo Duquette, see, I've said those books for years, but you think I still respect them shits? Shits are like kids' books for you. I give them out for you. You think that's what I read? Oh, you stupid man. You stupid man indeed. I'm trying to get someplace else, nigga. And now here you go. I give those books out, Gnosticism and shit, because you need to get that. You need to catch up with these studies so you could have a bigger perspective. You could see what's on the second floor in terms of information. And these are the basic books that are written well and make the point. But don't think they're the ceiling. Don't think that's where it stops. Subject matter. And don't think books at all is where it stops. It's only, again, as I pointed out, to trigger. Ooh, let me close this. It's only there to trigger the process of wisdom, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. All right? Ooh, gotta move this light. All right, so let's see. Let's go to the front again. Wield an almost magical power over anyone and project tremendous personal power and magnetism. James K. Van Fleet. James K. Van Fleet is the guy who wrote one of the first books I've ever read that turned me on. The Hidden Power, called Hidden Power. I've talked about it. All about the subconscious. So he's a subconscious guru. I read his first book when I was 14, son. Turned my mind out at what the subconscious was. You want to understand the basic concept of the subconscious. James K. Van Fleet, Hidden Power. What mantras do, how it works. Whispering and shit like that. What it does. You ain't fucking around. Let me see. 6 sure ways to strike up a conversation with a total stranger. Magic methods that make your life much happier. Techniques of persuasion that control people to do what you want. The 7 cardinal sins of conversation. Shit not to say. The master formula for powerful persuasive writing. How to use body language to project enormous personal power. Y'all understand? This is the magic game. This is the game of the hidden. When I was searching for the hidden, I found some of it here. Subconscious programming, subconscious reality, and the subconscious programming reality that everybody goddamn went to, so you know how to be one up on the frequency of it. Because they're one up, that's what they're doing to you. Don't be such a goof. Get into it. Goof. How to have your orders instantly obeyed. This is the power that you get from doing what I'm telling you to do. This is all the shit you're trying to do. How to apply your conversation skills to speed up your career. How to ask questions that always get 100% honest answers. James K. Van Fleet, A Complete Guide to Verbal Manipulation. We can go on there. I could just go in on that book. Let's see what we got here. This was Subliminal. It's called Subliminal. How Your Subconscious Mind Rules Your Behavior. So this is just a straight informational book. Leonard Melodinow or something, Melodinow or something. Melodinow. Subliminal. How your unconscious mind rules your behavior. Let's see what the Huffington Post says. With great wit and intelligence, Midiolau now, whatever the fuck his name is, takes us on a sweeping tour of his mental landscape and the latest revelations in neuroscience. Do you understand that this is one of their biggest studies? How you act and react. Human behavior is a big study. So if you are a conscious person, you're supposed to be studying human behavior and understanding it at its very core, so you can disdain from some of these animalistic behaviors and reach for a higher frequency, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Than the standard rabble that's walking around here. So this is I guess this is a great informational book on the landscape of the subconscious and the conscious mind. So I got it. Over the past 2 decades, the neurological research, it has become increasingly clear that the way we experience the world, our perception, behavior, memory, and our social judgment is largely driven by the mind, subliminal processes, and not by conscious ones, as we have long believed. Come on, man. I'm not making this up as I go along. There's a study on this. Study it and see if it's real. I'm studying it. Oh, it's real. Oh, it's real. So while y'all sitting around talking about fucking, I want to kick off that Necronomicon book. Get what's going to fucking advance your mind. Get what's going to free your mind. These books, I'm telling you, free your mind. In fact, that's what I'm naming this fucking lecture. Something about free your mind. Because that's what we talk. I didn't know what I was going to name, but we're going to free our mind. You know what I'm saying? Get out of your slavery. You got it. The Definitive Book of Body Language. The Definitive Book of Body Language. Alan and Barbara Pease, Pease. Authors of Why Men Don't Listen and Women Can't Read Maps. See, when they do books like that, Why Men Can't Listen, Why Women Don't Read Maps. See, in our day-to-day, we'll say that. Men don't listen to shit. And women don't read maps. They tell you, no, I know what it looks like. Go ahead. Khadijah hates the GPS. She's almost embarrassed to use it. I'm like, shit. Loves it turned off. So a book like that, if they're not saying it straight out, what they're trying to tell you is your social engineering is what they're challenging in these books. They go under the banner of self-help, but they're actually occult principles masquerading as self-help to sell to masses. The masses identify with it because what they lay out is what all the masses are going through, but don't know how to get out or don't know how to apply it or apply themselves or get the context of what's supposed to be happening. Because of self-help, they just think they're supposed to get a better job and all this rest of this shit. But the occultist understands what this is talking about, what is keeping you abreast of, and what it is you're actually gaining and losing. See, we have more to gain besides a job by doing this. You see, they only have jobs and other shit. So if they're giving out all of these secrets of the mind, if they put it under self-help, you take it as self-help. Who reads that? All this information that's truly transformative goes unseen. When y'all deep ass niggas go to the store, do y'all go past books like this? Do y'all even know what section they in? You understand? Maybe you deep and you do know. But I doubt it. Because I can see how you act and react. I talk to people all the time. Very few people. Some people have more of a natural way of dealing with people, a natural way of not stepping on little Uzi's toes, let's just say. Some people are natural at it, and some people just are assholes and fucked up. It's all in the game. So the definitive book of body language, an international bestseller, is actually showing all these postures, and they're showing you, let's say we're going to take this lady here, I'll talk about. It's showing you her hand is on her shit like this. That means she's lying. And they put question marks because none of it's definitive. Let's say that. Certain shit is obvious, but they still use it as speculation. So meaning doing this, oh, he's saying fuck you. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying fuck you. I'm saying fuck you. But they may not be. They may have a habit of doing this. You have to want, because they may be in every situation going, So now when they did it on the show, I meant to say that they show real life pictures. They show a film of Obama talking about he's dead, John McCain. He said, yo, John McCain was a good man and he was a patriot. And I said, oh shit. Then they showed another politician, white politician. Oh, I like my opponent, Brother Panic. He's an excellent motherfucker. And then they showed the third one doing it, a politician. So they show real life people doing shit. Tyson's faces. If you got a face like this, that means this and that. So here, a hand posture, her leg posture where her knee is actually touching the other leg means not open to communication. One person's foot position means menacing. And his top means he's holding his glasses, it looks like. And it's like hiding something, but what? No, shades on. Oh, pay attention. Right here. See this guy? He has shades on in the middle of the day. And when he becomes conscious of his shades, let's say he's sitting like this, that means he's hiding something. What? You don't know, but he's hiding something. So pay attention. Anybody wearing shades, where shades shouldn't be worn. Now, there's a possibility. They'll tell you, well, no, it just fell on my face. I forgot to take them off. But why did you forget to take them off when you normally do, when you walk into a building? Because you possibly have something you don't want people to see or you want to hide. So that's why stars who got hired, we know that. You hide, your eyes are fucked up. You put on sunglasses. You blind, you don't want them to see you doing this shit, like looking like Puffy, put on glasses. Or you're wearing them in an inappropriate time or bring attention to them. That's something to hide. Same way, if I say something, then go like this, I felt I said something intellectual. Glasses represent intellect. So I may, straighten out my glasses. You've seen that. Let me tell you something, Mr. Such and Such, blah, 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 blah. Because your glasses represent intelligence. So who you ever seen wear shades in an inappropriate time? That's something to hide. So they got a hostile attitude, your hands folded in front of you by your penis, your shoulders raised, hostile attitude. With your hands across your penis, with your hands down, just folded across your dick area where they meet, you're hiding your manhood. And you have a closed mind. Legs crossed, standing up. No, they didn't speak. Something to hide. A hand. You know how a woman stands there, legs crossed, and they put their hands in their back pocket on their ass. White girls do that. They just sit there and they put their hands in their back pocket. They said that's something to hide. And her head turned to the side and back. It looks like it says losing interest. They got a guy with his hands like cradled, like this, not like this, but cradled like this. It says thinks you're stupid. I mean, you can see it. His hands cradled, her hands in the back pocket, his hands over his manhood, his shoulders a little bit raised. They're telling you what all this is. I didn't know you could see it that good. I just showed you. And the way his feet is, this guy says impatient to leave. You get what I'm saying? So they'll tell you from head to toe, that's what you're reading. If you know just what I said here, you know a whole bunch about a person without even saying shit. Wouldn't that be a reader? Wouldn't it? Huh? Fucking, I expect to see one of you niggas with a goddamn turban on and a fucking eye that comes out. I expect to see that shit because you niggas are so corny. All right, let's see. The definitive body language should be at the top of everyone's professional reading list. Not only gives you the edge by allowing you to identify the hidden messages of others, it provides spot-on coaching tips and exercises to help you communicate more powerfully without ever having to speak a word. When Alan and Barbara Pease, 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 write, I read, I underline, I learn, I laugh, and steal. Body Language is a marvel of a book. Thomas J. Peter, author of The Search of Intelligence and Reimagine. Probably somebody real big in the self-help world. The definitive book of body language is a practical, pervasive, and entertaining that will show you how to pick up on the signals, both conscious and unconscious, that people in all aspects of your life and work send to you. Brian Tracy, author of The Power of Charm. You understand? Plenty of books, plenty of study on it. Let's see what we got here. The Power of Your Subconscious Mind by Joseph Murphy. So here we have another Power of Your Subconscious Mind book that, you know, you must understand. That's where it's all being driven from. That's where all the body language comes from your subconscious mind. If you deal with your subconscious mind, the body language will tell you a better story when you walk in the room. If you understand all the positive moves that the body does and start programming your body to be in that position, to act consciously and react in that position until it becomes repetition enough to be subconscious movements till you're moving in this positive body language. Body language is of power. Understanding what, oh, damn, I always do that. That's weakness. That's me hiding my manhood, my prowess. So now you know, well, what expands my prowess? You start practicing staying in that position, in business position, in a room or wherever, until it becomes the natural way you stand, until it becomes trained in your body. And that's how you start changing from weak to powerful, by first even understanding it and understanding where it comes from, understanding the subject mind. So now you have this, which we're all going to talk to. Actually, I'm going to leave that last. There's another excellent, no, let me get this out the way, but because now, all right, so here's our book that we talked about earlier, Boom Bow. Our other Joe Navarro book, What Everybody is Saying. This is what it looks like. Ex-FBI agent speed reading people, called Speed Reading as well, What Everybody, international bestseller. And let's see what it says really quick. I don't want to read all this shit. The ancient survivalist instincts that drive the body language. What's the face in the least likely place to gauge a person? Why the face is the least likely place to gauge a person's feelings. He even points out it's the body. He goes hard on the body as what we should do. Just, I'm going to show you now, there are books about face alone. So I guess that's a debate in their community. But you do what works for you. Remember, it's so dark. The thumbs, feet, and eyelids reveal about moods and motives. So what the thumbs, feet, and eyelids reveal about moods and motives. The most powerful behaviors that reveal our confidence and true sentiments. So he's showing you body movements, as I pointed out, that you can be conscious of to blah, blah, blah. Simple, non-verbal verbals that instantly communicate authority. Fill with examples, blah, 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 blah. You already got it. You know who Joe Navarro is, our FBI agent. But now on the other side, the power of reading faces. So a simple illustrated guide to understanding our universal language, acceptable in any country or any culture. Mac Fuller, J.D., world-renowned expert in face reading, forward by Brenda Bentz. Looks like this. This is who they are. This is how the book looks. Everyday applications for face reading, improving both work, personal relationships, interviewing, hiring the right people, team building, coaching, anything from understanding your children's needs and responses. Think about that. If you understand body language, what the miracle it would be for just you and your children alone. You wouldn't be arguing with them, debating them, pushing them to it. You'll understand exactly what they mean and be able to give them what they need before they even can verbalize to you what it is they need. Oh, you ain't ready. Find your perfect life partner. You know, or everybody's looking for their soulmate. Duh. I'm telling you I'm telling you right now, y'all niggas don't listen. I gotta do fucking 5 hours. Shit I was gonna say just so you could listen. Reading your audience, when presenting, identifying better business partners, selecting a jury. Like if you're a lawyer, remember I told you I read the law shit. And when I read it, the way the thinking was, it forces you to think outside the box as a lawyer, to be able to look at both sides to evaluate and create an argument. You have to know this. You have to know when whoever's lying, whoever's moving. That's what Judge Judy, watch Judge Judy, nigga. I thought she was just a racist old white lady, man. My whole DVR is full with Judge Judy episodes. She's only doing what lawyers do. I see her evaluate through questions, look at facial expressions. She'll say like this, watch her body movement. She'll say, look here. And she'll point to her mouth though. Because what she's really saying is, I'm looking at your mouth. She looks at the rhythm. If you're not lying, niggas so witness, tell your story. Okay, we was over there, we was smoking cigarettes, and then I know it was hot outside, then I had my blue shorts on and okay, no, red shorts on, and we usually sit on that stoop, and we sit out, it's hot, the stars are out, and on this day I seen a guy across the street, and he had a green shirt on, blue pants, and the first thing that stood out, it didn't match, but then he's coming back, and then he's walking, and it's suspicious. So now we looking at him. So we're sitting there, but he can't really see us. I made that up off my head. But you see how I can flow like that because I know what not to be, because you understand how to supersede even lying. The moves that you made as a liar or make as a liar when someone's lying. It's harder when it's personal. I just made that story up, so I have no skin in the game. But it becomes harder when Khadijah goes, did you eat all the eggs? I ain't fuck with them eggs. That shit wasn't me. That it'd be harder when you really got to tell a story. But that's the story. So Judge Judy looks for that. I seen her do it. I seen her go, he's not lying. Go, you're lying. And she'll look at the nuances, the way they back up. Perfect. She's face reading. That's when I seen that and said, oh shit. I thought she's just a regular white lady doing regular white lady shit. I said, no, this bitch is actually smart. I see what she's doing. And then I started studying her show to see more facial expressions. So based upon her reaction or how she did the case, I would study the facial reactions of the plaintiff or the defendant to see what she's acting and reacting to. And that's how I started cataloging more faces based upon her work. She knows faces of lying for all of the gazillion years she's been there. So just seeing her action reaction, that must be a lion. And it looks lying. He's moving back. He's covering his mouth. He's doing this. So I'm not know what it means, but you could tell. It's obvious. He doesn't cover his mouth. He doesn't want to say anything, or he's look. He made a fist. He's mad. You understand what I'm saying? This position is something else. When you do this, you're trying to keep it in. It's harder. Do this, less harder, I guess. And sometimes this also means, which you have to determine in a situation, you're ashamed of what you just said. Yeah, nigga, Snickers is not really that good, man. I can't fuck with Snickers, man. That may mean you're lying or ashamed of what you said. You don't want to say no more, you're embarrassed. So I started watching her and seeing what people doing. Dry throat, big indication. She points out, she said, white women. She said when they get nervous, their whole chest gets red right here. She'll point it out. She said, look, I'm glad you wore a low top because now see how your neck is red? Certain of us have that. She's talking to white people. Certain of us have that trait. If your shit turns red, that means you're nervous. That means she studies this. That one thing told me she studied it. If I was guessing, I'm no longer guessing. She said, when your neck is red. Then she also said, here's another thing that happens when you are lying or about to lie. Your throat gets dry. Because your subconscious doesn't want to let it out. It doesn't believe in the lie. It doesn't believe it can pull it off, but it's trying to survive. That's when you get the dry throat. You did something wrong. Your throat will start cracking when you're talking. You don't want to tell that lie. And so she'll keep water out there. I didn't peep it. Of course, you keep water because you keep water. But I didn't realize that's a nervous indication. So as soon as they walk out and drink water, she points it out. Why are you so thirsty? Is your throat dry? For no reason, she'll say it because they took a sip of water before they say, you drinking water before you start talking. Is your throat dry? Yeah, and she'll let his explanation. Yeah, it's a little dry. I didn't do that. And she'll see what they're talking about. Or, yeah, I had a long night. Or, yeah, whatever they say. So this is also very, very powerful shit. Probably to me the most because that's what you're going to see the most. But not really. You'll see a body. But you'll see people's faces online and you'll be able to tell too. So the power of face reading, the most comprehensive, easily used book on face reading available today. Author Mac Fuller takes face reading out of the realm of the mysterious, makes it fun and easy for you to understand more about the people you encounter, no matter who you meet, no matter where in the world. Face reading is our foundational international language. None seeing the differences. Blah, 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 blah. It's an international language. And we know that the Africans used to certain Africans based marriage upon reading the face and the head shapes. So you would go before the elders. They would look at the shape of your head, look at the shape of Khadijah's head and say, it is so. They would no. And you know it because niggas do whatever. And that's why there's these animalistic niggas around that you ain't going to let out of jail no matter how conscious you get. So this is a little bit deeper. Not just the expressions. This is like the face shapes and types. So this here is just a section on chins. If someone has this chin, let's just say, they avoid conflict. High ethical standards. So if you see somebody with this chin, and whatever business you're doing with them, you know they won't be argumentative with you, and you know they have high standards. There's a paragraph. You avoid seldom conflict, seldom challenges others directly. You prefer a consensus and agreement over assertive and aggressive behavior. You have high ethical standards. You expect everyone to follow the same rules as you do. So now if you have this round chin like him, it'll tell you you're compassionate and concerned for people. If you have this straight chin like this, hunky, you're motivated by causes, ideas, and idealistic. So they go through chins, lips, or lips phenotypes. Yes, of course, they're going to have the Negro. The Negro does show up. So if you have lips, size, and shape like this chocolate queen of my dreams, in my dreams, only if Khadijah approves, she could be persuasive and focused on outcome. The lower lip is definitely larger than the upper one. So if you look here, I remember looking at this one. If you look here, I'm trying to get it close as I can. You see this thin lip? And this bottom lip is bigger. There's a friend I have named A. Sheldon. To the T. Thin lip. So now I can get to know about her. And I asked her for a test when I read this, because the darkies standed out. I said, you have the gift of gab when it comes to convincing others of your point of view, especially about the external world of facts and figures. The bottom lip is twice as big as the top one. Your natural gift of persuasion allows you to charm your listeners into believing whatever you say. Your focus is on doing. Your challenge is learning to connect with and express your feelings. If your upper lip is especially thin, you're You stick to the facts and may even substitute facts for feeling and expressing yourself. So I showed her that because that's what she has. But what it's really supposed to do, if I don't have it, is make me understand her. I never have to say it. Let's say I was fucking with her in real life. I never have to say it, but I know what she's about just off of her lip type. So this tells you the type of ears and eyeballs combination. There's pages and pages just on nostrils, different types of nostrils and what they mean. Rectangular nostrils, so you can look for your nose. If I had to tell the story, I see my son's nose, huge flared nostrils, intense energy, self-confident, extravagant. Now I know somebody else with nipples, and so far that does it. There must be another flaring nose because I don't sound like my son so far. The self-confident, the life energy is so intense that you may overestimate your own abilities on streams. Yeah. You want to be acknowledged by others for your achievements. I don't know if that's him. Highly creative, imaginative. You may tend to think you are incredible and take on too much, and maybe, but that may be all people. You avoid to learn access. Let me see if there's other noses. A little bit more. Oh yeah, there are. But these are really thin white noses. That's the closest to his, but the one with flaring nostrils, I've seen that more. Okay. These have flaring nostrils too. My nose, maybe this one. Round nostril, generous, shares with others. Oh, fuck. To a fault. Oh, greedy motherfuckers trying to figure out whose rent we need to help out with this month. I'm not really complaining. There's families, but I am complaining. You're willing to give and you're generous to a fault. Yes. Both your time and money, you feel that you have more than enough resources for your own needs. That's one fucking right. So you immediately share what you have with those who are close to you. Fuck, that was so correct. That was on point. That is my absolute problem since day one. So that's what this is. This is not so much about the facial expressions, which there are plenty in the books I gave you. Oh no, they're actually here. Facial expressions. There's more of them, But this is not just eyes. These are just improving odds in sales. This is reading personality profiles, featured summary. Okay. So applications. This amount of the book they dedicate to application. So after this is the expression. So the X half of the book is application. So. Good book. Okay, How to Read People Like a Book, James W. Williams. The Guide to Speed Reading People, Understanding Body Language, Emotions, Decode Intentions, and Connect Effortlessly. Do I need to say, it's more of the same on the back. Just look what it looks like. James W. Williams, How to Read People Like a Book. How to Spot a Liar, James W. Williams. Practical Guide on Speed Reading People, Decipher Body Language, Detect Deception to Get to the Truth. So you can find if anybody, this is what reading is. This is spiritual reading. I'm sorry to knock you off your fucking bubble. So remember when I told you the difference between magic and science? I told you that to tell you this. Here's the science of reading people. I know you thought you were special, but learn the science and you'll be a better reader. We have it naturally. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to take anybody else saying it was bullshitting. Some may be, but if you felt they did a good job, then hell, they did a good job. Knock yourself silly. But you just got the science. It's up to them what they do. So same thing, How to Spot a Liar. You know what I'm saying? Speed reading people is what they call it. Okay, now we go into another little area, the Manipulation Bible, The Dark Side of Communication by Władysław Jack Tcheniko. Jack Tcheniko. Wladysław. Last name Jachtchenko. The Manipulation Bible, The Dark Side of Communication. This is what really turned me on because I'm a communicator. So this tells you how to say words and understand words that are actually coming from the subconscious and not the conscious mind. How to say words to talk to the subconscious mind. And if motherfuckers understand this and they have a bad intention, they're called preachers. This is what preachers understand, how to manipulate you through verbal communication. You understand? So, a master class in the manipulation from the best-selling communications coach. Nice is for suckers. Want to win in today's world? Put yourself first and start getting your own way. Want to seem confident but haven't got a clue? Want to prove yourself right by using whatever facts you like? The essential book is how to teach you how to run things around your acquaintances, family members, and colleagues, and crafty, provocative, and best of all, is guaranteed to work. Oh my God. In the very fucking paragraph that he's describing this book, he manipulated us. Listen to what he said to our ego. Nice is for suckers. That's highlighted. That's where he starts. You want to win in today's world? Hell yeah. Put yourself first and start getting your own way? Hell yeah. Who don't want that? Is so general. He's talking general. This is called NLP, Neuro Linguistic Programming. He said, want to seem confident but haven't got a clue? Yes. That means I don't have to study shit, read shit, or do shit. I haven't got a clue, but still seem like I'm the man. This is for me. Want to prove yourself right using whatever facts you like? Fuck, want to prove I'm right using whatever facts I like? That means I win every argument. The essential book, then he makes the statement. After you've seen all the lines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He made an opening statement and 1, 2, 3, 4 supporting statements. They call that pacing. And then he gives a statement they call a lead. So you pace, 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 lead. And what's the lead? After he says, you want this, you want this, you want this. Yeah, I want all of this shit. Well, this essential book will teach you how to run things around your acquaintances, family members, and colleagues. It's crafty, provocative, and best of all, guaranteed to work. That's the lead. He tickled me with all the things most people want, because if nice is for suckers, most people try to be courteous but hate everybody, but no one admits it. Only conscious people say I hate humans, but they're the most human people I've met. But what they really do is hate themselves. And they're trying to put all this African shit on to pretend they love something and love themselves. But they really hate themselves because they haven't dealt with their fucking negativity or their emotions. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. I know you. I know you can act like you got it together, but you don't. I know you. I've been talking to you directly, and I know what's fucking ailing us. I know what's got us sick. So they want to win every argument. They want to win. When they say nice is for suckers, niggas ain't trying to be nice. They're trying to be nice because nice is the society's way of doing shit, but it's not real. Goddamn, it's 12. You put yourself first and start getting your own way. Everyone feels that they slighted, no matter what. Donald Trump has a whole doctrine of how he's slighted, how he's not getting his own way. Everyone wants that. And no matter how much of your way you got, you always want more. So yes, people will agree to that. You want to seem confident but haven't got a clue. Yes, that means you don't have to do anything, but you become the man. He's giving it to you. You want to prove yourself right using whatever facts you like, meaning you don't even have to research real shit. You know how to win against niggas' stupidity. He's even showing you how to, instead of trying to disdain and go in as I do as conscious people, he's showing you, which is still worthy to be read because it shows how human minds work, how to stay in the argument and win, how to stay in control doing the same things you're doing. So in other words, if you find yourself can't divorce yourself from the situation. You can manipulate using the same situation if you're reading what the study is about people. That's what you got to do. You can't just say, I'm conscious and I'm a God and don't turn away from humanity. You still are human. You still a human. You got to deal with what humanity is. I'm giving it to you. A portion of you fuckos. And then he writes, here's what you need to know. Rule number 1. Know who you are up against. I told you that. Know who you are up against. Number 2. Know all the dirtiest tricks. This is a motherfucker right here. And number 3. Manipulate others before they manipulate you. Stop that bullshit. He's trying to tell you how to win. International phenomenon with Jenko is here to show you how the international best-selling communication coach opens up his box of tricks to show you how to use bogus arguments, de-risk body language techniques, and twisted truths to get the last word in every single conversation. See, y'all trying to be nice guys out here. Give one and one comes back. And don't forget, eat your kale wrap. But here's what they're saying. Nice is for suckers. Manipulate others before they manipulate you. Know all the dirtiest tricks. First, know who you're up against. This nigga teaches you a box of tricks to show you how to use bogus arguments. That's Donald Trump. What do you think Donald Trump is doing? That's why they fucking they taking shit like this. And that's how they become master businessmen. That's how they become masters manipulators. Fuck all that think fast and grow rich shit. That's not nothing. It's this. Everything I just said is Donald Trump, and tell me I'm lying. Let me read Donald Trump shit again. This international best-selling communication opens up a box of tricks to show you how to use bogus arguments. The election was faked. The election was faked. Devious body language techniques and twisted truths. They took the election away from me to get the last word in every single conversation. That's why niggas have to deal with this man on CNN, deal with him in all sorts of reality, which he made up all this crap because he knows who he's up against. He knows all the dirtiest tricks, and he manipulates others before they manipulate him. He's already on the tour saying African Americans built America. And do you know niggas are starting to go, yeah, finally kick it, Donald, because that's the stupidity and the mind control you under. He's just saying the things you want to hear, like this book, like what I've been telling you. Like I told you with Little Uzi. Donald Trump is now saying African Americans built America. And know what he said that gave it away, the subliminal words that I peeped? He said, yeah, you know, blah, blah, blah. He said, yeah, is that good? He said, yeah, is that good? You guys built America. Is that good? What does that say? Is that good? I don't know if what I'm saying is even real. Somebody told me to say it. Is that good? And they're clapping and doing whatever they do in rallies that he looks for. Oh, I guess it is good. He had to ask, was it good? He did. Watch it if you get to see it. Yeah, African Americans building, is it good? Or if it wasn't, is it good? It was something on that in that fashion. I said, boom, got him. If he's saying these words, that's his subconscious mind calling out. Your subconscious mind always calls out with truth. It seems when it's absolutely a lie. So he doesn't know. He would have said it all the years. That nigga. Look at the last pages in my book when I put up that letter he put in the news about what bringing back the death penalty about black people. African Americans built this country. Why didn't you say sorry to the Central Park 5 that you indicted and called all sorts of animals that resonated throughout New York to young kids like me who thought that shit was some sort of law, or you know, I'm a young kid who thought that shit was a new reality of fear that he helped perpetuate. Take that back. No, you never say sorry because this is what they use, son. This is what you got to read and study this. You got to study where they come from, what people do. I know it sounds hard, but manipulate that shit, you got to be a little bit real with it too. He just manipulated you on the back page. This nigga should write a whole big, I got you in this motherfucker. Do you want to have the final say in arguments? Do you want to shut down your arrogant colleagues? Do you want to prove that you were right all along? That's all ego shit. So he's manipulating you himself to sell a better book or make a better book. He's actually using the technique as he tells you about the fucking technique. Everybody wants that, to win their arguments, to shut down that motherfucker at your job. Arrogant colleagues. Do you want to prove you were right all along? Everybody wants to be, that's ego shit. So, but you still need to read it because you need to understand the psychological thing that it is, because you can see when it's happening to you, and you might have to be in a situation that you do have to use certain dirty techniques, the techniques that do come out the ego, because that's what you're dealing with, the next man's ego sometimes. So if you can't shut it down and get out of it because that man's too strong in it, then you better take control of it, boy. You hear me, boy? So you better read shit like this: best-selling author, communication coach, and public speaker. Communication coach and public speaker, whatever his name is here to help. This book is a treasure trove of tips and tricks for honing your communication skills, teaching you to manipulate your way through everyday scenarios and finally start getting what you want. About the author, political science, law, history, literature, Munich and New York. He worked in a legal firm. Remember, I said the lawyers. He's a gift of gab. They study that. I read the Estat books. They study the same stuff. I'm trying to tell you, y'all not up on this study. This is a whole field that they've been winning against us with. They just put it under self-help. Who's going to look at this unless somebody tells you? Go look at it. I'm telling you, go look at it. This is a lot of the techniques they use in media. This is a lot of techniques they use in commercial programming, speeches, church, preachers, and we're going to get more into communication. Like these are the tricks and techniques that people use. You need to see them so you see how they're working on you and see how you became a victim of this. Boy. So he's a lawyer. He worked in a legal aid firm in Munich and research associate at the United Nations in New York before following his passion to begin work as a communications coach and public speaker in 2007. He's the founder of the Argumentoric Academy in Germany, where he leads training courses in interpersonal communication and business negotiations. He has enjoyed considerable success as international debating tournaments, ranking among the top 10 speakers in Europe, and has multiple awards for his work. With one online course alone, he reaches and teaches over 200,000 learners across the globe. So he's known for this. Why wouldn't you kill this shit? Leading questions, counter questions, what are attack questions, loaded questions, quick fire questions. Oh man, I'm getting all into these. Again, optimum bias. Oh, woo, cognitive dissonance is in here. I just went past it. You got to deal with that, and we are. Now, here's another thing you need to get. Dark psychology, that word. Dark psychology is the hidden in the subconscious mind. This book is a 3-in-1. Take full control of your life. So this is 3 books in 1. How to read body language instantly and make your mind accessible from any of the convert, manipulation, and techniques. So let me give this guy's name again, so you can see it. You probably can find it from this, the Manipulation Bible. It's a bestseller, so you could get it. The Dark Side of Communication. Here you go. All right, so this guy, or this person, is Jonathan Mind in which has been made up, and Alexandro Mendoza. So dark psychology and manipulation, ooh, see, is a big one. So of course is what we know, more of it. The hindbrain, the midbrain. Oh, see, they're talking about the different aspects of your brain. That's one of the things I talk about. They break it down into the forebrain. It's the human brain's most electrically complicated part. It consists of the telecephalon, the area where all the folds, grooves typically reproduced in the brain, illustrations and other structures, and blah, blah, blah. So why I like books like this, because they will tell you where in the brain these thoughts lie. While you think they're your personal thoughts, you're only really thinking the kind of thoughts that everyone does. You're a clone. You're a fucking human robot. You're fucking Westworld. You just think you're not. You think they're your own because there's flavors in your thoughts. They said the stories are all the same. The dreams are all the same. We tweak them. And the dreams are all the same. I was flying. I was in a dark room. I was underwater. I was doing this with an elephant. I was doing that. And I see my grandmother. And I see my grandmother. I see my grandma. We're actually having the same dreams, kind of. Just our interpretation of the same dreams. Because we're individuals by what we go through. And we think our thinking is image, but we think in template thinking. If we didn't think in template thinking, then they couldn't make these books. These books are defining the template of the human brain. And if you understand the template of the human brain, the human psyche as well, you're one up on the frequency. Not only do you understand and be able to evaluate yourself, which is the most important, you can go as far as you want to go in any field, because you're able to manipulate people if necessary, deal and move with other. Like I'm just turning to NLP techniques. NLP techniques are useful for those who need a guide to overcome obstacles, who have resistance to change and get out of the well-known comfort zone. So useful to those who need a guide to overcome obstacles and have resistance to change. So if you need a guide, okay, so NLP technique, they serve to provide you the necessary resource through the agendas to virtually essential to want to carry out the change and believe in. Okay, how do you do that? So it's saying NLP techniques will, if you're stuck on something, can help you change. I want to see how. I never heard that. Get you closer to your goals. Okay, so so next, I'm going to explain the most useful techniques in NLP. Number one, rapport. This approach is demonstrated in circumstances where you like to improve your contact with anyone in the community, whether they are working or personal. This aims at creating an environment of cooperation and confidence in which no conflict, debate, or judgment, therefore, is active listening between the two. The interpretation of the message an other party wants to transmit being worked on as well as being communicated, just as the message, blah, 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 and we're going to use the message. So what they're talking about clearly is creating a rapport in a situation, whether working or communal. Now, I was trying to set something up, and I seen the person was kind of defending themselves a lot. And I get it, because I talk a lot and I talk in a teaching way. So a person who feels they're either deep or knows something or wants to show me something for some fucking reason, it could be offensive to them. So I had to create or reestablish a rapport. And by the end of the conversation, listening began. That's what they said. The rapport is once they're listening. So the listening began, but the next conversation, the same thing, and the defense is back. So defense is back. That's where they live at. And that's really, now I got to see if they can work correctly. If they can't work correctly, then, hypocrites, good luck. And I wish well, but, I mean, come on, man. You gotta be real. You just figured this shit out. You just was born yesterday, and then a few hours after that, you just found a conscious book. So stop thinking. Don't even think in way of impressing me. I'm so far deep past anything that people studying would call just our conscious information. So past those subjects of studying it, because it now becomes more personal, not communal, not group inspired. You kind of break off from that. I know how to talk to communal and to the stuff but you're going from that. So sitting down there and listening and hearing what you have to say because you feel. So they go into after rapport, convert orders, which is hidden orders, anchorage, or how to anchor them. How to see. I do a technique of verbal anchoring by using a word, no tep or talk that sass. So when I'm doing one of them live funny lectures where I'm just talking that shit and we gonna talk that sass, that's called anchoring you. So I'm giving you techniques now. So when I keep bringing you to the anchor, if you found it funny or entertaining, when I'm starting to get deep, where I know people start, it may get into people's opinions and it may challenge them in their cognitive distance, I ground them with talk that sass. You think I'm just bullshitting and running my mouth, you stupid fuck. It's a technique. I studied the techniques. It's a technique. Jumping like this is a technique. When I do this, it hits your subconscious mind. So that's why you talk like this. Then it's a fucking illusion. Then you go back. That's not me just going crazy, you foolish mule. Anchor word. It's a technique. See, when I say fool, oh, you're saying that no, because the smart people think they're watching. They think it's the other people who are dumb when I say you stupid, you're foolish, you idiot. They go, me? New people say me. Why is he doing that? Regular people are panic talking about them other human motherfuckers. I'm spiritual. So I get to say that all the time, but I use it as an anchor word. It becomes just funny on the surface, but it's keep bringing you to a conscious point so you don't get scared. So when you're scared, talk that sass when I hit you with something that may be challenging to you. For the most part, all these books are just reiterating. It's not challenging. I already laid down the challenge for you. I already had to do the talk that sass. Now, since I laid it all down in all these hours, now I'm laying out what really you should be learning from everything I talked and was animated about. Do you understand? I'm doing something here, and I'm only telling you this because we're on the subject. Otherwise, you would never know. You would say, that's just man, he's stupid and crazy. No, there's science to that. Neuro-linguistic programming, anchoring you. Psychology, eye access, internal. This is visual. This goes through a lot of technique in NLP. Benefits derived from using NLP, manipulating the mind through NLP, 15 basic assumptions of NLP. Wow, I'm getting back into this as well. The principle of neuro-linguistic programming. Number one, the international map is unique. One of the concepts of NLP relates to the orientation people have around them in the world. The way a person orients themselves has to do with his inner map. This is what I was talking about earlier. We've now been, excellent wording. Listen, let me read it again so when I hit you with it, you feel stupid. One of the concepts of NLP relates to the orientation people have around them in the world. You're from the ghetto, right? That's the orientation you have in the world. So that's a concept that NLP seeks to address. And meaning if people use NLP techniques on you, because of your orientation, you from the ghetto rap star, NLP can be used on you based upon that reality. The way the person orients itself, meaning the way you feel about your social being in your world, the ghetto in this case, the way the person orients themselves has to do with his inner map. So your inner map is what your subconscious said is the reality about me living in Queensbridge. So why does this nigga act like that? This nigga's the gunslinger in the hood. This nigga sells drugs in the hood. This nigga's always with some chick in the hood. This nigga went to college straight from the hood. This nigga stands on the block straight from the hood. This nigga's the nigga. Each time you walk to the store, ranking on you, yo, Patty, leave your shoes, done. You know what I'm saying? Why is everyone what? Because they created a way to present themselves, to orient themselves to the ghetto. The name Panic is one. I didn't want to name my name Sunshine Butter Rum. Yo, let's think of that nigga Sunshine Butter Rum. What's up, Butter Rum? What up, nigga? Y'all got my rum? Got my butter rum up? Butter rum. That don't work. Panic sounds real. What's your name? Panic done. I done. I done. Yeah, done. Panic, my nigga. That's my nigga. Panic, nigga. That's the nigga. Pan. You understand what I'm saying? Pandemonium. Sounds like something's happening. Green eyes, hands, drawers. Know what I'm saying? Nigga, young God, and all this kind of crap. So the way the person orients themselves has to do with his inner map. That inner map is created through that lifestyle, and most of that inner, and let's even take that inner map further as a conscious person sitting in front of us for a thing. That inner map comes from something that hasn't been investigated for a long time, because you think you passed it. You think, well, I'm going to this God, this Oshun level, I don't have to speak on, when somebody's kicking me in the ass in high school. You have to deal with it and let it go, because that's the map that you have in your head. That's why you argue the way you do. That's why you're defensive. That's why you can't get along. Nobody fucks with you, and you tell yourself it's everybody else. I tried to tell you something, and from experience of studying this shit, you fucking standing there listening to me at all because you respect what you heard, or you heard something that you at least know is fascinating. But if it triggers, you ain't gonna hear it. That's because of your inner map. Or whatever. That applies in most situations, but let's keep it on this. The internal map is simple in the early stages of life. However, as we grow, the map will become more complex and new routes open. What is he talking about? He's talking about the more you grow old and the more dysfunction, the more you get complacent in your ways, the more you get fearful situations, the more you get opinionated and you get stuck as it grows. So as a young kid, when they show you rap music and you have this one idea to be a famous rapper, as it grows, it gets sicker. And it grows, and it's an addiction. You think it's a calling, but it's a calling because you mapped yourself to this reality. I mapped myself to that reality. It's everything I seen was from that perspective, and everything that was happening in the world was based upon rap music. Everything that happened in the world. When I let go of that map, I was able to see and started reprogramming myself with a new map called consciousness. But I knew better than to program myself with whatever the fuck y'all niggas was doing with that goddamn shea butter. Never was in no communal nothing. Never was even a 5%er, not a Boy Scout, not a new Wapu, not a none of those things. Not to say none of those things are wrong, but that's not where I come from. I come from straight reading books and getting my and understanding from my father's understanding. My father was into this. My grandfather, I got Necronomicon shit out of his house when he died. He was in the OTO and all the rest of that shit. So I was oriented, or this was in my psyche. So when I was reading my father's books on Eastern meditation and Eastern philosophy, and when he was showing me the techniques that he studied as a kid, it stuck. And that's where I got the interest and foundation from, not from a group. And that doesn't mean it. If you got it from a group, I see motherfuckers who are badass that came through a communal system. Either way, different strokes for different folks. So not to shit on one or the other, but that's not my story. So understanding this was in me, all I did was reorder the map that was in me. Why I get out of bed. I no longer get out of bed for rap at that time. It became to get out of bed to learn more and more and more and more. I couldn't get enough. Again, as I pointed out earlier, your piety is not how much you know, how much you want to know. So I changed my mapping to unending. How did I do that? One of the first things I ever heard Bobby Hemmett said on a tape, when he turned it on, I can't remember the name, don't even care. Somebody asked him, what got you into consciousness? And he said these words. And this was before I was really, this is the thing I kept in my head that somehow stuck with me because it was that profound in this little moment. So what made you get into consciousness? He said, I wanted to go wherever this took me. Wherever this took me, I was willing to go. And if it took my ass back to the church, then that's where I would go. I said, well, goddamn. Turn my shit right. I said, well, goddamn. What that made me see or made me do, and I said, well, I guess that's the mentality to be. And I took that mentality, not really being deep, but it's just one of the first things I saw, and it set up, it set up a way of studying that kind of stuck. And I'm sure it was spiritual in this. That's why it stuck in my head. Something in my subconscious knew that was the way, or a big mentality. Oh, my battery is dead. That's what it is. Or a big mentality that evidently is stuck. So that is a map changing mantra or a map changing statement that I am not willing. I'm really making a vow to let my argument go. My argument is the map that he's talking about. The map is nothing more than your subconscious mind. That's how you work. That's the path you go from in to out. That's the trail you take. So that trail that you take in your map means he's that type of nigga. He's got a soft disposition. That's the map. That's the path he's taking. Map is your path. He's a gangster. That's the path he's taking. So that's the map in your head. The more complete the map, the more successful the person is. Most of us have incomplete map. You was a kid and when you wanted to be a rap star, you was fucking 15 years old. Now you fucking 45 years old with the same fucking dream. That's an incomplete map. You evolved nowhere. You think because rap has changed that rap has evolved. Rap has not evolved. It hasn't brung out consciousness or lifted it anywhere. It's just business as usual. The same stupid shit that Snoop was talking about. La da 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 da. Even though we danced to it and enjoyed to it, he really talked about nothing but drinking gin and juice. Passing hoes around. Do 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 do. When I fucked you last night, lady. You know, I licked my balls. He didn't have any evolution. He sat with publishers and they said, okay, we can't go further with you because you smoke but nothing but weed and you fuck hoes. So they said, okay, we know how to make weed smoking okay, become Snoop Lion. Where now you are justified through this reggae experience that's supposed to have come over you, that you twisted your little your perm, that is now justified because Rasta smoke weed. So if Bob Marley is coming through and you're feeling the spirit of Bob Marley when you're smoking weed, now it makes more sense than you just fucking a fucking addict. Then they get him on shows with his son coaching his kids. You don't see that no more. Why? Because he ultimately had to get to where he's doing these commercials. He ain't gonna rap no more. Where he's doing Corona commercials and whatever else. I seen him doing something else. When he gets with Martha Stewart, she's the commercial bitch. She's the endorsement bitch. She does some bowls on her old show. The old show she had, she uses some bowls. Them bowls was put on. So everybody was coming at her to endorse. After she did that jail shit, it went down. So she had to make her shit more appealing. And she did it once before when she opened up an award show with Buster. And niggas went crazy. Martha Stewart was with Buster. They put them together. And she worked well with him. She looked white, old lady cute with him. So now they got it with Snoop. I haven't seen the show anymore, but they still associated them because Snoop needed that. And they also, another trick they did besides the Snoop Lion, which you don't hear shit about no more, because now that justified him having it. So when you say, well, you were talking about we don't love these hoes, but he had a Snoop Lion experience. You don't love these hoes, but he did whole albums with that dude where he did beautiful. Well, wait a minute, you didn't love these hoes a minute ago. Now you're showing your wife and you're beautiful. That's manipulation, folks. That's not evolution. That is a thought out plan to say I was this guy and now they're going to show me how to be that guy. I won. Whatever he did during the Biggie and Tupac thing, he must have did it well because he's rewarded for it. He now had, what's the reward? Remember, y'all, he owns Death Row now. Oops. Suge Knight's out, he's in. Dre doesn't want it. Why? Oh, yeah. They give Dre Beats by Dre. Which Dre said, this one deal is more valuable to me, which I have money in the bank valuable, than all the rap records I've ever done. So to put in perspective, rap music, as opposed to, let's say, somebody who made something like Beats, that only lasted 3-4 years. You still could get it now. But remember when all the craze was Beats? Now nobody's talking about it. All they need is 3 or 4 years. And their side bitch, their guy who's just got a percentage of it, said this is worth more than, and he's been doing rap records for close to 20 years, making them close to 20 years, since 1986. So he definitely went to 2006. That's 20 years. That's 20 years. So what? That what I just showed you about Snoop is not natural. It's not organic in rap. It's meant to be presented as such, but you can't see the thought out business moves for the sake of manipulating your fucking cognitive, behavioral dysfunction. You can't see that they're presenting to you because you want to say Snoop evolved, because you still have your dream as a 15-year-old and you have not evolved. So when you see this fake evolution of Snoop Dogg, you get to say in your mind you are growing up with him because you listened to his music all these years and you got old, but you still have that same idea of being famous of when you were a kid. Real talk. Y'all know I'm in it. Each person has his or her map, and no two maps are the same. The best map is the one that offers more than one road. Every every behavior has a positive intention. Oh, that's interesting. It may be one of NLP's most debated ideas. The argument refers that the fact that every person and action has an intrinsic positive purpose. For example, someone doubts a smoker has a good intention to smoke. But according to this theory, the smoker may smoke or be socially accepted. NLP seeks to turn this optimistic attitude into a more efficient and appropriate individual behavior model. So they're telling you how to use NLP to help people, because actually psychiatrists came up with it. So they were using it to help it, but that's interesting. So we say smoking is a bad thing or a bad intention. What they're saying is you got to look at it as perhaps they started smoking to be socially accepted, which was a good intention for smoking, even though it is smoking. Interesting. The structure of experience. This is interesting. I want to see, do they really just here the NLP? They may start with what is NLP. Okay, what is NLP? Chapter 2. Neuro-linguistic program is one of the many techniques for modifying behavior experience. So if I was a doctor, or if I was what I am, and this is what I've been doing, and if I broke this down, you'll see that's the techniques that most teachers use when they speak NLP, because it depends on your intention. My intention is to help. It's to give you things that you can see for yourself as help. Not do it and trust me. Never just do it. Trust me. I'm trying to help you. No, I'm telling you things you can see for yourself that will help you. It helped me. I'm telling you. So my intention is to use these things and these techniques so it'll stick with your ass so you can find out for yourself, because that's how you got to work. So NLP is one of the techniques for modifying behavior experience. Neuro-linguistic program focus on the relationships between functioning of the human neural network, hence the word neuro in the name NLP, and the linguistic aspects and resulting in behavioral, but also influencing the behavior of other people, collectively understood as programming. NLP is programming. And they've been using techniques of NLP to program you, you little rap babies, you little rap old niggas too. It's not difficult to understand. What is more, and basically anyone's willing to do so they can get acquainted with this technique. All right, I don't feel like reading all this shit. Dark psychology manipulation. It's time to eat. And here we get to where I really want to end. And here's a book, and we're going to talk about it a little bit more. Retrain Your Brain, Cognitive Behavioral Therapy in Weeks. 7 weeks, I'm sorry. The Workbook for Managing Depression and Anxiety by Seth Gillihan, PhD. Gillihan, PhD. Seth J. Looks like this. Find relief from depression and anxiety to live more fully. So within the realm of this, they deal with specific areas because, like I said, cognitive dissonance and things like that, they are in neuro-linguistic programming are standards and go-tos that they use in a lot of areas. So they would use NLP at McDonald's on your ass, as well as what they do in the church. So as sinister as they're trying, anything that changes your behavior. And listen again, every black motherfucker that you met, 80% want to be rappers. That's behavioral changing. And them niggas never stop. They spend a whole lifetime trying to be rappers. Nigga, that's NLP for your ass. Neuro-linguistic program has happened somewhere. You need to understand and read it so you can challenge it within yourself. Don't be an asshole. Don't be an asshole. All right, so whether they occur constantly and blah, 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 I don't even cognitive behavior therapy in areas of lies prior therapies have failed. CBT isn't a new approach for copying anxiety and depression known for effective blah 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 blah. So again, these books kind of show you how to get into your own head, and we're not doing that now. Let's share my screen for a second, nuggers. All right, and we're gonna start closing this out. I gotta get something to eat. I am done. So remember again, guys, I'm at the Hyatt House, Charlotte Center City, 435 East Trade Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202. That's Khadijah and myself. Khadijah will be speaking and doing her thing. And of course, I'm gonna bust your ass out with adopting a spiritual mentality. Certain things you could do while the Beetlejuice energy has now tapped us. So I'm gonna go into some things in the mentality I'm starting to notice that come online. And if I noticed it, that means either you haven't noticed it or you have noticed it. And I'm going to make sure you're using it to the fullest ability. And that's a lot of our spiritual intuition has returned. But it's really, this thing is a ancient light that I broke down with Judy K. King, and we're going to get into it on May 27, 2003, 2 p.m. to 10, $40 to get in. There is no webinar. We may start doing that in the future. You might have to just wait to come to your town or bring your ass somewhere. But anything you may need, and just to get on our mailing list, info@samdireadings.com, SAMEDIREADINGS.com. Come to my website, get the goodies that I serve, the books, cyclomancy classes, trust and believe. I keep saying it, but it's about to be doo-doo. I'm ready to go do them now. My talking game is feeling stronger. So as you can see, if I can sit here this long, then that means I can sit here and do classes. No fear, son. All right, so let's get into something. Let's get into, first and foremost, let me move this thing. And let's start here. Move. What is cognitive dissonance? Actually, let's not start here. Let's start here. I know I'm going to spell it wrong. Cognitive. I'm going to spell that right. Dissonance. I'm going to spell wrong. I did it earlier. Did I do something wrong? This. Okay, let me. I think it loaded wrong. Yes. All right, so this here, ladies and gentlemen, is called, and most should know, a website called the Etymology of Words. And this is etymonline.com. It's easy to find. Just look up the word etymology. Etymology are breaking down where the words came from. What are their root words? What do they mean? What year? Everything a little bit deeper than the definition. Let's just say that. Okay, so cognitive. In 1580s, pertaining to cognition with iv on the S. So cognition and iv. Past what's that? Participle stem of cognoscere, to get to know. But that's really what you want to know. You're going to see all these fancy words, don't matter. What you want, you don't have to go, but it means to get to know. Or even listen to the word, recognize. So cognitive dissonance, when we get to dissonance, we're going to talk about what it is you either know or recognize. Because cognitive means to know, to recognize. Assimilated from the form of com, together. No sin, no ser, to know. To know together, to put it together. From pi, the root, know, or to know. GNO, to know. Taken over by psychologists and sociologists after 1940. Cognitive dissonance. Get it? This is what psychiatrists and sociologists use to describe you. And I told you, psychiatrists, sociologists like Carl Jung, and the most famous occult one, and the most popular pop one, the other one that everyone's always quoting, Sigmund Freud, use these words to describe you and describe your human behavior. You should be just like the psychiatrists, sociologists, but you have another name, occultists. You do the same thing. You're able to, they taking it over, but they're talking about something we understood about human behavior. Cognitive dissonance. Actually, not I say dissonance, but it's dissonance. And because you're talking about distance. Oh, we're going to get in it. So to know and to recognize distance. The distance between knowing and recognizing, meaning you don't recognize it. There's space in between that. That space is what you refuse to make connect. It's what you refuse to recognize. It's what you refuse to get to know. So you argue about everything. You refuse to recognize that you're too old to be fucking with rap. That's something that's out of control and under control. It is not organic. Tupac didn't just come along. That's reality. If you can step out and see, you could apply what they did to many models that we already accepted as government interference. We won't accept it in rap music because of cognitive dissonance. We can't connect it to distance in our mind. So psychological distress caused by holding contradictory beliefs or values. So when somebody is telling you the government is responsible for rap music, you can't accept that. You had too much of your dream in it. Tupac meant too much to you. You was crying and niggas used to beat you up until you heard DMX. You wanted to be a rapper when you heard DMX. You wanted to be a rapper when you heard Tupac. Be a rapper when you heard Rakim. And you never gave up that dream. Rakim is real. I'm not going to say this because this would really fuck people up about Rakim. This is what I will say. I want you to see my face when I say this. We're going to get back to this. In 1994, after I met Hank Shockley and Public Enemy stuff, me and Hank got cool. Hank from the bomb squad. I'm trying to think of the story where I'm not embarrassing shit that I know to be real. Because I know no one's ever told this as far as I know. And not many may know as far as I know. But, and I'm not going to give it to you all because it is, in a certain context, fucked up. But, okay. Me and Hank was together with Keith. We're starting a production company. We're moving forward for production. Boom. All of a sudden, MCA calls Hank Shockley and said, we need somebody to run black music at the label East Coast. They were impressed of the tour that Hank set up for Public Enemy, a world tour. That's very hard. Synchronize a world tour. Hank did it. Oops. And from that, internally, business-wise, his level went up. So now they want him to run not the rap department at MCA, black music. And there was another guy on the West, something Hollister, one of those names, on the West Coast. So Hank abruptly left our production thing. I remember going to conventions, Hank's the man now. Patti LaBelle and the motherfuckers, polying with Hank. So he had it now. There was an artist signed to MCA they froze and nobody was doing nothing with. You didn't hear from him from years. And when Hank got there, Hank almost lost his mind that this was happening. It was Rakim. Hank told me Rakim's situation based upon reality. And let me say this, it just wasn't a good one. And that was details. And if New York would have found out about that, they would have, I don't want to shake my head like that because it wasn't that serious. Niggas go through what they go through. People go through what they would go through. But New York would have took that as if he's not drinking nothing but fine wine and champagne based upon how much he's loved, then something's wrong. And that's how New York would have seen it. So nobody really knew. Hank immediately got him out of that situation and put him in a situation on MCA's dime in a place where he was good, stable, and up. MCA paid for it every day he was there. And Hank said, we're going to initiate a new album for you, of course. When Hank initiated it, MCA was trying to move towards the R&B thing. It was trying to look at Vesta to sign her again and shit like that. So they sent Rakim to Universal with Dino. I was working at Universal. That's when you get Rakim on that double album. That was that era. Hank is doing his thing. I'm going to do you one better. MCA comes to Hank and say, yo, you had this man in a hotel? He said, yo, man, this is one of our premier artists. He was in a situation. This is our obligation. And they fire Hank for that. They literally, it may be more or whatever. I don't know. But I know primarily being at Universal and the scuttlebutt was when they found that bill that Hank facilitated for Rakim, fired him. Maybe more, or maybe something else. I don't know. I don't want to make it gossipy. But I know he was going, and that was one of the things that came up, this allegedly. But nevertheless, all things ain't what they appear to be. All things ain't what they appear. Things like this, when I worked at record labels, I started seeing how record labels treat artists, how they was really living. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. They give that to little niggas because they know they're gonna hold up and do stupid. What do you think? You're gonna buy a house with that brick in your hand? After all that shit is gone, this is just fiat fake money. They spend it on if they don't have it together. What do you think? They have business managers that they listen to? Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Who cares? What I'm saying is not what it cracks up to be. Everybody just tells you what they're gonna do if they had a pile of money in their hand. You know, you're gonna do the same thing, walk around with champagne and do that, nigga. I'm thinking I'm gonna do something, nigga. All I did was buy more clothes. That's our mind control. We have to deal with it. So back to not seeing my face for the dramatic role and deal with this subject so we can get out of here. So we understand what cognitive means pretty much. Now let's go to dissonance. I don't have to spell it. We just copy and paste it. So etymology of words. They go a little bit deeper. You don't have to go through all of that. Just get a basic meaning. Cognitive, and let's go to this puppy. Early 15C, dissonance, disagreement, discrepancy, incongruity, inconsistent between things. So there's an inconsistency between things, a discrepancy, an argument. What's the disagreement? The disagreement is usually the fact that Rakim's, because we love him and he's #1 in New York, that he didn't go through anything and everything was fine since he came into existence. No, he had a life like everyone else, and in that moment was going through a thing. And based upon people's love, Hank put his job on the line. And even if Hank didn't get fired for it, he clearly put his job on his line because of the love of this guy. That's reality. But the reality that he's a rapper that's the best in New York and lives like he's the best in New York is inconsistent with reality. And know what else is inconsistent with reality? When everybody wanted to be a basketball player. No matter how much they tell you, only 1% of you niggas make it. 2%. I want the same thing with rap. 1% of niggas actually get chosen to be an idiot and make it. And we have an inconsistency thinking about everybody can make it. You get it. From the old French, dissonance is directly from the medieval Latin dysonia, dysantia, from the Latin dysanthem, presented participle of dissonance. I guess that word means something. Differ in sound. They also connected to sound. Sound to make noise comes from dissonere. So the pi root swen, to sound. The etymology in the etymological sense, in harmonious mixture or combination of sounds. So a cognitive dissonance moment is a disharmony in the facts, or the disharmony with what you see, usually with what you come to believe in yourself. Let's go a little further. Now that we got a generalized understanding, there's this random page called what is cognitive dissonance? And they have the signs and the examples, the signs of cognitive dissonance. Let's see. Cognitive dissonance is a mental discomfort that results from holding two conflicting beliefs, values, or attitudes. People tend to seek consistency in their attitudes and perceptions. So the conflict causes unpleasant feelings of unease or discomfort. So we try to find a middle point or point of comfort in everything we see or do. So when I seen the Rakim thing, Hank looking out for him put me back to a comfort level. I was able to say, well, that happened, but I've never really probed. How could that happen if he's so special? How could that happen if he has so much love? You know what I'm saying? Shit, all he has to do is ask for money and niggas would report. How does that happen when he is who he is? So I couldn't deal with that. That was invisible to me. What I had to do was see that rap looks out, or rap will finally be fine. So when Hank does what he does, see, because Hank can't fathom it. I'm sure Hank was a nice guy, but Hank was all business. But Hank could not fathom the situation of Rakim. without, you know, and did something about it. Okay. The inconsistency between what people believe and how they behave motivates them to engage in actions that will help minimize feelings of discomfort. So, whatever reality comes down that challenges what you believe in your heart, you engage in different actions than you normally would. Your actions are compromised because you're trying to minimize the feelings of discomfort that contradict this reality, the dissonance argument that you're having. You can't come to terms with that. People attempt to relieve the tension in different ways, such by rejecting and explaining away and avoiding new information. New information is where you guys come in a bigger way, because that's what you're dealing with. So you take the new information that you're getting, even this very lecture that I'm giving you, and certain things are, you know, I'm talking about your funky ass. You don't hear that. Like I said earlier, you think it's the other person I'm talking about. But in you, you don't hear it and you think it's the other person, because if you're not ready to say, maybe I am that wretched human being, because that's what I'm doing. I'm drawing up a picture of the wretchedness of humanity. Maybe I am that and I choose not to be. There's somebody who will say that, and somebody will say, damn, that nigga Panic's crazy talking about those other people. What's he doing? He's explaining away, he's rejecting, and he's avoiding new information. Signs of cognitive dissonance. Everyone experiences cognitive dissonance to some degree, but that it doesn't mean that it all is always easy to recognize. So the first thing I have to recognize is that I still suffer from it, no matter how much I know about it or talk about it, as long as I'm having an experience, which is something I already told you. So everyone suffers from it. Some signs that what you are feeling might be related to dissonance include. So if you feel uncomfortable before doing something or making a decision, or trying to justify or rationalize a decision you've made or actions you have taken, so to keep talking about it, you don't believe it. So yeah, I did it. I know I'm going, but yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be fine. Yeah, of course it's going to be fine. We're going to do, Khadijah, this is winning shit. I know. Why am I saying it? But I know it's going to be fine. Yeah, we got it. We good. So, because that means I believe it. I don't believe it. I'm trying to convince myself. That's cognitive dissonance. Most people are trying to convince. Maybe Tupac. See, Tupac was the type of nigga. The fuck out of here. You don't know what he was. You know what I'm saying? You a fucking actor rapper. You don't think he was? Tupac was a real nigga. You don't know if he was shot. You wasn't there. None of you niggas was there. You don't know if that was a whole fucking ruse, which I think it was. Nigga get shot in the head, then walk out the hospital a few moments later, or whatever the fuck he did, days later, knock it off, so he could go to court. So now that he's in the news, man, y'all couldn't see that face in that wheelchair. Hey, nigga, if y'all don't fucking move, feel embarrassed or ashamed about something you have done, trying to hide your actions from other people, experiencing guilt or regret about something you have done in the past, doing things because of social pressure and fear of missing out. Same because of social pressure, that's a whole area, and that is a lot where conscious people are. So that's some basic examples of cognitive dissonance. This so far was signs. Now examples. What does the inconsistency of related discomfort look like in everyday life? Here are a few cognitive dissonance examples that you may notice on your own. You want to be healthy, but you don't exercise regularly or eat a nutritionist diet. You feel guilty as a result. Boom, that's a perfect one. You want to be healthy, but you don't exercise. There's a dissonance between reality and what you actually are. And that's actually probably the best way to do it. Boom. There's a distance between reality and what you want and what you actually are. That's conscious people. Before we do that, because I'm going to end with that, because that can be, and I'm going to see what they say about this. Cognitive dissonance examples in TV shows and movies. Several television shows contain characters experiencing cognitive dissonance, including Mean Girls, Friends, The Truman Show. Right. And it was a Truman Show, Stand By Me. I don't remember all the rest of that shit. Causes, a number of different situations, new information. Let's go here. Let's go here. First, let me read the other. Okay, even this, you know that you're smoking or drinking too much is harmful to your health, but you do it anyway. You rationalize this action by pointing to your high stress levels. I'm stressed out, so I need my liquor, this, even though I know this is bad for me. Boom, that's cognitive dissonance. I remember my boss who thought he was deep. I said something about health. Well, I'm not healthy. I drink coffee all day. I did. So why you drink it all day? You know it's not healthy. That's I said we all do that. We call it addictions, but you can stop. Niggas have done it before. It's possible. So you know smoking and drinking is too much. So you know a fact. You know it's a fact. That's another way to go. But you still do it. You can't figure out the line between stopping. The line between stopping because you know you should is invisible. Since you can't figure out the line between stopping, rationalization comes into place. This is conscious shit. I'm gonna show you where this is conscious. You like to build up your own savings, but you tend to spend extra cash as soon as you get it. You regret this decision later, such as when facing an unexpected expense you don't have the money to cover. That's us all day. While you thought that's just stupid people or something lazy you need to get over, that's cognitive dissonance. Why you can't get over it, you have to deal with that internally to say, hey, because you know it's real. Everything they said so far, you know is the truth. Why don't you do it? You have a long to-do list, but you spend the day watching your favorite shows instead. You don't want your spouse to know, so you try to make it look like you worked hard all day. How many times you do that shit? And do shit all day because he's about to come home, you start sweeping up. When you ain't had no job, you the man. I never had that issue, but I could bet that shit's the nigga ain't got no job, so you start taking care of the baby and shit like that. We don't need no babysitter, so I guess you could go to work and pay the bill. All right. So, especially the one you want to be healthy, but you don't exercise regularly or eat a nutritious diet. You feel guilty. Let's stay in that little bit of area because all of them amount to the same thing. Meaning you know something or there's something you told yourself that's real, but you're not it. Why? You want to be healthy. You know that's real. But you're not it. You don't exercise or eat a regular nutritious diet. And you do feel guilty. You're even feeling guilty because you know how you're supposed to be, but you don't do it. You also know smoking, drinking too much is harmful to your health, but you still do it. Rationalize how? I'm stressed, man. I need this. I'm stressed. I would take those two things and run with them. Or end it with them. What you're seeing in that case is the same thing with conscious people. They find all the things that they know. Don't say Hotep anymore. Call a black woman a goddess. Say king when you refer to a black man. Instead of saying you're dark skinned, say you're melanated. Feel better about yourself because you got your hair twisted. Know all Brother Panic's quotes. You like Bobby Hemmett? Know all Bobby Hemmett's quotes. You like Aleem? Know all Aleem's quotes. Don't know what he's telling you to go study. You know all the quotes. You're starting to know it in your head, and that's step one. But remember, you know that health is good, but health is over here to reach. There's a space in between called cognitive dissonance. You're willing or unable to bridge it by making excuses, and there's different levels and different ways in different situations. That's what I see with consciousness. You know everything like smoking is bad for you, but you're still a human. You're still a smoking. The cognitive dissonance is you cannot read occult stuff, at least, and stay human. The occult stuff has one purpose and one purpose only, to transfer you to that non-smoker, to transfer you to that exercise guru. It is occult. Metaphysics is talking about it. The occult science is actually getting on the treadmill, nigga. The occult science is actually putting down the liquor and the drinks for a healthier lifestyle. To create that distance, that cognitive distance area, that map, it reorders that map. So you change the map in you. Hotep, no-tep, panic, this, that, the other, Dr. Africa, GMO, melanin, chakras, kundalini, pineal, and all of these words. But the humanity that you were trained into hasn't caught up yet. That's what we have as a problem. Your humanity has not caught up yet with all the new words you're saying, and therefore there's a dissonance in you, a cognitive dissonance in you. There's a gap of not making that connection, of disharmony. The disharmony is you harmonize your attitude. I dress like this, I call you king, I say melanated, I say peace be unto you, beloved. I got the outfit on. When I greet you, I tap my chest or I bow. I do all of those things. Those are the outfit or the way you want to be. But then the conflict is you still run to the human thought. At the end of the day, you're dressed up and doing all this shit and you can't wait for the next rap album to drop. Or if you're not that lost, you're still trying to fix and save human things and behavior. You're not really turning it all in yourself, becoming something new and becoming the light that other humans follow. See, I didn't try to reach and talk to people, but I've now saved the life of thousands and thousands. And that's a fact. I hate to sound braggy, but thousands of people. Hundreds, of course, have come as representation and told me the life-changing things, the information. It's not really me, to be quite honest. I'm bullshitting. It is actually the information that resonates. And if you stay true to whatever information you teach it, stop trying to debate it. Try to find it to be true in yourself by dealing with cognitive dissonance, dealing with the argument inside of yourself, not the argument with people. The argument with inside of yourself. If you deal with that argument inside of yourself, whatever it is you're teaching, whatever level you're teaching on, it expands because you're not having inhibitions with gaps and holes in what you are. You can see it because you actually become it. So when you reflect it, it reflects well. People fuck with me because I did this work. And when I talk about the occult science, I believe I reflected well, or better, or in the top of whoever's doing it. I believe I reflected for our context and what we do. So I believe that comes from, and I try to make it better by dealing with the cognitive dissonance in me. And really, the cognitive dissonance is human behavior because the opposite, or the new information that we're adding that creates cognitive dissonance. It said it. New information creates cognitive dissonance, and you're getting over and over new information. So it creates cognitive dissonance in you just because it's new information. It's happening. It's not happening to the other guy. You motherfucker. You. It's happening to you and me, all of us. No one's escaping it. And new information is one of the things, no matter how good or natural, you always think it's good because it's our shit. But see, even now shit, when I bring out baphomet and shit, and Bobby bring out all this shit, there was people who was, when Bobby brought out shit like sexual sorcery, there's a book, of course, he told me to get, perhaps. In fact, I think we were in the store and he was like, yo, get that. I was like, all right, we was in East West Books. I bet you this is no indication, but I bet you this is, if it says it anywhere, it doesn't. But I got this from East West Books. I did a lecture out of this too. So Bobby told me when he started dealing with sex shit, the Hindu shit, and the niggas lost it. Cognitive dissonance. When they heard all that devil shit, it wasn't a distance because they heard it all in church. So they knew the devil was bad, but they always knew the church was lying. So when Bobby said, hey, the church is a liar, here's what the devil meant, they didn't really get into the science and go deeper and what the symbol meant. They just said, I'm not scared of it anymore. Bobby Hemmett made me not scared of the devil because in them, they were already not scared of the devil. That's why they left the church. Because if they were scared of the devil, they would have never left the church. That's what the church, that's how it keeps you there. You're going to hell. So they already felt that. So when Bobby gave him just a little bit more science on it, they ate it up. But when he started taking them further about the sexual alchemy, he told me himself, that's when people who brought him out for lectures wouldn't call him no more. I don't know what's wrong with you. How did you turn into this pervert? This is our shit. Cognitive dissonance. Why? Because sexual magic is probably the most powerful shit we could do, even as a human, is how other humans get here. So knowing that, they put a big gap into how we think about sex. So when here's a man bringing the science, then cognitive dissonance comes into play. It's now contradicting everything they know. It's now saying orgies. Oh no, we need the goddess. No, they're doing this for that, but they're doing sexual tantric with orgies. I mean, sexual tantric as individuals too. They couldn't see none of that either. They just kept saying, well, look at all the orgies. That's white people shit. This is from Indus Kush. This is just the sexual information was there. Then I've seen books where Egyptians are doing the same thing. You never see those hieroglyphs. Go to the Brooklyn Museum. They had hieroglyphs, niggas bending chicks over. I'm like, what the fuck? I forgot all about that. And then Bobby told me there's a whole book where it's like almost like graffiti. It don't look like the standard Egyptian shit. There's a lot of sexual shit. So they had it there too. It didn't go invisible. But they went harder there, or the information on the sexual practice or the tantric or the Kama Sutra survived. Therefore, you've seen it manifest in what was carved in the walls over there, or in the sacred writings. No, in walls, because we were looking at temples. So, what does that say? It tells you how the black mind works, whether it's so-called divine or not, and that's what we need to probe. A definition of how the black mind works. The science on how our divine mind works. I don't know what I'm gonna call it. I forgot what I said I was. So this is really, if you could study just cognitive dissonance, some of those books I laid out, but study it with the goal of self-help, not of the goal of just trying to find some science and some knowledge. Start trying to apply it to yourself and how it works in your life, and try to be honest with yourself. You have to tell yourself where you hurt. You have to respect that you had a dysfunction if you had a dysfunction. Respect that it causes these problems. Expect that new information causes these problems. The very book you're reading may cause the problem. If you read 10 books on how to kill puppies, then you read a book on why the best reason not to kill puppies. We're not even talking about what information is right or wrong. We're talking about the individual and how they react, and that's what I want you to get. We're so busy arguing, well, you should kill puppies. No, you shouldn't kill puppies. We're so busy arguing, we don't realize the way we pick our argument is behind the scenes. That's what the occult is interested in, not the argument, the way people pick them and how they got to where they got. And we just broke it all down. That's what you need to be interested in. I know you think you're deep because you say the word chakras, but let me explain something to you very simple. You're not. You're not. Chakras is standard English now. It's no longer alternative information or information you found or discovered that nobody was really fucking with. You should have woke up when you found out all the fast food restaurants was fucking with them. Oh shit, I'm late. I'm gonna open up my root. Get the fuck on. They've been hitting you with red and McDonald's and Burger King and Wendy's signs and everything. Orange, red to remind you of your childhood home and love. Orange to remind you of greed. You see orange, you get greedy. Go in and eat. Yellow to break down your inhibition or your willpower. I know I shouldn't have those fries, but maybe just get a small. Fuck it, I'll get a hamburger. I just eat this for lunch. I won't eat dinner. Or you like dinner. And then you eat. All that justification is why they use those colors in your shot. They've been manipulating your shot. So you think the chakras is the shit. You're so late. You're late because you're repeating information that was already dispensed. I know you think you're fucking smart by saying the shit I said in books I gave out fucking 20 years ago, but you're reading books I gave out 20 years ago. So what's new to you and what may be deep to you is not new to a lot of people. So I want to save you time with a shortcut. I think you should read all of that. I think you should deal with all of that for a foundation of the occult. And boy, am I proud that any of that is happening. But here's the reality. Here's the reality. You got more to do. You got more to do if you're living up to a standard. But not because I said so, to be right. I'm saying it in an aggressive way. But really, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. But I know what I'm doing. And I know what those who's fucking around with information is doing. And I know that those who fuck around with information, this is valuable information that they could use and become something greater. Not because I said it and said so, because I led you to it. And you should say it and you should say so. Silly son of a gun. All right, so that's going to be it for this one. I know you guys haven't seen me for a while. I've been doing Hank's show, Uncle Hanky's. So look for Uncle Hanky's show. You'll catch up with a few throwback lectures I did for folks. I did about 2 or 3 lectures. I'm talking about some of the basic stuff because there was a lot of new people. So you haven't seen me here because I've been there. And so now I had to do my thing on my channel because I haven't for a while. And we'll be back with cyclomancy classes soon. And I'm going to eat me a turkey burger. I haven't eaten anything all day, and I am famished. So on, let's get this right, May 27th, I want to see your asses in the place. You know what I'm saying? North Carolina, stand up at the Charlotte City Center. Gonna get it in. Let's get this flyer going. Let's get this flyer up where we at. Damn, where the fuck I put that flyer? I had that motherfucker. I think I have it here. See, can't find shit. I know I don't know. Oh, I think it was here. I downloaded it. Oh no, I did put it on the desktop. So here we go. Get my shit together. So here we go. There's our flyer. And let me turn it up a little. Boom. So Hyatt House, Charlotte City Center, 435 East Trade Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202. Khadijah and myself will be dropping in on adopting the spiritual mentality to put you in the mind state to walk forward. I find it's not even worth just saying science anymore. It's actually more valuable to tell you the mentality to have to study if you're going to study. You know what I'm saying? So we'll tell you about some of the things, some of the spiritual energy that we have noticed in our spiritual prowess that has been enhanced because of Beetlejuice. And let's say Beetlejuice did absolutely nothing. Just say it did and it works because it's working for us. Fake it till you make it. You know what I'm saying? So join us Saturday, May 27, 2003, 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. 44C. And mind you, this is not my doing. I'm talking about Beetlejuice because the scientific world is talking about this and the government is acting and reacting to it. So if the government is acting and reacting to it by COVID, by putting you in masks, by telling you to wash your hands, because this light moves uniquely. The unique way this light moves is like bacteria and phage lambda. And they had you for 2 years moving like you were protecting yourself from a bacteria. First, by keeping you in the house out of light, then having you wash your hands, social distance, and mask. Even still, it's kind of frowned upon when you're close to a motherfucker. And certain places, they still make you wear a mask. Now, that's because of Beetlejuice. And like I said, if this whole scenario reacted to it, then that must mean something. That's not just the nigga saying the moon is going to be blue this month. You know what I'm saying? That says something. Now, when you study it, Judy K. King has a comprehensive study on it. And she has 2 books. Balls of Fire speaks specifically on phage lambda. And she has a lecture, Judy K. King, that you should, white girl, you should watch. that explains this light and how it moves as a bacteria and its purpose. We're going to talk about that and adopting a spiritual mentality. You got it? I'm going to break this shit down for sure. Psychomancy classes is coming too. Don't forget, show me some love. Cash App a nigga. Cash App, Brother Pan. $ Brother Pan. Anything will be nice. I do appreciate it. And I'll see you next time. You know, if you feel offended by the yelling, fuck you. I didn't really care. You know, but don't. The yelling is dramatic, but the point is what you need to listen to. And the point is about, we need to get into our minds. We need to stop trying to debate and be deep and really go deep. You know what I'm saying? I'm sick of these motherfuckers just showing up, telling me how much they love me, but don't know shit about what I teach and what shit that drives me. You don't love me, nigga. What you love is to have the attention that I have. Don't think I'm stupid. You love to have the attention I have when you're a speaker. If you're not a speaker, you love me. A lot of people love me if I really got to talk to them. They love me because I don't offend them. Most people like a guy who startles people because they want to be the startler of people because they have nothing to startle people with. They thought they would be the great old startler of people, but they found their mind just walks in the same place as other people, and all they do is argue with people, but can't startle them. So when I'm saying shocking things, startling things, talk that says talking for this long, that's what they want. It's not even the message sometimes, it's the personality. And I can see that immediately because I read the books that read a nigga and know how to read your black ass. You could do the same. I gave you all the tricks. I gave you all the secrets. You could never accuse me of that. Hiding or storing something, knowing something that I won't share with you to be one up on you. Never. I'm giving you everything I've studied. That's how I know it works. So get in what you want to do. Psychomancy class coming soon. Bye, niggas. I'll see you on the 27th. Bring your ass. I'm going to bring a whole heap of fuckery. I didn't speak live for 2 years. I might just walk in with my motherfucking dick out, nigga. You feel me? That's where I'm at with this shit.